A child with sun-kissed hair and brilliant orange clothing was reaching out to his teacher, brother, and father figure, Iruka Amino, in the middle of the night in the hamlet, concealed among the leaves. Why? Because he was about to be pierced by a gigantic shuriken that was flying in his direction. Iruka-sensei. Everyone saw Naruto with blazing hands in the ashes of the big shuriken on the ground in front of Iruka after a blinding flash and a thunderous collision. There was a pause in the clearing before the blonde interrupted with a bewildered tone. Did I do that? He asked, turning to face Iruka, who was staring back at him with wide eyes. And Naruto, why you just shot lightning? Mizuki stared at Naruto in disbelief at what had transpired. He yelled at the blonde and shook his head. With anger in his eyes, he cried, I don't care what you shot. I'm still going to kill you and Iruka. After being stunned by Mizuki's outburst, Naruto clenched his eyes and said, as he utters the words, for your crimes against the leaf you shall die today. He draws a cross with his fingers and yells, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The next thing that everyone sees is a huge cloud of smoke and 1,000 bright orange clones with serious faces and outstretched arms. Now die, they all say simultaneously, chilling Mizuki to the bone. When Naruto finished, there was nothing left of the traitor, not even ashes, and they all threw lightning blasts out of their palms while Mizuki's cries reverberated across the area for 5 minutes in a row. Naruto stoops and sighs, then sees that Iruka's eyes are still wide. Are you alright, Iruka-sensei? Do you need my assistance in any way? This ultimately causes him to awaken from his reverie. Naruto, close your eyes for a sec. As for the blonde's response, I don't know how that will help you, but okay. When he opened his eyes and saw that Iruka had lost his headband, he said, okay, you can open your eyes now, Naruto. He cried a little and hugged Iruka after feeling metal and soft material on his forehead. Iruka, thank you for everything. You've always supported me when no one else would. Other than the Ichiraku, you are the only person who truly knows who I am. So does that mean you will stop hiding yourself from everyone and step into the dark side? Iruka asks with a pleasant smile. Both of them laugh at this. An Anbu with purple hair and a cat mask approaches as a group of Anbu suddenly materialize. Iruka sighs and Naruto frowns as he says, Uzumaki-san. Amino-san, the Hokage, wishes to speak with you. The Anbu then approaches them, puts a hand on their shoulder, and shuns them away. XXX. Thank you Anbu, you can leave us now. Yes Hokage-sama, and they all depart, giving him the opportunity to concentrate on the two people in front of him. He smiles kindly and requests, please give the scroll to Naruto-kun. Naruto is enraged and tosses the scroll at him violently, which prompts Anbu to emerge and point their weapons at him. Old man, we have a lot to discuss. The 4 Anbu with firearms aimed at him did not bother him. Yes we do Naruto-kun. Anbu, leave us, so what do you want to ask first? With a furious expression, he asks, when did you plan on telling me I had the 9-tailed fox seal inside of me? He leeches small amounts, killing intently but enough to let both men know he is serious. Hiruzen Sarutobi was an elderly man who had witnessed 2 battles alongside the 9-tailed fox, but he was uneasy about a 12-year-old boy who reminded him of another red-haired woman who gave him the same look. He thought he saw a ghostly image of her behind the boy, but he dismissed it. He answered bluntly, Naruto-kun, I was going to tell you when you were 16 or a chunin. Naruto lets out a low growl as a result. He screams, releasing enough ki to make the Hokage perspire and Iruka gasp in surprise. When I'm 16 or chunin, are you kidding me? I already failed 3 times and I'm 13, he says. You should have told me when I wanted to become a ninja, or maybe even when I asked you why everyone hates me. Don't even tell me this was a secret when the entire village except me knew about it. Naruto-kun, you have to understand it was for your own saw. Don't even say safety. The villagers would still break into my house and beat, but no, what do you say? I won't forgive them if they try to harm me again because they didn't forgive me for something I didn't even do. The villagers are just confused and angry right now, forgive them. He declares, they will be put down for attacking a ninja off the leaf. His eyes briefly glow red, causing the Hokage to notice and worry that the seal is cracking. You owe me, old man. Fine, Naruto-kun. What do you want? The elderly Hokage asks, letting out a sorrowful sigh before caving in to his requests. A small fire returns to the ancient fire shadow as a result of the statement, I want you to get your act together and start acting like a Hokage and not some helpless old man who gives in to anyone's demands. You run the village, not anyone else. I also want you to postpone the team selections for a week so I can have time to master my new strange power. Iruka's mischievous smirk causes a tick mark to appear on Naruto's head as he says, "It's called a bloodline, you would know that if you were not sleeping in class." Naruto then turns to face Iruka, giving him a sly smile that makes him a little uneasy. Crispy Iruka coming up. Naruto blasts Iruka with his hands, causing him to scream in agony as the bright lights in the Hokage office lead the old man and Anbu to perspire. This makes more perspiration drip out. "Now old man, just tell me a secret training ground to train in and I will be back sometime later." "Right, training ground 44, but be careful, it is dangerous and is called the Forest of Death." The elderly guy and Iruka, who was smoking a little, smiled when he said, "Don't worry, nothing can stop this ninja from becoming the best." Tick mark on the old man's head. "Well, off I go to see this forest," he cries as he jumps out the window wearing only his orange pants. "I hope this does not become a habit of his like someone else I know. XXX. I believe I should have paid more attention to the elderly man. This location is deadly. I've already killed 3 tigers, a gigantic bear, and... is that a snake? A serpent the size of a 2-story home is what Naruto sees." Naruto, without thinking, dashes up a tree to gain a better view, and sure enough, he sees a giant brown snake with black diamonds running down its back and yellow eyes that scream evil vibes. However, he is not a coward, so he makes a cross with his fingers and yells, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Next to him is a puff of smoke and a clone of Naruto. "Okay buddy, let's send this snake packing." With a great shout, they lift their hands to the sky, and a massive lightning bolt strikes the serpent, causing extensive damage and destroying a crater that is 20 feet wide and 3 inches deep. "Ha, we showed that snake, didn't we?" "We sure did, boss." However, before they could celebrate too much, a kunai is struck to the clone's head, causing it to puff in smoke and cut his cheek, causing blood to fall. A voice then follows, followed by someone behind him pressing something soft against his head and pushing his body against the woman if he had to guess. "That was pretty awesome, Gaki, you really did a number on this area and you even beat my snake with 1 strike." He blushes, much to the mystery woman's enjoyment, as she licks blood off his cheek and says, "I think that deserves a reward," in a flirtatious tone. "WWW, what are you doing, lady, let me go," she says, wistfully. No, that's not how you ask for things, is it?" "Will you let me leave, miss?" He continues to blush as he speaks. "No, I don't think so. You're already stripped and will serve as my little pillow tonight. Shall I take your lead?" she says, making fun of him even more. "Hold on, I have no idea what your name is," he says, blushing at the woman. "Right, my name is Anko Mitarashi," she says with a smile. He whispers, still flushed, "I am Naruto Uzumaki." He finally wiggles free of her hold. He blushes even more when he finally gets to see her and what he sees. Anko is a young woman with a slim build designed for speed and evading while maintaining her many feminine qualities, including a D-cup boozy, a lovely heart-shaped face, and a smile that resembles his. She is average in size and has light brown eyes without pupils. "Beautiful," is the whisper Naruto lets out in surprise at what he sees, making Anko flush. Anko was shocked to receive a more sincere compliment from a 13-year-old she had just met than the village had received in years, and Naruto turned around, red-faced and ashamed at himself for saying it aloud. He purrs as she approaches him from behind and hugs him around the waist, saying, "Oh yeah, my plushie for the night." They both stop and exchange wide-eyed glances. She pushes his head into her valley and declares, "Kawaii, you are going to be my little fox plushie for life." Fox plushie not surprised, she knows about the fox, but plushie for life, I don't mind if I can stay in her, no I am not a pervert. With his hand raised in a battle position, Naruto leaps out of her arms, red-faced. "If you want me you'll have to take me dead, bring it on Gaki, you are gonna regret that." A few seconds later, Anko is standing with a shirtless Naruto over her shoulder, his eyes swirling, while her ponytail is frizzled by the lightning bolts. They vanish in a humorous cloud of smoke, punching, kicking, and biting, along with a few lightning bolts. "Let's bring Gaki back to my house so we can snuggle, he will never be able to defeat me. He has a good figure for a 13-year-old, just take a look at his toned body and six-pack. He'll be a lady killer in a few years, so I'd best get him now." Anko's room the following morning, our blonde hero is in a position that many of the village's men would kill for, if only to take a quick nap. With a foolish grin on his face and a hand on her left boozy, Naruto rests his head on Anko Mitarashi's chest. "This was the best sleep I've ever had, and when did I get new pillows? They feel so soft and firm, let me feel it again." Squeeze. A groan ensued. Since when did pillows make noise? Better yet, it sounded like a moan. His eyes widened in fear as he recalled what had happened the night before. Naruto-kun, I didn't know you were so grabby so early in the morning. His face was red and his eyes were still wide as he leapt up like a man possessed. The giggle of the woman in bed, wearing just purple underwear and a white tank top that barely covered her chest, interrupted him as he said, Anko-san, I apologize. I didn't mean to grab your holy objects you call boozy. I mean your soft chest, I mean. Plushie-kun, you don't have to be so formal with me, just call me Anko-chan, okay? Oh okay, he responds, his face still flushed from her attire. With a fox kit-like head tilt that made her want to put his head in her boosy once more, he said, Anko-chan, why do you live in this dangerous forest and not in the village like everyone else? She responds with a melancholy smile that makes his heart sink. Well, that's because I'm just like you in a way. The village also hates me and doesn't accept me, so I've just moved in here and only invited my little friends that I have here. The blonde responds, blushing at her figure once more, but why? You seem like a nice person to me, although you may be a little crazy and lack clothes. When he responds, Anko can't help but smile. We just met and I all but kidnapped him and he still says I'm a nice person. Ha, stupid little Gaki. She responded angrily, they hate me because of a seal like you, something my old teacher Orochimaru gave me. Naruto notices a mark on her shoulder as a result. He points to it and asks, is this the mark you were talking about? Anko defends it by placing a hand over it. Her heart is warmed by Naruto's smile as he sits beside her on the bed. Anko raises her hand to look at him and says, Anko-chan, I'll help you get rid of it. Just let me look at it and try to help you. He only knows that it is a seal, however he does identify it. Anko-chan, I promise that I will get better at seals and beat that snake shit up for you, then I'll unseal it and then you won't have to live with it anymore. He says it with utter resolve. The pineapple-haired woman gave our blonde a kind smile as a result. Naruto blushes but takes a risk when he hears the words, well thank you Gaki, if you do that I'll give you a reward you are sure to remember. He winks and says, well, I better get to it if I want that reward hubbyheim. Anko blushes and is taken aback. But she gathers herself and gives a mischievous smile. She whispers in his ear and presses his head against her boosy, asking, Naruto-kun, am I rubbing off on you already? It causes him to tremble with joy, fear, and exhilaration. He smiles at her and replies, Anko-chan, I think you are, but I kind of like it. They both laugh heartily when she rubs his cheek and adds, that's my plushie, fall onto the dark side with me. He gets up, blushing at his attire, and says, okay, Anko-chan, let's get up and eat and then you can train me. Anko can only perspire. Quadruple A, where are my pants and why am I still shirtless? He only realized that now. What a baka, Anko muses, shedding a drop of perspiration. Your clothes are being washed and why would I train you? Well, you are pretty strong, I can sense it and I want to learn under the great snake lady of the forest. With her hands in the air and a smile on her face, she declares, actually it's the sexy and single Anko Mitarashi. Oh, I see. Should I also think of a catchy introduction? Everyone will be able to see how awesome I am that way. She nods her head as a wise sage would, saying, yes you should, it's something we will work on while I train you. He gives her a wide smile and an embrace, saying, so that means you will train me Anko-chan, that's so cool. You can't keep your hands off me, can you? Naruto-kun? Naruto blushes and ducks into her boosy when she says this in a playful manner, making her laugh at him. Out in the jungle of death, we find the dynamic couple preparing to train till the sun sets. She tries to disguise her sadness with a grin, but Naruto notices and saves it for later. Okay, we will train until you go back to the academy for your team selection and then your sensei will help you with the rest. Okay Anko-sensei. He says at last, dressed differently from Anko, but he is wearing black jogging trousers, black ninja sandals, a white tank top, and a tan trench coat, making her very happy. Alright, plush toys, create 10 clones, send them to the library under Henge, and instruct them in warfare, torture, seduction, and stealth. I saw you do it yesterday, but that was under pressure, so I want it flawless. Give them another 10 to climb trees and practice tree walking. How are you aware of the shadow clone's secret? Was it in the ceiling scroll? She reluctantly states, Orochimaru may be a bastard, but he was a good teacher. Now me and you will spar until one of those clones brings back a scroll for taijutsu you may like. There were 20 clones and a puff of smoke in the area. Okay Anko-sensei, shadow clone jutsu. He yells, you heard the lady, let's get to it, at his own duplicates. Yes boss. The clones were then. Now, Anko-sensei, what? He raises an eyebrow as he turns to face her. She releases a lot of ki at him, causing him to perspire a lot, and declares, now you and I will fight. Why are you releasing that much ki at me? He shakes his head and hardens his stare as he prepares to train seriously. It's to let you know I'm serious and get you used to this, because when you fight with other ninjas they're going to release much more because they will be coming to kill you. With icy blue eyes and an electric voice, he replies, okay Anko-sensei, I am ready to get this started. Anko gets shivers from something she doesn't know. They charge at each other right away. Anko easily takes Naruto's straight punch, which lands hard in his ribs and causes him to wince. Despite this, he turns and aims a hook at her left side, but she ducks down, gets up, and gives him an uppercut that sends him flying, and she leaps after him, giving him a falling dropkick that he barely avoids. A bruised lip and dirt on his face and clothes accompany his statement, wow Anko-sensei, that hurts and you're really fast, I can barely see you. Well, I am a special Jonin and I didn't get here just because of how good I look. Anko responds with pride in her voice, and she gives him a foxy smile. As she falls into her hubby style, Naruto drops into a style with his right hand hovering over his stomach and legs spread, and his left hand to his nose. But I am not even going all out on you, should be able to get by with me at this speed. Then, with the speed of a high chunin, Naruto rushes at her and gives her a little skin sting. He kicks in with his right leg, but she blocks it and swings him to a tree, where he flips in midair and flies back at her with a cocked right hand. They collide, sending a tiny shockwave that ruffles the leaves on the trees and blows their hair. Anko smiles and responds, not bad, Gaki, you put some strength behind that one. One that is comparable to Naruto. He responds with his fox-like smirk, unaware that a huge red eye with a black slit is staring from behind a cage. Well, these muscles came from somewhere. I did a lot of physical activity in my free time. Following the altercation, the two leap back and charge at one another once more. He launches a high right kick, but she blocks, and they both jump back to create space. Anko throws a left punch, and Naruto blocks with his right elbow, then has to block a right hook with his left elbow. A Naruto clone then swings at Anko, but she dodges to the left and throws a left kick, dispelling it, causing them to race at each other once again and collide punches. She gets knocked down by the actual Naruto's hammer fist as he flies in, but she sidesteps and kicks him repeatedly, leaving him gasping on the ground. Hidden Shadow snake hands. Naruto-kun isn't bad, but stay away from these. She pulls many snakes from her sleeves and points them at Naruto, exposing their teeth. He leaps to his feet and shoots a burst of lightning from his hands, zapping the snakes away, but he is too slow to respond when Anko strikes him on the ground from behind. With a grin on his gory face, he replies, man, this is going to be a long day. By using a fireball jutsu to burn off his white tank top and trench coat, Naruto's cruel teacher has left him lying on the ground without a shirt at lunchtime. There were trees on the ground because of the enormous snakes that chased him about, and Anko laughed while hurling kunai and snakes at him. She even threw her wet panites at him, which hit on his face, and it seemed like she started to hurt him. He even shattered a few bones when Anko kicked him through a couple of trees. Anko-sensei, I can't move. I think I broke my legs when I fell out of that tree because those snakes tried to bite me. Naruto says with a bitter voice. She throws him over her shoulder and says, don't worry Naruto-kun, I'll carry you to my favorite place so we can eat. This irritates him. He exclaims joyfully, so are we going to get the food of the gods? Yup, Anko says, with a positive mood, ramen. Dango. Underscore. A ghostly gigantic snake with its fangs out appears behind her as she asks sweetly, Naruto-kun, you did not just say that, did you? Causing Naruto to summon his inner beast, which manifested as a huge red fox with its teeth bared. Kurenai Yuhi arrives to see this scene, which makes her perspire uncomfortably. In addition to being Anko's close friend, Kurenai is known as Konoha's Ice Queen. The woman is thin and fair-skinned. Her long, wild black hair reaches her top back, and her eyes are a striking ruby red with Tomo-like rings. Her makeup consists of purple eyeshadow and crimson lipstick. She has one crimson sleeve designed to distract adversaries and what appear to be bandages covering her D-cup boozy over a mesh shirt. The two are knocked out of their trance by the shout, Anko-chan. Anko smiles broadly and replies, oh hello Nai-chan. She looks at Naruto, who gives her a sly smile, and asks, what are you doing with a shirtless kid in the forest of death? Kurenai raises an eyebrow at his manner of speaking to her, but he responds, oh don't mind us Nai-chan, me and Anko were just getting hot and sweaty. Until his words sink in, she glares at him and lets Ki go on him. To her amazement, the Ki does nothing to him, and he turns to face a flushed Anko. "What do you mean getting hot and sweaty, you pervert?" she asks. He continues to smile as he says, "Anko-chan, tell her." With a hint of pink on her cheeks, Anko slaps him over the head because he's still over her shoulder and exclaims, Don't say it like that, you baka." Naruto is glared at and told to keep quiet, saying, "Anyway, we were about to go eat dango, the food of the gods. Do you want to come with us, Nai-chan?" This prompts Naruto to whip up a lightning whip he learned how to make while escaping the gigantic snakes, and he uses it to slap Anko's butt, causing her to blush and eat before glaring at him. Ah yes, but Anko, why does this kid who is only 13 have a lighting affinity so strong? I don't know. Hey, let's test it with chakra paper, do you have any? Anko was overjoyed. She adds, perspiring at her pal's antics, "Yes I do, I picked some up for my future genin team, but I guess I can spare one." After saying that, she takes one out and gives it to Anko, who snatches it away, leaving a tick mark on the woman's skull. She puts him down from her shoulder and says, "Okay, Naruto-kun, just channel your chakra into this and we will see what happens after that." Naruto-kun, these two seem pretty close after they just met. Well, not surprised, they are so similar, it's like they were made for each other. Okay, Anko-sensei. He then did precisely that, and everyone is shocked by what they witness. 100 pieces of paper broke apart, crumbled into tiny balls, and then all of them turned to water, creating a huge puddle at their feet. Uncertain, Naruto questioned, is that supposed to happen? Kurenai said, her eyes wide, "We have to go show the Hokage that a reaction like this can only mean a bloodline." They all body flickered to the Hokage office after saying that. In a bodily flicker, Naruto appeared with two pals and remarked, "Old man, guess who's back?" Kurenai strikes him in the head, causing a large lump to form over his head. "Show some respect, you perverted brat," her exclaims. "Ow, what's your problem, Nai-chan? Why are you so uptight? You need to get laid," he screams at her. Her face is flushed with humiliation or rage, and a tick mark develops on her head. She lashes out at Naruto, who is already hurt, saying, "You little brat." At the sight of it, everyone starts to perspire. Huff, what does he know about getting laid, little pervert? The giggling Anko says, "Cough, Hokage-sama, we have important news to share with you." The giggling Hokage asks, "What would that be, Anko?" "We believe Naruto-kun has a bloodline," Anko says, getting a little bit more serious. "Oh, you mean his storm release?" "Yes, we saw this yesterday, but we did not have any chakra paper, so I just guessed what it was and I must be correct." Kurenai's tone remained surprised as she said, "Yes, Hokage-sama, we tested his affinity and the paper was cut in 100 pieces, formed into small balls, and then formed a large puddle. While his water affinity is stronger than that of Tobirama-sensei, Naruto-kun, you are truly amazing. Maybe I should give him his parents' scrolls and he can learn his mother's water jutsu and kenjutsu style along with his father's wind jutsu." "Naruto-kun, you have the bloodline storm release. It is a very powerful bloodline that with enough control you can cause mass storms. It is a combination of water and lighting natured chakra to make storm release." He grabs a root anbu and tosses a lightning whip at the bookshelf, saying, "I got you, old man. I've already got a good handle on it, see." The ancient Hokage flashes to the anbu and jams a kunai in the anbu face mask before Naruto can see it, resulting in the body sagging under Naruto's lightning whip and catching fire. "That Danzo, I swear I'm going to kill him. Like Naruto-kun said, I need to get my act together, and Naruto must be a censor." The Hokage says in a forceful voice that is out of character for his age, "Naruto-kun, can you use water chakra to put this fire out?" The blonde laments, "I don't know how to use water yet." The Hokage gestures for his anbu to leave, saying, "Just picture your chakra flowing like water and pushing through everything like a rampaging storm." After he says, "Okay, old man," Naruto shuts his eyes to concentrate. Water then begins to develop around him, quickly dripping onto the burning anbu and soaking the body and everyone else. This is shocking to everyone. Unaware of the irate, ruby-eyed woman coming up behind him, Naruto pumps his fist in the air, saying, "Ha, I did it, thanks, old man." Her tone is too sweet for him, but she says, "Naruto-kun, would you please come here and let me talk to you?" Behind her, everyone can see the death god grinning. As he leaps out the window, Naruto exclaims, "See you, old man, I have to run for my life." She ran behind Kurenai with a furious expression on her face, but not before slapping the snake mistress on the ass with a lightning whip and sending an electric shock up her body. "You get your ass back here, Uzumaki," the two women yell with all of their feminine rage. The day of the team placement's one of Naruto's new favorite things to do when he has nothing better to do or his Nai-chan isn't around to tease him is to run his fingers through the tails of a nine-tailed vixen named Kasumi, who is lying across his bed in her Hanyu form and purring happily because Naruto told her it would be okay to show her true appearance in the comfort of his dilapidated apartment. He can't help but laugh at how they met. "Rewind," he says, his cheeks flushed from the wine or from the way Anko has her boozy on his head. "Anko-chan, I think I've drunk enough. Haven't we celebrated enough over my new discovery? Gaki, you lightweight, can't hold your lick." Naruto had to carry the inebriated Anko home, drawing strange stares from the villagers, after she passed out from the amount of drinking she had done that evening. When they arrived at her house, he placed her in the bed, but she pulled him down into his favorite spot to rest as he attempted to leave. "I was gonna go home and work off this drunken state, but this is fine." The mindscape. "Well, why am I still intoxicated and in a sewer? We should bring Kurenai-chan with us the next time. She is the one who is in charge. Damn Anko-chan, I can't even stand up straight." "All right, let's go investigate." He then leaves without a second thought. He stumbles around for a few minutes before he finds himself in front of a cage. Logic fails him due to his current state, and he simply dashes up to it, tripping and falling on his face while grabbing a gigantic claw, but he doesn't appear to notice. A voice in the shadows whispers, "Stupid ninja can't even run straight. I'm amazed you got so strong with that stupid bloodline of yours." "Hey, who you calling a stupid ninja? You must not know who I am. I am the pie-eating, trailblazing, eyebrow-raising, jabroni-beating, heart-stopping, elbow-dropping Naruto Uzumaki." There was a brief pause during which nobody moved, but Naruto continued to smile. That was actually pretty good. You are a very entertaining ninja." With a hand behind his head and a smile that could split his face, he replies, "Hey yeah, I just came up with that. Now I wonder if Anko-chan will like it." Naruto looks solemnly into the darkness and says, "But now that I'm not so drunk I can only assume you are the Kyuubi and this is inside the seal and this is a representation of my mind." A huge crimson eye with a black slit emerges, followed by enormous teeth, and Naruto matches the smile on its face. Maybe I was wrong and you are not a stupid ninja." With an inquisitive look directed at the fox, the blonde asked, "Are you a boy or girl? Really, that is the first thing you decide to ask me. It just makes talking to you a lot easier and not calling you an it." The Kyuubi looks at him briefly before determining whether to tell the Baka ninja this knowledge. With pride in her voice, the now female fox declared, "I am a woman that you have never seen before. Oh my ramen gods, up above the strongest Biju is a woman and a prideful one at that. Oh man. Wait until Kurenai-chan hears that she is gonna be happy for the rest of her life." The vixen releases some ki on him, which makes him uneasy, and adds, "What, you have a problem with that ninja? No, I think that is really good for all the females in the world who are put down because of sexist men, and you have really nice fur. It makes me want to just lay in it all day." In a gentler female voice, the Kyuubi asks, Really why you think so?" "Yes I do. You could be a pillar of strength for all the women of the world. All you would need is a more human appearance and be a little nicer and you might just become a role model similar to Tsunade Senju. Well, I do have a Hanyo form if you would like to see it, but you would have to do something for me." Raising an eyebrow, Naruto asks, "What would that be?" She responds in a haughty manner, as though speaking to someone beneath her, "You need to change this place up a bit and give me messages anytime I ask for them." He then closes his eyes to concentrate on altering his mental landscape. That seems reasonable. I could imagine being in a sewer 24/7 would suck." Gradually, the area becomes brighter, the water is replaced by grass, the walls turn into enormous trees, and the sound of flowing water can be heard as a river and a small waterfall emerge from the earth. The blonde raises a fist in the air and exclaims, "Now tell me, this isn't awesome." The Kyuubi cannot express how stunned he is at what has just transpired. She didn't think the small guy would perform so well on his first attempt. However, she pauses to search for the seal, which she finds on a rock beneath a tree. In a flash of light, the gigantic fox shrinks until a human shape appears, and Naruto witnesses a sight he will never forget. "Thank you, Naruto, and now as promised prepare to be amazed by my beauty." A woman is standing there with orange hair that reaches the middle of her back, followed by 9 orange foxtails, and red fox ears on top of her head. Her narrow jawline, scarlet lipstick, and blood-red eyes with fox slits are still present. Thick thighs that make the world turn. a DD cup boozy, and an hourglass body that turns heads. Naruto is then blasted back to the seal, where he strikes and cracks it. When Kyuubi sees this, she fears the worst since her chakra begins to seep to Naruto a little. However, it stops abruptly when Naruto notices it and fixes the rock by seeing it as it was. The laughing blonde catches a soft object flying towards his head and begins to rub his face in it, but stops as he hears the Kyuubi whimper. Now that could have been bad, ha ha ha. He starts to say, Kyuubi-san I am, but she stops him with a hand. My name is Kasumi. Please keep touching my tails. The blushing blonde says, okay, Jay, just put some clothes on, you're naked. Then, to complete the look, she dons red ankle socks and a red kimono with small red foxes on it. The kimono is open, exposing some cleavage, and only reaches her thighs before stopping to reveal her long legs. She responds, flushed, happy now. Naruto has begun to brush her tails. The redhead blushes a little when the smiling blonde says, this is gonna be a great friendship, Kasumi-chan. Baka. Final flashback, the blonde pats her fox ears and whispers, wake up Kasumi-chan, I have team placements today and I don't want to be late. Naruto-kun, why do you have to strike them with your new storm release jutsu that leveled the forest clearing? She grumbles. With a sweet drop, he says, Kasumi-chan, I did that jutsu and the whole village was in a thunderstorm for the rest of the day and then I had to tell the old man what I did. He smirks, knowing how much she and Anko enjoy that. Look, just become a little fox and I can take you with me when I fly there. She promptly grins up at Naruto, who is also grinning, after changing into the size of an Inuzuka pup. You know, I still find it hard to believe I can fly using wind release, man, she says. We actually flew throughout the hamlet that day, which makes me like those shadow clones. The joyful fox yipped, yay yay, just get dressed and let's go flying. Okay, Jez, sometimes you can be really impatient. He gets up and moves after being smacked overhead the head by the tail. His clone discovered a style called Moonlight Sword Style, which uses flexibility or brute force when necessary but is rarely used because masters of the sword have a bloody life ahead of them. Naruto is seen wearing a tan trench coat similar to the one that Anko got him as a gift for buying her dango, a black t-shirt with the kanji storm over his seal, and a sheath katana on his waist that is hidden by the coat. The sword is around 2 feet long, with a silver blade designed to sever the flesh of adversaries, a black handle, and a guard shaped like a yin-yang symbol. As she climbs on top of his head, she says, okay, I'm ready to go, Kasumi-chan, hop on. She then walks to his window, leaps out, and takes off toward the academy, as the women in the red light district shout out to him and wave and grin at him. When are you going to see us, Naruto-sama? He is asked the same question by a swarm of brothel ladies. I'm telling you, Kasumi-chan, it's like they don't know I'm only 13. Well, you look like a 15-year-old with all the physical training you've been doing for years, and not to mention you always giving the people of this area high-quality goods you steal from the nobles, and stop doing that, you are gonna get in real trouble. He gives them a seductive smirk that reveals his longer fangs, making them all swoon. Fortunately, her fur can conceal her blush because her face was flaming red. Bibaka Ninja, don't ever think about something like that again. He says with a knowing look, ah, I didn't know you cared so much about me, Kasumi-chan. Am I not just a Baka Ninja anymore? The children gaze in wonder at the flying boy and fox as he leaves the red light area, and the glares of hatred return. It's crazy how the people who are considered the outcast of the village treat me better than this, the children say. With a hint of regret and shame, she adds, well, that's because they can kinda understand what you are going through, and you've also helped these people a lot and they respect you for that. Naruto turns and takes off, soaring with Kasumi on his stomach and his back to the ground. Hey, I warned you against thinking that. He rubs her head and says softly, stop blaming yourself, none of this is your fault. Then Kasumi smiles at him, as broadly as a fox's pointed teeth would allow. As she feels better, she exclaims, thank you, Naruto-kun. He gives her a foxy smile and says, now what do you say? We make an epic entrance Anko style. She yips contentedly. The villagers then witness Naruto vanish in a flash after being engulfed in blue lighting. The academy, we can observe a group of children in one classroom smiling and chatting, perhaps anxious or thrilled for the test that is coming up today. The clan heir is at the head of the class, while the civilian kids sit at the bottom. By the window, we can see a black kid with duck-like hair, but he ignores the girls who are staring at him with hearts. This is Sasuke Uchiha, the Leaf's final devoted Uchiha. A boy with red fang marks on his face is visible above him. On Kiba Inuzuka's head is his best pal Akamaru. A boy wearing a green jacket, sunglasses, and a tiny humming sound can be seen next to him. Shino Aburame is his name. A boy with spiky black hair that resembles a ponytail and a lethargic expression is visible to the left of them. Shikamaru Nara is this person. A obese boy with swirls on his face is standing next to him. Shoji Akamichi is his name. A girl with lavender eyes and midnight blue hair may be seen in the top row. It's Hinata Hyuga here. She appears to be searching for someone as she looks around. Although he is unaware of it, the class knows that she has a serious crush on Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto-kun, I hope you're okay. Everyone in that class sits down and covers their ears when they hear a rumbling because they know what is about to happen. Sakura Haruno, a girl with bright pink hair and a large forehead, shouted, "Ha-ino pig, I win first, I get to seat next to my Sasuke-kun." "No, you didn't notice me in front of your forehead, chick." A girl with sky blue pupils and platinum blonde hair says. They rush to seat close to the boy with the duck hair, and then they start fighting over who gets to sit next to him. When it is dark outside and they can see the clouds growing darker, lightning beginning to strike, and thunder booming across the sky, they are compelled to halt. When the Hokage sees what is happening, he can only rub his head and smoke his pipe. The entire village glances up to see what is happening, and the residents of the red light district begin to shout loudly. Everyone in the classroom is staring out the window as they witness a lightning bolt strike their school. Until it hits, every child screams and ducks beneath the desk. Something has fallen inside the classroom after the windows burst. When the children peek beneath the desk to see what's happening, they notice that the guys are staring in wonder and all of the girls are blushing. "Hello, my future allies. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." The majority of the females, including Sakura and Ino, blush when they see Hinata with a bleeding nose and a scarlet face looking in wonder. The boys are envious, and Sasuke and the enraged Kiba are also green with envy. Naruto gives her a charming smile and approaches her closely, making her even redder. "Yes, it is Ino-chan, do you like what you see?" he says, kissing her hand, which makes her faint along with Hinata. "And Naruto, is that you?" asked the hesitant Ino, who was flushed by how attractive Naruto was. However, one girl is not buying it. She rushes at him, intending to strike him, but is startled when he takes her fist, backhands her, and glares at her. "Naruto baka, don't do that again." With a chilly tone accentuated by the snarling fox on his shoulder, he says, "Don't do that again." To everyone's surprise, he then approaches the unconscious Hinata to sit next to her and takes her up, placing her in his lap, which infuriates one mutt. Everyone, including the Junin, is shocked by this display. "What do you think you are doing with my mate?" yelled the irate Kiba, who was charging him but stopped when the blonde gave him a cold look and shot him with a water bullet in the face. "Sit down." He adds some key to make his point. Office of the Hokage. The office was stunned by what had transpired in such a short period of time. A bearded man named Asuma, who resembles a young Hiruzen, said, "Ho Hokage-sama, this is real and not a joke, is it? There is an orange book on the ground and a silver-haired, one-eyed cyclops with a broad eye. Did you notice that, Kakashi?" Asia says in shock. "If my understanding is true, Hokage-sama is descended from Kumo through the storm release bloodline. How does he have that? Since he's seen it during the previous conflict," Kakashi inquired. "Indeed, he unlocked during the scroll incident and has been training with it in the Forest of Death for the past week, but I didn't think he would progress so fast, but he does know the Shadow Clone Jutsu secrets, so I'm guessing that how," stated the elderly Hokage to the surprise of those present. Anko pulls Kurenai into an embrace and exclaims, "Yup, that's my Gaki right, Nai-chan." "Kurenai, Anko, do you know this child?" Asuma asked in disbelief. As Kurenai recalls some of the things Naruto has done to her, she replies, "Yes, we do know him, but I wish I didn't because he's a little pervert." Her face is slightly flushed. "How did you get to know him?" Kakashi inquired in search of information. After arriving at the Forest of Death, he began training his new power and engaging in animal combat. To cut a long story short, I sent a gigantic snake after him, and he killed it with one shot and half. The fact that a genin defeated Anko's snake astounded everyone. "Kurenai, how do you know him?" Because he had a crush on her and seen her red face, he asked Asuma if this Gaki was a danger to his women. She smirks as she concludes, "Well, I ran into him and Anko fighting in the forest and then I beat him black and blue for being a pervert." Her response makes the entire room shiver. All the men get the incorrect notion and develop nosebleeds. She was just upset that he got her all wet. Red-faced, she said, "Shut up Anko or no dango for a month." Anko gives her puppy dog looks and says, "Ah, come on, don't be like that. I'll let you cuddle with him if you want." "I don't want to do that with him, but why?" She blushes at the thought. "I swear you two are perverts." Inquiring further about his sensei's son, Kakashi replied, "Can we just get back to the class?" In the classroom, Iruka enters a completely silent and wide-eyed classroom, where he sees a trembling Kiba and Akamaru. Ino and the other girls blush as they watch Naruto brush the hair of a sleeping Hinata in Naruto's lap, and the girls give the smiling Hinata glares while the boys do the same to Naruto. Everyone looks away when the teacher says, "Oh. K class, let's get to what we all came for, which is your team." Teams 1. Naruto ignores him and keeps petting Kasumi and Hinata, causing the fox to wag its tail. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and an unimportant civilian ninja will make up Team 7. It's Kakashi Hitaki, your sensei. When the civilian ninja tries to sit next to Sakura and Sasuke, Sakura knocks him away. Naruto shakes Hinata up. Team 8 will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Ibarame, and your sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. "En Naruto-kun?" Hinata inquired, gazing bewildered at her seat. "Hey Hinata-chan, how was your sleep?" She shuddered as he whispered in her ear. When she realizes where she is, she leaps to her feet, flushed, and settles back in her chair, massaging her legs and fingers before fainting from a nosebleed. Office of the Hokage. The angry Jonin, who was being restrained by Anko, yelled, "That little pervert, when I get my hands on him I'm gonna wring his neck." Anko teases her, asking, "Now are you just upset he didn't do it to you?" Anko. Class. The prepared to depart Iruka stated, Team 10 will consist of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choju Akamichi, and your sensei will be Asuma Sartobi. Iruka-sensei, what about my team? Asked the whiskered blonde. The Inuzuka yelled, "Ha, dead last, you don't get a team, loser." Naruto kicked him in the face with a drop before anyone could react. "Now the next person who calls me that will get the same thing." Quiet. He returns to his seat and adds, "Iruka-sensei, you can get back to it." Iruka broke out in perspiration. "Yes, your team is," but he is cut off before he can say anything more by a brown blur. Anko Mitrashi is identified as the culprit. "Plushie-kun, I am your sensei, but you better run to our training ground, you have an angry Nai-chan after you." The other sensei entered the room at that same moment. Kurenai is sending tremendous ki, as she mentioned, and Naruto is simply sending there with a sweet smile that makes her fury melt. He approaches Kurenai-chan, takes her hand, and gives it a kiss, saying, "Hello, you look as beautiful as ever I see." She blushes at this and turns her head away to avoid his gaze. He then catches her by the waist and draws her to him, staring into her eyes intently because he is 5'6" and she is 5'5". She blushes even more at this. He bites her earlobe, making her knees a little weak, and says, "Don't be mad at me. I promise I can make it up to you." Kurenai's entire face is scarlet. The men are wide, and Anko pushes them apart, blushing at the spectacle. She goes away after saying, "Let's go to Naruto-kun, we have things to do." However, not before Naruto gives Kurenai a slap on the ass, which causes her to jump and flush even more. The death forest. She gives him a seductive look and says, "Okay Naruto-kun, what you have to do is find me somewhere in this forest and then you pass and I give you a good reward." Naruto gives it back. He grins confidently and says, "Well, Anko-sensei, you can consider this test pass. I'm gonna find you." She vanishes in a cloud of smoke after saying, "Well, if you are so sure, come and get me." He glances at the fox wrapped like a scarf around his neck and says, "Kasumi-chan, you got her smell right." Before his face, she wags her tail. She smirked and said, "I'll get it, but what do I get if I do this?" She smacks him off with her tail. "Oh well, I suppose I could rub that spot that you can't get yourself and apply that oil on your," she interrupts. He can only laugh and shoot in a bolt of lightning after his sexy sensei. "DD don't speak anymore Baka Ninjan," she replies, blushing beneath her fur. In the jungle, somewhere, that Gaki's fast and probably has that fox on my scent trail. As if on cue, lightning strikes, wind blades and water blades emerge from the sky and close in on her and the snake. She replaces herself with a log just in time to avoid being struck by all of that. My god, he can use all three of his elements. Anko is seen riding a giant snake as she flees from her attractive student. What made me consent to this? As if cursed by the gods, Anko thinks to herself, well, as long as he doesn't use his storm release I should be able to win. She witnesses Naruto and 3 clones using hand signals. She is crying anime tears. Naruto yells, "Storm release circuit." Anko, who can see 18 light beams coming at her, dodges, spins, jumps, and dodges, but she still gets hit in the shoulder, left leg, and right arm. Damn, it disrupted my nervous system and now I can't even feel where he hit me. She then turns and launches a volley of shuriken, appearing behind Naruto with a heel drop. "Got you, Anko-sensei." Naruto exclaims, only to be shocked when the Anko turns to mud, not surprised she isn't a special Junin for nothing. Got to be quick before he. Anko was trying to wrap her leg in bandages to help her heal while limping under the shade of trees and shrubs a little distance away when she heard the sound of rushing water. On top of a surging wave, Naruto said, "Found you." Water-style water shockwave. Naruto exclaims, grinning broadly. Her final thoughts before the waves struck her and threw her around till she blacked out were, "Someone help me." "Kasumi-chan, do you think we went too far?" As he approaches the water-soaked Anko, Naruto inquired. "Nah, she did have those snakes almost eat you." Kasumi answered. "Yay, you're right, let's bring her to the hospital so we can get that reward." He smiles. Kasumi says, "You pervert." Hospital wrapped in snakes around his neck, Naruto responded, "Anko-chan, I said I was sorry. Could you please send your snakes away? You aren't even supposed to be moving." With a childlike wave of her hand, the bandaged cover Anko replies, "No, you got me all wet and not the good kind, you even messed up my favorite trench coat with your stupid storm release circuit." All of the snakes suddenly puff away in smoke, and Anko can be seen grinning broadly. "Anko-chan, if you release your snakes, I'll take you out on a date to anywhere you like. You promise, Naruto-kun?" With a thumbs up, he exclaims, "It's a promise of a lifetime." She smiles broadly and says, "Well, when I get out of the hospital tomorrow at 8 p.m., I would like to go somewhere in the red light district where they all worship you, even the Yakuza." He cocked an eyebrow at her and said, "Well, do you have a specific place in mind that you would like to go?" "Well, can you get us into the Raging Fox? It's a new restaurant that just opened up. Speaking of fox, where is that fox you had during the test? She is searching for it." He laughs and replies, "Oh, her name is Kasumi, and she is back at my apartment probably sleeping." The apartment of Naruto, wearing only one of Naruto's large shirts and red socks, Kasumi can be seen moving around the area while singing while holding a makeshift microphone. "He licked me like a lollipop. He licked me like a lollipop. He licked me like a lollipop. Shoddy want a thug. Lil Wayne's music is not mine." Returning to the hospital, he laughed and remarked, "Yeah, she can be really lazy sometimes." He then gets up and gives her a forehead kiss, causing her to blush a little, before heading to the window and taking off. "But don't worry about that, Anko-chan. I'll go set everything up and get some more training, and oh, you also have to go to the Hokage meeting later, so remember that." Given her circumstances, Anko can only sigh. After blushing, she recalls the Hokage encounter and says, "Man, I really think I am starting to fall in love with Plushie-kun." She sobs anime tears as she exclaims, "I am going to lose so much face at that place when I tell them how he beat me." Konoha's streets. After his flight, Naruto lands and begins to stroll to the red light district, where he receives the typical hateful looks from the older folks. Some ninjas offer him respectful nods, and the children continue to gaze at him in wonder at his ability to fly, while the girls treat him like a piece of meat. 5 children come to retrieve a ball that bounces in front of his way. He says politely, "Hello kids, did you lose this?" The children all have stars in their eyes when they see him. A girl with brown hair approaches him and inquires. She gives him puppy dog eyes and trembling lips as she adds, "Hey, you're the guy who can fly. Can you take us flying, please?" He then lowers his head in surrender, saying, "Oh man, even the kids know this jutsu must look away, but I can't." He tells them, "All right, but you have to ask your parents first." They dash to ask their parents. The parents glare at Naruto but choose to allow it for the benefit of their children. "Ka-chan, can we go flying with that guy Pwac?" They ask. "All right," Naruto says, rolling his eyes at their feeble key. "But nothing better happens to our kids or you are going to get it." He smiles and says, "I am a professional. Nothing will happen to your kids." The children swarm around him, beaming. "Shadow clone jutsu," declared the blonde. After 4 shadow clones show up and lift the children onto his back, he takes off into the sky, leaving only the sound of the children giggling. As a result, everyone views the blonde differently and believes they may have been mistaken. As the sun sets, Naruto is spotted in the red light district making reservations for himself and Anko at the Raging Fox. One of the waiters bowed with the others and said, "En Naruto-sama, what can we do for you here?" He smiled at the respect he receives from the public and said, I would like a reservation tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for me and Anko Mitarashi. Will that be okay? Oh, of course, Naruto-sama will be all you need today. He answers, yes it is. And turns to leave. He then notices two individuals wearing green spandex with bowl haircuts and bushy eyebrows and says, okay, time to get some training done. With nothing else to do, he ran up next them and said, well, these guys look like they need another partner. The older one says, hello our youthful friend, how can we help you today? While they are all still jogging, the younger one asks, do you wish to bask in the springtime of youth with us? Naruto questioned, perplexed, what is youth and springtime? And was shocked when they both paused and gave him a horrified expression. In the event of an emergency, we must assist our buddy in appreciating the pleasures of youth. With passion in his eyes, the now named Lee responds, yes Guy-sensei. You train to improve yourself in any manner you can during the springtime of youth. With blood, sweat, and tears, you work hard to achieve any goal. As Lee writes everything down in a notepad, Might Guy explains, it's about drive, it's about power, put in the work and put in the hours. Naruto then looks in comprehension. All right, may I accompany you on your youth training? I want to experience the fire today. The two exchange astonished looks before they become excited and burst into young tears. Of course you can. Both of them yell. My young acquaintance, what is your name? Guy gave a thumbs up and flashed his teeth as he asked. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Let's get started, Naruto-kun. We'll run 100 laps around the town, complete 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups, climb the Hokage statue with rocks on our backs, and then engage in a full-on spar. At every workout, Naruto's color fades a bit, but it is quickly replaced by a smile as he receives what he desires. Tower of Hokage. In order to begin the meeting, all of the Jonin sensei are in the Hokage office awaiting one more Jonin. They frequently watched Guy, Lee, and Naruto run laps about the town while they waited, and to everyone's surprise, he was keeping up with them. That is an accomplishment in and of itself because everyone is aware of how strong those two are. He was even spotted flying with children. With the exception of the somewhat recovered Anko and the healthy Kurenai, Asuma exclaimed slack-jawedly, Hokage-sama, what is that boy made of? He's not only working out with those two, but he's flying kids around on his back. I can't even do that with my wind manipulation yeet. Sorry I was late, Hokage-sama. I saw kids flying in the sky and stayed inside because I thought the world was ending. The man with one eye replied. Only to be startled when the elderly Kage gave him a powerful key shot that knocked him to one knee and unnerved the others. Listen here Kakashi, I let your lateness slide for too long now. You are a grown man, you need to grow up and get your shit together. When I call you I want to hear, not whenever you feel like it. Do you understand me? According to the kneeling Jonin, yes Hokage-sama. The leader of teams 1 to 6 failed, and the key disappeared. Okay everyone, we are here to see who passed and who didn't. The statement, Kakashi leader of team 7, pass, shocks everyone. The ancient Kage responded in a commanding tone, explain. Anko and Kurenai snored at the statement, well Sasuke Uchiha is worthy of his title Rookie of the Year. Anyways, he shot a fireball at me as a cover for Sakura Haruno and the civilian ninja to flank me with weapons and try to snock the bells, but it didn't work and I tied them up, but because they worked together I passed them. The Hokage looked at Kurenai and said, okay, that is good. Next team 8. I gave my team a tracking test by telling them to find me. They worked together with Shino's bugs and Kiba's senses along with Hinata's bloodline to find me. After looking at his son for his report, the Hokage said, okay, we have a future tracker team, next team 10. For my team I just told them they had to keep me still and they used perfect teamwork to keep me still for the 5 seconds. As to be expected, those kids are basically siblings. The Hokage, who was already thinking about something, said, now Anko, could you please tell me how you ended up in a hospital and are so injured? She looked down and muttered, blushing, well you see I kind of. Kurenai, who was happy to be able to make fun of her buddy for once, said, Anko, can you speak up? We didn't catch that last part. The blushing Anko said she couldn't believe what was happening to her because of that gaki. I said I got beat up there, are happy now. Kakashi asked, his eyes wide, Anko, are you telling me your student sent you to the hospital? You guys didn't see him, he found me and started to shoot wind blades along with water blades at me. Then when I thought I could get away he used a jutsu called Storm Release Circuit on me and 18 beams came from the 3 shadow clones and I was hit in the leg, arm, and shoulder. Anko was trying to keep his face. But that's not all, He attempted to fry me on the spot after making arms of lightning emerge from his back as I attempted to strike him from his blind spot. This child is incredible. Asuma, who was a touch envious of the child, said, I understand why you put him on a solo team. Nobody could keep up with him. The solemn Kakashi said, yeah, I just hope he doesn't end up like another Itachi or we will have to put him down. The Jonin who still despises Naruto nodded in agreement, while those who like him glared at the other residents. Kurenai, the Hokage, and Enko sent ki to everyone, making them silent. Kakashi, pay attention to what you say. The enraged Hokage said, I'll let you know that despite everything that has happened to him, he is still willing to remain loyal to the village that does not deserve him. The Jonin lowers his head in embarrassment and says, sorry. The Kage turned to face Anko and said, now that she's gone, would you like to share what happened? Yes, he knocked me out using water-style water shockwave and it was like a massive wave the size of fully grown trees and he hit me with it and I was tossed around in the water and passed out. Wow, I should give him the water exercise of the second Hokage so he can push his water manipulation even further. Hiruzen was thinking to himself. Alright, this meeting is over. Go home. The Hokage brushed everyone off, saying, Anko, you need to get some rest. Outside, the Jonin split up, but some, including Anko, Kurenai, Kakashi, and Asuma, remain together and appear to want to ask inquiries. How may I be of assistance to you? With a concerned expression on her face, Asuma queried Kurenai. Kurenai was surprised when he said, well, I wanted to know if you want to go out on a date tomorrow. She had feelings for him as well, but they were fading because she had noticed that he occasionally looked at her differently than Naruto did, which was with love and play. She flushed at that. Asuma is shocked when she shakes her head no, even though she would have said yes. Kurenai gave him a feeble smile and said, sorry, Asuma. I don't want to go on a date with you. I don't see you that way. Anko gave him a small fist pump. His body then flickers away, leaving only Kakashi reading his orange book and the two women who are annoyed by this. Oh, okay, maybe some other time. Anko gave him a fierce gaze and questioned, and what do you want? Being that way is no longer necessary. I would appreciate it if you could tell me more about your student, he says, grinning at her. Anko and Kurenai became a little wary of the man and added, and why would I give up information on him like that? Well, information is key to a ninja and if you want to know more about him you are gonna have to ask him yourself because I will not be telling you. She sounds almost belligerent. All he murmured before vanishing in a cloud of smoke was, fine. She leaps into the astonished Kurenai's arms and declares, well, now that he is gone, Nai-chan, I am going on a date with Naruto-kun. Kurenai asked, her eyes wide, what a date when? Tomorrow, it's gonna be perfect because it's gonna be in the red light district and that place loves him. In an attempt to hide her sadness from Anko, she responds, oh, I see. I hope you have fun. As Anko pulls her back, Kurenai blushes at her words. Look, Kurenai, just stop fighting it and admit that you like him and then you can also go on a date with him. I don't mind sharing with you. Really, you would do that for me? Kurenai, who was flushed, said. Kurenai turned to find her Naruto-kun when Anko remarked, of course I would write Naruto-kun. Instead, she heard the laughing Anko on the ground, clutching her stomach, laughing at her. Kurenai uses hand signals to say, oh, so you think this is funny? Well, I got something for you. This causes Anko to flee, with Kurenai pursuing her. The following morning every lady he passes is staring at Naruto's sweat-drenched body as he runs morning laps around the village in black ninja sandals and black anbu pants without a shirt. His teacher, Anko, is running behind him. They look alike, but she is wearing a black sports bar, which makes her chest bounce as she runs. She smirks at him as he challenges her, saying, okay Anko-sensei, we have 50 more laps and that 100 think you can keep up. I am going to be moving at Jonin speeds now. As she races off at Jonin speeds, she exclaims, Naruto-kun, I was doing this before you were even walking. The question is, can you keep up with me? Those who are unable to keep up with her are passed by a golden blur that sounds like it is laughing. She exclaimed, get back here Gaki, before accelerating. They're tied, but other people have joined them, such as Might Guy, who has a well-known smile, and his impersonator, Rock Lee, who also has the same smile. Hi, my youthful comrades. Let's bath in the youth spring, he says loudly. Naruto and Anko smirk at the challenge and then pass the two as the green pair pulls ahead of them. Naruto says, the loser needs to do 50 more laps, and then he bursts out laughing. Lee said, Naruto-kun, my eternal rival, I shall not lose. The green pair's eyes light up, and they run after them. Way to go Lee, let's go. The only people who can see the ninja rushing through the hamlet are the Jonin. Looking back at the panting Anko, the sweet-covered Naruto murmured, "Don't worry about me, just keep going. It's the last lap, Anko-sensei. Hold on and we got this victory," she added, hardly managing to stay up with her pupil. He picks her up, places her over his shoulder, and smacks her head, saying, "No, we finish this together." She tells him, "At least warn me next time, you ass." The blonde chuckled at this. She blushes as he smacks her ass and says, "And you have a nice ass. Just run, you perv." Rock Lee is picked up by a man at the back who can no longer keep up. The two runners are neck and neck and can see the finish line with a small crowd supporting them. "Lee, Naruto-kun is right, we finish together," he adds, accelerating and now standing directly beside Naruto. Time slows down as the two are ready to cross the line, and they are neck and neck. They both cross the line and collapse, gasping for air, and they sit up to look at the other ninja and ask who won. With a senbon in his lips, one Genma declared, "It was a tie." The beaming blonde remarked, "Good race, Guy-sensei. We truly bathed in the springtime of youth this morning." "Yes, Naruto-kun, a rematch is planned." With Anko still on his shoulder, Naruto then gets up and walks off to Anko's house, where she fainted out from exhaustion. "Okay, goodbye guys, I'll see you around." He waves his hand. Later on in the day, one of Anko's best friends, Yuago Izuki, said, "Okay, Anko, don't worry. It's just you and Naruto-kun going out on a date. You two hang out all the time." "Yay. I can always see you two having a good time around the village," another of Anko's best friends, Hana Inuzuka, answered. "You look fine, Anko, that dress suits you perfectly," said Kurenai. With her hair down to her shoulders and hanging over her boozies, which are visible due to the slit in the chest area, Anko is seen wearing a purple dress that falls down to her ankles and features a high split on her left leg, allowing her legs to move and show. The dress is held up by two straps that rest on her shoulders. She is interrupted by a knock on her door, and the girls all fall silent as they push Anko to open it. When she does, they all see Naruto wearing a white button-up shirt, an orange tie, black slacks, and black dress shoes that Kasumi had chosen for him. All the females blushed as he said, "Wow, Anko-chan, you look beautiful. I think I can die in peace now." He smiled warmly at her. "Thank you, and Naruto-kun. You also look very good." She blushes more as he takes her hand and kisses it. "Shall we go home?" Kurenai yells at him, "I want her back by 10, mister, and keep your hands to yourself." He is disregarded, though, when Naruto places his hands on Anko's butt, making the females laugh at the red-faced Kurenai. "I swear I'm gonna kill him one day." Hana blushed slightly and said, "Well, do it after I can get a shot at him." Startled, the two girls turned their heads toward her. Yugo questioned, "Hana-chan, would you really date him?" "Yes, I can just sense it coming off him. He is alpha male and there is no doubt about it, and not like my stupid brother who thinks he is just an alpha and everyone should submit to him." She expresses herself somewhat passionately. The two draw attention when they stroll down the street, and they can't help but smile at the shocked looks on everyone's faces. When they arrive at the restaurant, they are sent to the roof, where they are alone themselves. There, they talk and learn a little bit more about one another, laughing and smiling the entire time and blushing from the taunting they had done to one another. Holding her hand, he walks up to her house in the Forest of Death and says, "Well, Anko-chan, this has been a great night and I hope we can do this some other time." Anko rests her head on Naruto's shoulder and enjoys being right close to him. "Yes, Naruto-kun, I've had a really good time tonight, but you should take Kurenai-chan. She would also like one, but she won't say it." They both laugh when they say, "We are here and just in time before anything bad could have happened to me." Naruto pulls Anko closer to him while grabbing her by the waist, causing her to gasp. He then uses this to show who is in control by pushing his tongue in her mouth and moving his hands to the slit in her dress to give her nice thighs slow rubs. The two simply gaze at each other lovingly before slowly drawing closer until their lips meet for a kiss. Three girls with severe nosebleeds are on the floor when the two are disturbed by a thump. Before turning around and vanishing in a water body flicker, he gives her one final kiss and says, "Well, good night, Anko-chan." With a joyful sigh, Anko turns around and runs to her bedroom, wearing a silly smile. When Naruto returns home, he finds a tuft of orange hair in his bed, sleeping soundly. He climbs into bed with her, stripping down to just a tank top and boxers, and she rolls over on top of him while muttering Naruto-kun. She smiles while she sleeps when he kisses her forehead. He smiles as he goes to sleep after saying, "Good night, Kasumi-chan." After 2 months have passed since Naruto and Anko were assigned to a team. She had never been happier in her life. Speaking of Anko, her relationship with Naruto had been going great, and not even the villagers who would constantly make fun of her could bring her down. They would practice. She had become somewhat stronger as a result, but she was still unable to defeat Asuma, a former fire daimyo guard. When Naruto went to beg the Hokage for water scrolls, he seemed to get more stronger, and the deals he obtained as a result were incredible. Rewind as the Hokage behind the desk completes paperwork. Naruto says, "Hey old man, I need you to help me with something." The old man arched an eyebrow at the blonde in the trench coat and asked, "What would you need my help with, Naruto-kun?" "I wanted to know if you have any water exercise I could do so I can become better at water jutsu." The Hokage smirked in amusement and answered, "Well, I do, but why would I give it to you who is only a genin?" Naruto then stalks around the room, examining the elderly guy until he approaches the photo of Tobirama and looks at it for a moment. "Oh, so that's how we are gonna play it. If I were a Hokage, I would like to be like the second, but more fierce," he says with a smile. "You know, old man, I truly love the second, he is my favorite Hokage. He has done so much, he set the village on a good track following the death of the first. Hey, let me have the water scrolls he has. I'd also like to have armor like his. It looks amazing on me and I think it's pretty badass." "Well, I do, but what can I get out of this deal if I hand it over?" As soon as he said, "Well, I can give you the secret to beating paperwork," the ancient Hokage knelt down and begged him to tell him. The man fiercely shakes Naruto and says, "Naruto-kun, please tell me and I will give you anything." Okay, I would like all his scrolls and armor to be made just like his, but take the fur off the collar." The Hokage hurriedly answered, "Deal. Now, tell me how to defeat it." The blonde told the wide-eyed Hokage, "Okay, shadow clones." Unexpectedly, Hiruzen approaches the second picture, moves it, and spills blood onto the safe behind it before extracting everything, sealing it in a larger scroll, and giving it to a grinning Naruto. "As soon as I can, I'll get your armor ready. Leave me now, I have a paper to finish." Over the flashback he asked his sensei, who laughed at what he dubbed the cat Anbu, "What do you think the old man needs us for if he sent Kitty-chan after us?" "I don't know, but I was gonna give us a C-rank mission today anyways, so let's see what he wants." He picks her up and takes off for the Hokage office, saying, "That's great, let's go." Office of the Hokage. In front of the solemn-faced Hokage, they emerge in a pillar of water. Anko declares, "Team 11 ready for action. I have a mission for you guys. It is an A-ranked mission to help back up Team 7 who have requested backup in Wave. They ran into Zabuza and the Demon Brothers, but those two have been dealt with by the Genin team. But they say Zabuza has another ninja with him and I want you guys to go and help him," he says with an authoritative voice. "Yes, Lord Old Man. Yes, Hokage-sama." At Naruto, the elderly man can't help but shake his head. "Your special order has been completed, Naruto-kun, and it is prepared for battle." He grinned at the blonde who was tossing a scroll containing it. He smiles at the blue battle armor, which resembles the second Hokage's, and unseals it, saying, "Okay, I can test it out on this mission as well." As he looks up at the ceiling, a purple-haired Anbu drops from it and approaches him. "Thank you, old man. We're going to leave right away, but first, Kitty-chan, could I get a good luck hug?" he asks. She walks into his open arms and says, "I told you to stop calling me that. I am a grown woman, not some kitten." Over the course of the 2 months, the two had become close and frequently engaged in sword duels. She was taken aback by his skill and immediately wanted to try it out, but she was never able to defeat him. He transferred his hands to her ass and took a handful, saying, "Ah, don't be like that kitten. You know you're going to miss me." She made the sound, eep. Without the mask, everyone would have seen how flushed she was. She then took out her blade and attempted to slit him, but he grabbed Anko and vanished as everyone chuckled. The Konoha gates checking her pack, she responded, "All right, Naruto-kun, you have everything." In his blue armor, Naruto stated, "Yup, me and Kasumi-chan are ready to take on this mission." Kasumi was wearing a fur collar around his shoulder. "All right, let us go." A paw struck the top of his head as she yelled and leapt into the forest. "Let's go already, she is going to leave us behind." He then jumps beside her through the trees at Jonin speeds, saying, "Okay geez, you're so bossy." On their way to support Team 7, who had asked for quick backup, Naruto and Anko were seen leaping through the trees. They had been moving at a good clip to the bridge builder's home, Tazuna. Anko addresses her student, who is a little behind her and has a fox around his neck, saying, "If we keep this pace we can be at the house by the end of the day, Naruto-kun." He looks around and says, "Okay, Anko-sensei, I just hope we don't run into any trouble." As if Kami heard him, one ninja leaps in front of the two. Anko gives Naruto a small glare and massages the back of his head, saying, "Way to go Naruto-kun, you just had to open your mouth." Aoi Rokusho, the missing ninja wearing a crossed-out headband with the leaf emblem, said, "Well, look what we have here. Two tree huggers a little too far away from home." Rokusho was carrying a treasure of the leaf and the fabled Raijin no Ken, which was produced by the second Hokage. He chuckles at the Anko, who is upset at his teasing but not as upset as one Naruto Uzumaki, saying, "Anko, is that you? They let the snake whore out of her cage, haha." She pulls out a kunai and shouts, "Shut up you traitor, what are you even doing here? Don't tell me you were working with Zabuza." "Yes, he advised me to hide my whereabouts in case they called back up. He was absolutely correct. I simply didn't anticipate that they would send a snack after us." He gives her a lustful look that makes her uncomfortable, and his laughter stops when he is hit with so much ki that he can hardly stand or breathe. "Why don't you join me and you can be just like your master and maybe even please me, your master?" he asks. Pulling his moonlight sword from its sheath, he declares, "I think I've heard enough come out of that mouth of yours. I think I will shut it forever. It has been decided, you are gonna be the first to die by my blade." Aoi draws the Raijin in an attempt to defend himself, but he is still trembling. He charges at the blonde and yells, "You can't beat me, I am invincible with the Raijin on my side." With a chilly tone, Naruto says, "Die." He then swings his sword down, slicing Aoi in two and destroying a quarter-mile of forest in the process, leaving Anko speechless. Naruto approaches Anko, draws her to him, and gives her a passionate, love-filled kiss that causes her lower region to heat up. Naruto goes and picks up the Raijin no Ken that is lying next to a wide-eyed Aoi who died with terror in his eyes, and then he throws up on his body after killing his enemy so brutally. "Nobody will touch you, you're mine," he says in her ear, making her shiver at how possessive he is over her. "Oh okay and Naruto-kun," she says, still shaken up by what just happened. "Why am I behaving this way?" His voice is shaky as he replies, "He is not my first kill." She ends with a small laugh, saying, "So cheer up, this is something you're gonna have to get used to. It's because when you killed Mizuki you really didn't have time to focus on what you did because there was so much going on you didn't even leave the ashes of that other guy." She kisses his cheek. The orange fox nuzzles his cheek and gives it a little lick on his shoulder before saying, "Yes Naruto-kun, don't worry, we will be here to help you." When she comprehended that the fox had just spoken, she froze. Yay, what that fox just said. She gives him a kind grin and adds, "Naruto-kun, I know this fox just talked. Do you want to tell me about that?" With a nervous giggle, he replies, "Oh Anko-chan, did I not tell you this is Kasumi-chan the Kyuubi?" He then blocks as she gets in his face, still grinning. "You mean to tell me that you have been doing training and walking around with the fox that attacked the village 13 years ago just sitting on your shoulder?" "Yes." Bonk, she yells in his face, "You idiot, why the hell didn't you tell me and how do you know she can be trusted?" Anko-chan, can you let me explain? The attack was not her fault, she was under a genjutsu so none of that was her fault. She is a really nice person although she can be a little bossy at times. The vixen says rather dejectedly, "Yes he is right, I was not myself for lack of better terms that night, I am sorry." She pumps a fist in the air and smiles, saying, "Wait, the Kyuubi is a woman. Hot take that you sexist pigs. But don't worry about the whole attacking the village thing, if you were being controlled then don't worry about it, was not your fault." "Thank you Anko-chan. I will show you what I really look like when we get back to the bridge builder house." The fox beams with delight. With lights in her eyes, Anko said, "Whoa, you have a human form?" The fox hides in Naruto's armor to avoid shame. "Yes she does, and let me be the first to say she is just beautiful, she took my breath away." "Okay, we wasted enough time taking that guy's head and we can get his bounty and sword for a bunch of money." After finishing that, the three of them leap back into the forest to reach their destination before anything else might prevent them from doing so. The home of Tazuna outside, Sasuke and Sakura are seen standing over the makeshift grave they made for their teammate who died during the group's early run with Zabuza. It turns out that he was unable to avoid the cleave sword Zabuza threw at them. Sasuke did not appear to be particularly affected by the death, but Sakura was distraught when he passed away. In a spare room upstairs in the house, their sensei was recuperating. "Come on Sakura, we have to go, we cannot be out here forever." She asks, "But Sasuke-kun, don't you feel sad about our teammate?" as she sheds a few tears. "No I don't, This is what happens when you are weak, so you better step it up or you could end up just like him. He responds with indifference. With optimism, she asked, would you be sad if I died, Sasuke-kun? No, he replies as he leaves, leaving the girl with the pink hair to weep by herself. Since they had already lost a fellow ninja and Sakura was beginning to process everything she has accomplished since becoming a ninja, she secretly follows him back to the home so they can greet the team that comes to support them. They both know they could need any assistance on this mission. A tiny drop of blood falls from her nose at the things she imagines the two will do, and inner Sakura shakes her head. Maybe Sasuke-kun was right and I need to start training seriously now and then. Maybe Sasuke-kun will fall in love with me and we can help rebuild his clan. Sakura interrupts, screaming and shaking her head to get her to stop talking. Why don't you just leave that asshole alone and focus on Naruto-kun? Did you see how handsome he has gotten these past 2 months? I could just... No, I don't see him like that, although I will admit he has gotten really handsome over these past 2 months, but you've seen how he has been holding hands with that purple-haired woman. He does not want to be with us anymore. Yeah, you're correct, but you can at least be friends with him and perhaps he can assist us with our training so that we can succeed. She smiles a little and says, yes, I will be nicer to him and apologize for all the things I did. Sasuke looks at her strangely because of all the faces she was making, but he simply blows it off and resumes thinking about how he can be trained by Kakashi-sensei. After an hour, it seems like we have been jogging for ages at last. The orange-tailed fox exaggerates by flailing her front paws, saying, I am so tired. What's the matter with your complaints? With a drop of perspiration on his head, he remarks, you did nothing at all. You were just on my shoulder the entire time. However, I still had to put up with you constantly hopping from one tree to another. Why didn't you just fly us here instead of doing that? She looked at him curiously. He rubbed the back of his head and muttered, well, it kinda slipped my mind, I didn't think of it. Anko and Kasumi then struck him. Naruto-kun, sometimes you can be as smart as a Nara and then sometimes be dumber than a sack of rocks, according to the snake mistress. Anko opened her arms for the fox to leap into and added, come on Kasumi-chan, let's leave him here. With tears streaming from his eyes, he laments, wait Kasumi-chan, how could you leave me out to dry like this? Get up and let's just get the objective done by regrouping with these idiots. She claims to be pulling him along with one of her tails. Anko knocks on the door a few times and says, knock knock. Sweating at her immature behavior, Naruto asked, why do you say knock knock while hitting the door? Because it's fun, was Anko's succinct response. From the other side of the door, a woman's voice said, coming. Footsteps could be heard shuffling toward the door. A woman with long black hair, a dark blue tent, and black eyes peered out of the door as it creaked open a little. Attempting to calm her anxiety from the two people and one fox perched atop the purple-haired lady's head, she smiles kindly and says, hello, how may I help you? A paw slap on her skull reminds her of the orange fox on her head. We are Team 11 and we are the backup for Team 7. My name is Anko Mitarashi and this is my student Naruto Uzumaki. She bites her ear to express her disapproval of the remark. Oh yeah, this is Kasumi-chan, our team mascot. As the fox and human butt heads and snots with one another, Tsunami can't help but perspire. Okay, thank you for coming to help assist us. It seems they already lost a teammate on the way over here and it seems it has affected the pink-haired girl named Sakura very much. They all give her a startled look. He clenches his fist and takes Anko's hand, saying, wow, I didn't think we would already start losing classmates so fast. Anko can't help but grin and mentally thank Kami for being a nice boyfriend after hearing this. I'll never let anything happen to her on my watch. Naruto uses their mind link to call the vixen, Kasumi-chan. Yes, Naruto-kun? The vixen asked inquiringly. This surprises her because he has never asked for her power since she was sealed in him. Is it okay if we practice how to use some of your chakra? He said. Okay Naruto-kun, but you really don't need my power, you are already able to beat every ninja in the village. You might only struggle with the old Hokage because of all the years of experience he has over you. He gives her a smile that causes her to blush and turn her head, which makes him laugh. Thank you, Kasumi-chan. You are the best. Speaking to Tsunami, Anko said, may we come in now to talk to the others? Oh, I apologize. Please enter. She smiles warmly and says, I was just about to start dinner. He rubs his stomach as he enters the house and remarks, oh, you were about to cook, that is great. I was getting really hungry as well with all the running we did to get here. Well great, but before that can one of you accompany me to the market? I would like some help. Don't worry about Tsunami-san. I would love to go to the market with such a beautiful woman. The mother smiles at this, and Enko winks at him. The mother blushes when the attractive blonde says, "OOT, thank you for the compliment." One duck-butt Avenger said, "What are you doing here dead last? We don't need help from you." Seeing the pathetic Uchiha, Naruto rolls his eyes and says, "Clearly you don't remember what I said last time someone called me." Without saying much more, Naruto kicks him in the face, leaving a foot imprint on them. Naruto baka. However, she pauses upon recalling her previous statement, and instead approaches him, delivering a feeble blow to his blue armor that hardly makes an impression. Confused, he says, ouch." She looks at him sorrowfully and adds, "We can talk later. I want to ask you something." Tsunami flushes once more and attempts to cover her face with her hands. "Okay, just wake up your stupid sensei and tell him we made it while I go with the lovely mother over here." "Father, I am leaving for the market with one of the ninjas." A voice came from the backyard, saying, "Okay, be safe and get some for alcohol." A little child wearing a bucket hat smiles at her and says, "Bye mom, be safe." After giving Naruto a quick glance, he snorts and flees. She gives Naruto a dejected expression and adds, "Sorry about my son, he's just having a tough time right now. Let's go get what you need, Tsunami, and then we can eat some food, don't worry." Together, Anko and the fox waved, "Bye Naruto-kun, be safe." The streets wave looking around at everyone on the street in the worst possible state. Naruto said Tsunami, "Wow, how long has this been going on now?" It brought back memories of his childhood. She was a little upset that her country was suffering because of some fool, saying, "It's been like this for a little over 2 years now and it's only getting worse thanks to that damn Gato." "Tsunami, someone just stole my wallet," Naruto said, hearing a tap against his back pocket and seeing what appeared to be a young girl fleeing into an alley with his wallet. "I'll make sure you're okay by leaving a clone with you. I'll be back." He follows her into the alley, but stops when he sees that the black-haired girl is giving his money to children her own age and telling them to go buy food. She then ran further down and threw his wallet in the trash and went into what appears to be a box under some rubble. "Oh okay Naruto, just don't hurt the children." Naruto can't help but smile at her and think, "Oh yeah, she has a spark in her." However, he is also a little sad that a girl only 9 years old has to fight, indicating that this is not the first time someone has found her. The girl is short and little, with light skin and purple eyes. Her hair is black, with several strands reaching to the bottom of her neck and one bang that runs down the middle of her face to her chin. It is black. He gets down on one knee and looks directly at the young girl, saying, "Hello there, you remember me, you just robbed me and gave all my money away." Naruto smiles even more at her attitude, saying, "Yes, I do, and it was for a good cause. Man, I said the same thing when I stole that food and gave it to Panda-chan at the orphanage. I hope she's doing okay." He laughs at her before sitting down, much to her surprise. He gives her a dejected look and adds, "I am not going to do anything to you. Okay, I did the same thing when I was your age." This causes her to somewhat lower her defense. "What are you discussing?" She looks at him and asks, "Are you telling me that you used to live on the streets too?" "I'm 9 years old." "Yup. But you have on a leaf headband. You must have had a good life in your nice comfortable village that is said to be the strongest." She looks him in the eyes. He nods his head. "That's just what they say when people visit and only go to the rich part of the village, and they talk about how the will of fire and mighty heroes fought to make the village what it is now. Truth is that fire is slowly dying down and being corrupted, but that's why I am here to make the village what it used to be when everyone was happy and no one suffered." "Why are you stating this to me?" She sat down in front of him and asked. "I started stealing and donating what I had to others in need because, like you, I had to battle for my life at one point." She looks down at his words because they are true, even though she only received hollow promises in exchange. But I don't do it just to get a thank you. These people need this and I am just simply helping them." He waves to her. "You know what your name is, young girl?" His question was accompanied by a kind grin that reassured her. She proudly sticks out her chest a little and exclaims, "Rukia." Rukia pouts when Naruto laughs at her, but then he laughs back, and she begins to laugh with him. It might appear that a father and daughter are enjoying themselves if someone were to witness this sight. He smiles at her and she reciprocates, saying, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Give her a fatherly grin that puts her at ease once more. "Well Rukia-chan, would you come with me and let me help you for a change?" Not wanting this to be a ruse, she reluctantly takes his hand and says, "Why yes." To be taken aback when he grabs her by the neck and grips her legs while she puts her hand in his hair. She asks him from the top of his head, Hey, what do you think you're doing? The black-haired girl is taken aback when she hears, I am going to take you shopping Rukia-chan, we can't have you in those rags forever now can we? She seems a little depressed in the end, saying, but I thought I gave all your money away. To her surprise, he opens the seal and says, I have extra money in a seal I keep on my thumb. How did you do it, Naruto? What are seals? Seals are an art that ninjas use to do battle, or in my case seal things away. You can do a whole bunch of things with seals. Whoa, do you know how to use seals? Her tone was one of inquiry. Am I any good? I'll have you know I am a seal master of the highest caliber. Cool, do you think you can teach me seals? She says a little shyly. She looks down when Naruto says, of course I can teach you seals. Do you have good handwriting? With a smile. No, I do not know how to write. I can only read. He smiles warmly and says, don't worry, I'll teach you everything. Now what kind of clothes would you like to wear, Rukia-chan? I would like a kimono. I've always wanted one of those. Well then let's go get you one. He then begins to search Wave's streets for any shops that might have the item he needs to get Rukia, while also distributing some of his meals to Wave residents in need. When they finally locate a store, they enter to discover how dilapidated it is. She nods and then rushes out to look at the clothing. Okay Rukia-chan, go find something you want and I'll tell you what looks good. The middle-aged storekeeper speaks softly to Naruto. The man clenches his fist at what he says, you know sir, I think it's really nice what you are doing for that young girl. She is always stealing from Gato's men and giving people of Wave the food and money and barely taking enough for herself. When she isn't lucky they would beat her up, but she would always try to fight back, but as a little girl she wasn't able to do much. His eyes briefly turn from ocean blue to blood crimson as he thinks, I'll be damned if I let one of those bastards lay a finger on her. She is dressed in a purple kimono with white snowflakes on it. Hey Naruto, what do you think of this one? Does it look good on me? She asks. She wears white slip-on sandals and a navy blue obi that encircles her waist. She gives him a bright smile that makes his eyes a little moist, but he wipes it off before everyone notices when Naruto tells her, it looks beautiful you little snow princess. The man bows his head and thanks him as he approaches the cashier and gives him a little extra. He scoops her up and places her on his shoulder once more before saying, okay Rukia-chan, let's get you something to eat. What will we eat, Naruto? Well, I am staying here for a mission and this nice lady named Tsunami will be making food for us. A quest? She queries him. He says, oblivious to her little scowl at his final remark, yup. The leader of my village gave my team a mission to come out here and I will go back home when it's done. Hey, you want to help me catch some more food for Tsunami? I can show you a cool trick. She smiles once more and responds, yeah, I do. She is shocked as Naruto leaps on top of the roof and begins to jump from roof to roof, exclaiming, Naruto, this is really bumpy. She then flies up and down on Naruto's shoulder. He smiles foxily and says, okay, how about I fly then? You can't fly, that's impossible. She screams in surprise as Naruto lifts off in the air. The home of Tazuna Tsunami announced her return by saying, hello everyone, I am back. Coming crashing out of the kitchen, the elderly drunk exclaims, finally, will you get started on dinner now? I'm hungry. Hey, where is Naruto? Said Kakashi, the copycat ninja. Oh, someone stole his wallet and he went after her, leaving a clone with me that just poofed in smoke. Well, I hope he gets there quickly. Anko remarks anxiously, it's getting dark outside. Your little boyfriend can take care of himself now, ma'am. In an attempt to mock Anko, Kakashi remarked, he is a big boy. But he had to avoid a snake that was flying at him. When they heard screaming and laughter coming from outside, everyone stopped and went outside, including Imo Inari. However, the family and Team 7 were shocked to see Naruto flying, performing tricks, and laughing at the girl on his back before he flies to the ground to let them inside. She suddenly falls face first, saying, Naruto why would you do that if you were flying too fast? She then gets up and tries to smash out the laughing blonde's lights. Naruto-kun. They stop having fun when they hear the shout of a running Anko and a fox approaching. He receives a kiss from Anko and a lick from the fox as he says, hello Anko-chan, Kasumi-chan everyone, okay. She makes a disgusted look at what they were doing and adds, ew, she just put her lips on your Naruto. He smiles and tells her, it's called a kiss. You do it to people you love. The others are merely confusedly observing them. A Pinkett remarked, you guys did see him flying around right? At that, everyone nods. To show their empathy for the two girls' sorrow, Sasuke and Inari leave. Because of all the fish Naruto captured, we can later find everyone at the dinner table finishing the meal of cooked fish and rice. With Kasumi on his head once more and Rukia in his lap, Naruto sat at the end of the table. On his left, Anko is staring at him, while Rukia is blushing as he considers what a fine father Naruto would be. At the other end of the table, Inari is frowning at Naruto as he is grinning slightly. On the other side of him, Tsunami is looking at her son. On the opposite side of the table is Team 7. Kakashi closes his book and turns to face everyone, saying, "Okay guys, I have some important things to say about our mission. Zabuza is still alive. He did not pass away as we believed, and the hunting ninja is assisting him. Like me, he is probably taking a week to heal." Team 7 and Tezuna's family both gasp. Naruto smirks and adds, "Well, good thing you guys called us or you would be in real trouble." This infuriates Sasuke. Sasuke quickly covers his mouth and says, "We don't need you dead last." He then notices Naruto smiling evilly and says, "Don't worry dude, I can't get you right now." Sasuke sighs until he turns to the left, where a shadow clone of Naruto kicks him in the face, causing him and the fox to start laughing while everyone else holds back a little bit of laughter. "Are you alright, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura approaches him to offer assistance, but he pushes her away. He goes upstairs and says, "I don't need your help, weakling. I am going to bed." Naruto picks up Rukia and says, "Well, I think we all should go to bed as well." She flushes when he says, "Tsunami-chan, the dinner was great. Is there a place where we can sleep?" "Why yes and thank you, allow me to show you where it is." Along with Anko and the fox, which Kakashi looks at suspiciously, wondering whether it is what he believes it to be, he follows her. After putting Rukia in the futon and turning to go, Naruto pauses when she rises and gives him a thank you hug. Naruto smiles and gives her a hug in return. As Naruto exits the room, Anko grins at him and offers him a sly smile. "You are like a father to that girl and I think she likes it. You do know that we are gonna have to leave this place, right?" She informs him. They're unaware that Rukia is listening to this, crying happy tears, and finding this unbelievable, but he sighs at it, saying, "Yes, I do know, and I think I will ask to adopt her and come back with us to the leaf." Then, laughing, she rushes outside and leaps on Naruto. She continues to cry as she responds, "Yes, I would love to be your daughter, Papa." Naruto breaks down in tears of joy. Anko and Kasumi watch this with smiles on their faces, saying, "Okay my daughter." It's early in the morning in Tezuna's house, and we can see that every applicant is pleading to be awakened, while some are still attempting to squeeze in more sleep. Before anyone can stop him, Kakashi is already up and reading some early morning material. Sakura continues to mumble about nothing while she sleeps. While working out in the morning, Sasuke is thinking about his brother. Inari is seen making his way to his mother's room through the hallways. Tsunami is just getting up to prepare everyone's breakfast. After drinking too much, Tezuna lies unconscious on the ground. Anko has a plush Naruto near her while she lies with one leg out in her futon. One Rukia is fastened to Naruto's right arm as he lies in the futon, blinking to check where she is. She looks about drowsily and says, "Wow, that was the best sleep I have ever had in my life." Then she remembers what occurred the night before, and she attempts to shake Naruto awake, but he doesn't move. "So it wasn't a dream, I really have a D-dad." Her expression breaks into a wicked smirk. She responds, "So you don't want to wake up, huh Papa? Well I know how to wake you up," before standing over Naruto with her nasty smirk intact. Then she leaps as high as she can and screams as she lands. "Wake up!" she exclaims as she drops an elbow to his stomach. As a result, Naruto's eyes widen and he hears a laughing Kasumi in his mind. Rukia-chan, what W was that for? He managed to exhale with difficulty. Rukia's sole reaction to what she had done to her father was to smirk. She smiles at the thought. Naruto smiles at her and hugs her as he says, "Good morning, Daddy. I just needed you to wake up so you can teach me how to write like you said you would." "Good morning to you as well, baby," he says before planting a kiss on her crown. After that, he nuggies her and locks her in a headlock. When Anko enters the scene, he can't help but smile at them. "You two appear to be enjoying yourselves," Anko remarks, grinning as he leans against the door. "Well, when you two are done I would like to let you know that everyone else is up and Kakashi wants to talk about training." He gets up and says, "Okay, Anko-chan, we'll be down when we get dressed." Anko turns around, flushed by what she saw. He put on a black long sleeve and orange jogging trousers, and he sighed regretfully. Oh my god, he's so big that it was sticking out of his boxers. Maybe I should check again to make sure I saw what I saw was real. They leave after kissing Anko on the lips and saying, "Okay Rukia-chan, I'll teach you how to write and a little about seals while we wait for dinner." Saying good morning to everyone, including Sakura, they made their way downstairs. As he learns to write, Naruto jumps with joy while sitting at the table with Rukia in his lap. She smiles at him and asks, "Okay Papa, I am ready, what do we do first?" He writes her name on the scroll after saying, "This is a scroll I use to write seals in and I want you to practice writing your name. Let me show you how it is done first. Now you go." She then picks up the brush and begins to focus so intently that, much to the laughter of everyone else, she even puts her tongue out to the side of her mouth. She can quickly write her name while creating all the letters in the alphabet after they spend 45 minutes teaching her how to write. He smiles at everyone in the room and adds, "Okay teams, I have some training I want us to do. My team, we will be doing something that can increase the efficiency of your jutsu." To Kakashi's delight, Sakura had a fire in her eyes and Sasuke was up and ready to go right away. He observes Anko and Naruto continuing to assist Rukia. She smiles at him when she asks, "Anko, does Naruto already know the basic exercise? I believe that's all you need to hear. Kakashi can fly. I would like you to train as well, Naruto-kun. Continue working on water manipulation." He understands when she tells him, "You mentioned that you couldn't make waves in a still lake yet. Well, now is your chance." She leaps up and gives him hugs and kisses all over his face, making everyone laugh except Sasuke and Inari, who frown. "Okay Rukia-chan, how about we unlock your chakra and teach you how to walk on trees while you see how awesome your dad is?" he says, flashing her a foxy smile. "Really, we can unlock my chakra? That will be so cool. What's the point of your attempt?" With tears in his eyes, he runs off, saying, "You're just going to die anyway, there is no hope for us." However, Naruto shoots him in the head with a water bullet before he can escape, causing him to fall. He tries to cheer him up by saying, "Watch your mouth brat, you haven't even seen what I'm fully capable of," but it doesn't work, and Inari still flees. Rukia then hits him in the head, saying, "Papa, that was not nice, you hit that boy in the head," and he was already about to cry. He then pouts his head while everyone else laughs at him. Outside, "Okay Rukia-chan, just focus on the inside of your body and you should feel it inside of your body, and when you feel it I want you to grab it and then pull it until it explodes out of your body," he goes on to explain. "All right, Dad, I'll give it my all." She then starts to focus, putting her tongue out once again to make him think how adorable she is, but he looks at his leg and notices Kasumi in her fox form between his legs. "What is it, Kasumi-chan, that wants to see my daughter kick ass?" He smirked at her as he asked. She tells the wide-eyed Naruto, "Yes, I also want to tell you about your mother." She looks at Rukia, who is now perspiring from the situation, and continues, "She was my previous container and best friend, but when she was giving birth to you she was kidnapped by some masked man, and I already told you about that masked guy." A little concerned about something he had always wanted to know, he questioned her, "Did she love me?" Kasumi gives him a smile for this. Love isn't even the right word. She was overjoyed to be a mother. "She was up all night talking to me about all the things she was going to teach you. Most of the time I wouldn't listen because she would just go on and on." She laughs at the end. Hearing about his mother and how much she loved him makes Naruto cry a little. He asked with a bit more self-control, what was her name? Her name was Kushina Uzumaki, part of the Uzumaki clan, which makes you the heir to her clan. She smiles. At the conclusion, he smirks at Kasumi, making her stick out her fox chest, and says, "I knew I was from some kind of clan. The things I had just made it impossible for me to be some average child, especially if I was able to hold the queen of the Biju." The two gape at Rukia as she unleashes as much chakra as a top chunin would have, snapping them back to her. Running around and kicking and punching the air, he said, "Dad, I did it. My chakra is unlocked. I can feel it all over my body. I feel like I can do anything." The air became chilly due to her energy, so he asked her, "Kasumi-chan, is it me or does her chakra feel kind of cold to you?" "Yes Naruto-kun. I can feel she is a Yuki and has the power of ice." He then demonstrates for her how to accomplish it, saying, "Okay Rukia-chan, that's good. Now I need you to focus your chakra in your feet and walk up the tree like this." He made 100 clones to go train with him, saying, "Okay, I have my own training to do, so I'll leave some clones with you, and if you need me just tell a clone and tell me." Giving him a lovely man pose while creating a distant echo of youth, he said, "Okay Dad, when I am done, I'll be up the tree with no hands." Later on in the day, Naruto is located in what appears to be an ocean that was formerly a lake. Together with the chance of someone declaring that they finally succeeded, there are enormous waves and laughing. Our blonde hero is seen surfing a huge wave that is 20 feet high and is going to fall down. He is laughing and wearing a shit-eating grin. He then leaps off the crest of the wave and smashes in the ocean, saying, "Ha ha ha, and they called me a madman. They were right, this is so fun, I should take the gang to do this surfing thing I just came up with. Okay, now I just need to finish the final step of water manipulation, which is making the flow of a waterfall reverse, and I'll be a master. I think I can go back now, it is getting pretty late," he says, staring at the sinking sun. He then flies off to Tazuna's house with a smirk after giving the spy a wonderful show. "I wonder what Tsunami-chan is making for dinner. Some good food is what I need right now." A girl his age, with gentle brown eyes and long black hair, is now giddy with shock over what she has witnessed. She immediately rushes out to carry out her statement, saying, "I have to tell Zabuza-sama what I just saw. If he is their backup, we will most likely not win." The home of Tazuna. A somewhat inebriated Tazuna shook his fist at the smiling girl sitting on the ceiling and said, "Damn girl, please get off the ceiling already. You're leaving footprints all over my ceiling." She gives him the middle finger, which she learned from Anko, who is laughing at the table with Tsunami, who is trying to stop herself from laughing while Sakura is holding her stomach while laughing, and says, "Why don't you make me, you old drunk?" Tazuna becomes enraged and leaves, muttering about mischievous kids. Clad in a wet black t-shirt, white jogging trousers, and his ninja sandals, Naruto declares, "Hello everyone, the handsome and badass ninja has come back from his training." Every lady, including Sakura, is staring at him as the damp shirt hugs his biceps. A chuckling Rukia, still grinning, fell from the ceiling and landed on top of his head, saying, "Daddy, you're finally back." To her delight, he rubs her head and adds, "Hey, I see you got the tree walking exercise down, that's really great." She gives him the finger after saying, "I also learned something else. Anko-chan showed me how to do this." Then, slowly, Naruto turns to face Anko, who is perspiring uncomfortably at the glance he is giving her. "Anko-chan, why are you teaching my daughter such bad habits?" In an attempt to protect herself from her father's wrath, she adds, "Well, she asked me to learn some hand signs and I thought I should teach her that for perverts." With a smile, he tells Anko, who is both blushing and afraid, "Not a good enough answer. I think I will give you 50 spankings tonight as your punishment." In an attempt to prevent him from harming her, she adds, "And now there is no need for any of that in Naruto-kun." While seated at the table with Rukia in his lap, he says hastily, "No, I will, but let's eat now. I'm sure Tsunami-chan has made us some good food." Red-faced, Tsunami remarks, "Oh Naruto-kun, you are too kind." Everyone takes a seat and begins to eat while chatting about their plans and how their day went. They also chuckle. "So while I was out training, I made a whole ocean and invented this new thing called surfing, and it is really fun. It can get the blood pumping and helps with control," he says, laughing at the shock of everyone. "Naruto-kun, can you show me please?" Anko gives him puppy dog eyes and says, "I want to surf." Rukia gives him puppy eyes and says, "Papa, you will take me right?" Anko is disappointed when he turns his head just in time. Naruto rubs his face against hers and says, "Ah, how could I say no to my little snow princess?" This makes her laugh, but she stops when a hand slams on the table. "What is wrong with you people? Why are you just sitting here laughing and talking about all this training like it will ever amount to anything? You're all just gonna die, so you should just give up." He is ranting at everyone. He laughs at him and adds, "Ah, come on kid, I'll take you surfing as well if that is why you are so mad. Stop talking. You're just sitting here having fun and laughing. You have no idea what it's like to suffer in this country." He cries, looking down at Naruto, who has stopped smiling and is now sitting with his head down and his eyes shaded by his hair. "You live in your comfortable village with no care in the world. You don't know how hard we have it. You really don't know how good you have it, do you?" he said, his once smiling face now displaying a deep scowl that no one has ever seen outside of Anko and Kasumi. "Don't know how hard we have it, don't know what it is like to suffer," he said, as the winds picked up and thunder began to sound off and the waves outside began to clash violently. As the storm intensifies and his hair briefly turns white, he says, "You foolish child, you have a mother at home who gets up and cleans up after you and your grandfather, a mother who worries about you, a mother who helps you when you are hurt, a grandfather who is putting his life on the line just so people like you who are too scared to do any work can live happily. Meanwhile, the people in the room are concerned for their safety. I was living on the streets when I was your age, fighting for my life just to find a place to sleep and eat. Defending those I have vowed to protect. But did I complain? No, I didn't. I kept getting back up." He says this in a tone so electric that it frightens everyone, including Rukia, who is staring at her father in dread. For a cause that I was unaware of until 2 months ago, when a traitor attempted to murder me and a loved one of mine. Boy, when was the last time you visited that town? A lightning bolt strikes him as he walks outside, leaving everyone stunned. There are kids your age and younger who are on the streets starving, struggling just to make it past this week. He then gets up and places the wide-eyed Rukia in Enko's arm, who is giving him a sad smile with a few tears in the corner of her eyes. He then kisses them both. Daddy will be back later, I have to clear my head. Did Kakashi-sensei actually experience all of that? No, Sakura, it was much worse. Naruto was often in the hospital when the villagers would gang up on him and he would have to fight back, he says, shocking everyone, and Rukia clenches her fist, vowing to protect her dad. Sakura asked in a shaky tone, not wanting to believe what she was hearing. Rukia breaks down in tears as she says, you know, when Naruto found me I stole all his money and gave it away. I was living in a box and barely had food and clothes to eat, but I never let it stop me because that's what cowards do, and Rukia Uzumaki is no coward, she says as she rushes upstairs to the room she shares with her father. While Tsunami, Inari, and Sakura continue to cry, the majority of people grin at what the young girl says. Sakura sobs harder when she recalls how she treated him, saying, why didn't anyone help him, and I was so mean to him, I just feel so terrible. Sasuke is horrified when an enraged Enko slaps him, sending him huge ki that makes him shake like a leaf. That loser was just joking, he was always pulling pranks and running around with that stupid smile on his face. She is pushed away when Kakashi tries to calm her down by grabbing her. As he heads upstairs, Enko declares, I am going to Rukia-chan. Kami knows she needs someone to help her with her daddy problems. Everyone is free to do as they choose. Kakashi claps his hands and says, I think it's best if we all go to sleep. We have some more training to do tomorrow. Everyone then heads to their rooms. The following morning, it was the morning following Naruto's brief tirade against Inari. He simply needed to leave. That was not his intention when he yelled at the child. In a terrified tone, he asked, will she leave me now that she has seen me like that? Will she think I'm a monster? He had to leave his daughter because she was afraid of him. It appears as though a hurricane has swept across the forest where Naruto was once, but given Naruto, I suppose it is not far from the reality. All of the once tall trees had been devastated and were lying on the ground. Some of them appeared to have been struck by lightning. There were scrapes and scratches all over Naruto's clothing, and his face was covered with mud. Haku Yuki arrived at this area in search of herbs for her master. She feels a little annoyed with her boss. That's the boy I saw yesterday, what is he doing out in the forest? This is my chance to get rid of him because Zabuza-sama didn't believe me. She is shocked when something unexpected happens to her when she is extending her hand to him. When Naruto drags her down and presses her against him, she lets out a girlish scream, eep. She has a tomato-red face. She's never experienced anything like this. He's whispering something about her being some plushie-chan, and she can hear it. She gets a scarlet face as she feels his body and asks, excuse me, mister. Can YUP please let me go? He smirked as he said, what, why would I let such a beautiful girl out of my arms? Lying to get out of this situation, she said, but I am a boy. He gives her a sly grin and adds, yeah, that might work on some bandits but it will not work on me. So tell me, did you come back to try and spy on me again? She gets really excited by this, then makes ice senbon, jams them in his chest, and jumps back to collect more senbon in her hand. He pulls the senbon from his palm and floats up, saying, ow, that hurt. Unconcerned that he had just removed senbon from his chest, he said, you know you should give your name before stabbing someone. She is a little taken aback by the fact that he simply ripped those out of his chest. My name is Haku. She blushes a little when you give her a cute smile. Well, Haku-chan, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, but you can call me Naruto-kun. Haku simply nodded in surprise at how he knew that, since not many people knew it. On a serious note, you are a Yuki clan member who can use ice release. She tells him, yes, I am, and I am the last of my clan. She then describes how the civil war in Kiri murdered her clan and how her own father attempted to kill her and her mother, but she managed to escape. Naruto feels a kind of kinship with her and can empathize with her. After that, he tells her about his life and how they are somewhat alike. Before Naruto surprises her, they converse for an additional hour and share amusing anecdotes. In a second, she is beside him, her eyes full of hope that she would discover some kin. Haku-chan, I believe you are not the last member of your clan. My daughter, I believe, has the ice release. Do you really mean it, Naruto-kun? How can you be sure? Haku cried a bit because she experienced the same thing. Well, when she unlocked her chakra the area got a little colder and her chakra also feels a little similar to yours because they both have that cold feeling to it. Haku gave Naruto the puppy dog eyes with tears and a trembling lip that was almost as excellent as his daughter's. I don't believe this, I always thought I was the only one left, but she is a part of my clan. After this little mission is over, can I meet her? He begged. Okay, but you just have to try not to die and tell Zabuza to hurry up because I want to test his blade against one of the 7 and see how good I am with my blade. Naruto smirked at her, which made her a little uneasy. All right, Naruto-kun, just watch out when you fight him because he is very strong. He runs a finger up her side and a hand to her chest, but Haku backs up, panting and red-faced. Oh Haku-chan, I thank you for worrying about me so much, maybe I should give you a reward. We shouldn't do that, Naruto-kun. I must leave, she says, and Naruto laughs as she flees with the basket of herbs. He leaves in a flash and heads to town for a gift to Anko and Rukia as an apology. Well, let's get up and get going before they send a watch party after me. The home of Tazuna Anko was spotted pacing back, saying, I swear when he gets back here I am going to feed him to my snakes. Rukia was also seen pacing beside Anko, adding, not to mention I didn't get my spankings. She bumps her fist together and says, Papa will be introduced to my fist when he returns here. Hey everyone, I'm back. Have you missed me? Only to have to avoid his daughter's punches and snakes. Hey, what's going on here? Avoiding an assault, he catches them both in an embrace, and when they begin to sniffle a little, he gives them a stronger hug. Look, I got you guys some gifts to make it up to you. As they pull out the presents, they are both taken aback by what they see. A black trench coat with purple flames at the bottom for Anko, and a bunny onesie suit for Rukia. They both leap up and kiss him on the cheek, and they both thank him, but they are cut off as Sakura approaches Naruto with a hint of nervousness. Please, Naruto, may we go talk somewhere? With hesitation, she asked. They go upstairs, but not before giving Rukia a kiss on the head and Anko a kiss on the lips and a slap on the ass. Sure we can bubblegum. He strokes her hair, messing it up and leaving a tick mark on his head. Wow Sakura-chan, if you wanted to get me in your room by yourself all you had to do was ask, Naruto says in a seductive tone as the two enter her room, making her change the color of her hair and inner Sakura faint from a nosebleed at everything she just imagined. She waves her hands, her face still flushed, and adds, "NN no IJ just wanted to say get some things off my chest you know." The words, "Well there's not much to get off your chest so we won't have a problem," made her brain tick. She screams, trying not to beat him, "Naruto baka, can you just listen to me?" After making fun of her, he simply smiles and gestures for her to continue. "I just want to say that I am sorry for having treated you the way I did and always being mean to you and hitting you for no reason. My eyes have been opened to the world a little bit at how the ninja world and how people are now. I realize Sasuke-kun. No, Sasuke isn't the person I thought he was. I want to be a better ninja and person and I want to know if you can help me with that?" She looks at Naruto with a straight face. She feels a little uneasy because Naruto can only stand there with a grim expression and immobile posture. Then he smiles at her, and she smiles back at him. Sakura can't help but express how this has gone, saying, "Don't worry, Sakura, I forgive you, but I can't feel the same way about you as I used to. However, it is obvious you don't have a strong male in your life, so I will be that for you. You can now call me Big Brother or Oni-chan." Naruto picks her up and gives her a bear hug, saying, "Okay big bro, and will you help me with training?" "Of course I will. After I'm done with you, Tsunade Senju will be nothing in comparison to you." She gives him a hug in return, feeling relieved and pleased with the way things worked out. Naruto then reaches down and squeezes her butt, causing her to flush. "Sakura, it's no surprise that your chest is flat. Everything is descending to your ass." Sakura is flushed with shame and rage at this. She strikes him in the head and sulks before leaving, saying, "Get your hands off me, pervy big brother." She hits just as hard as ever, damn it. This week is going to be enjoyable. He chuckles evilly, making everyone in the house shudder, including Kasumi, who is in the seal and watching all of this. I'll run her in the ground for all those hits. A week has gone by in Wave Country, and everyone has noticed a few little changes, like the absence of Gado's troops and the abundance of fish with notes attached outside the food markets. The note read, "Waves make way for storms, and a storm is coming." Many residents felt a glimmer of hope again, albeit a small one, as the children were no longer living on the streets and had a large house with food, clothing, and furniture, as well as some adults to help care for them. Naruto had created a number of clones that traveled back to the village, which was only a 3-hour flight away, using his full speed. Despite this, he continued to train, frequently sending clones to the bridge to assist Tazuna, who was struggling due to a shortage of workers, and he continued to train his wind element because it was the weakest of his 3 elements and he wanted to strengthen it because he had some wind jutsu he wanted to use, such as wind tornadoes and wind dragons. Sakura also stuck to her word and began to take her training more seriously, even trying to curb her fangirl tendencies towards Sasuke, who didn't seem to notice. Naruto frequently forced her to work out with him, which left her exhausted by the end of the day, and she would wake up and yell at her Oni-san for making her do 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and run 50 laps with resistance seals. Another thing he worked on was seals. He was able to create his own resistance seals, which he was eager to try because he saw that they improved your speed, reaction, and durability. He applied them to Anko, Kakashi, and Sakura, but he didn't want to tell Sasuke that. He put Anko, Kakashi, and himself on level 3, which made it feel like they were moving through sand and made flying difficult at first. He was glad he had not yet applied the gravity seals, saving that for when he returned to the village. Rukia also trained with them, performing all the physical training and chakra control, and much to Sakura's dismay, she was able to outlast her in stamina, but it only made her work harder, which pleased Naruto at his new little sister's willpower. Rukia also demonstrated exceptional swordsmanship, and Naruto promised to get her a real sword when they returned to the village, but for now, she used a wooden sword. He played with Rukia and Anko a lot and learned more about them than just training. For example, he found out that Rukia's birthday was January 14th and that her older sister was killed by Gato because she refused to work for him. This only made Naruto want to rip his heart out even more. He also discovered that Rukia loved animals and wanted a pet rabbit, which he named Shappy. He also discovered that Anko had a soft spot for rabbits, which frequently resulted in Anko squeezing Rukia's head between her boozies when she wore her bunny onesie, much to her embarrassment. Tsunami entered the room, and only perspiration fell at what appeared to be a fight between the two while they slept. Ninjas are so weird, she thought as she walked to Naruto to wake him up, only to be taken aback once more. Eep! She exclaimed, as Naruto pulled her down and was now spooning her, making her red in the face. Naruto and Rukia were spread out on the futon, with the sheets all over the place. Rukia had a leg over Naruto's face, with a bunny head at the end of it. She tries to wriggle free of his hold, but it only becomes worse when she rubs her butt against Naruto's crotch, causing him to groan in his slumber. Oh my Kami, what is he doing pulling me down like this? I hope no one sees this. As she turns around in his arms, she murmurs, "NN Naruto-kun, could you please wake up, your team has left." Gazing at his face so near to hers, she blushes even more at how attractive she seems, and she moves back when he begins to wake up. What are you doing here, Tsunami-chan? He turns back to Tsunami and smiles at her blush and the position the two of them are in. Tsunami-chan, if you wanted to get in bed with me all you had to do was ask, he says, drawing her closer to him until his hardened crotch brushes her wedding folds, causing her to turn red and breathe somewhat heavily. He blinks a few times and notices Rukia sleeping on her stomach in a T position. She gasped as Naruto began kissing her face and neck, saying, "Okay Tsunami-chan, I'll go, but when I get back this ass is mine." He then smacked it, causing her to faint from nosebleeding. "NN Naruto-kun, we should not do this right now. Why your team said to meet them at the bridge." "Rukia-chan, get up, daddy needs to leave." After apologizing for his actions and words, he sees that Inari has warmed up to him. "Good morning Inari, I have to go, make sure you stay the man of the house for me while I'm gone." He rubs his hair and throws him a kunai, saying, "Use that on anyone who threatens what you hold dear." He kisses her forehead and leaves a blinking Rukia and a still unconscious Tsunami in the room. Inari resolutely answered, "Oh okay Naruto, you can count on me." Naruto then exits the house, creates 10 sealless shadow clones to keep an eye on the house in case something goes wrong, and leaps into the trees on his way to the bridge. "Bridge? Damn, I am glad we took those seals off, or this would be even worse for us," Anko said, leaping back to back with Kakashi. "Yes, you are right, and our new speed isn't helping us much because we don't have a wind jutsu strong enough to blast away this mist." Her thoughts are interrupted when she has to dodge a blade swing from Zabuza and a water dragon from Raiga Kurasukia, who keeps talking about funerals. The mad Raiga laughed and added, "Yes, your funeral will be amazing." "What's wrong Kakashi? Sharingan not helping you see through the mist?" Zabuza's laughter could be heard through the mist. "Raiga, there's a really powerful person on the way. Renmara, who is it and how strong are they?" The voice said, coming from behind Raiga as if a boy was hiding beneath a blanket. Zabuza appeared beside him and said, "Raiga, what is that brat saying? Is the student for Anko coming?" Yes, it seems so, and Renmara says he is strong. Zabuza sneered. On the inside, he is not saying the same thing. This must be the brat Haku was so worried about who could fly and make 20 feet waves. If so, we are in trouble. In the meantime, Naruto was seen speeding through the trees and sparks were seen jumping off his body. This lil brat isn't that strong, he is probably just as strong as that Uchiha. The home of Tazuna Tsunami was seen waking up with a red face, recalling what had happened before she passed out. Naruto-kun was so dominant over me. Is he really going to have sex with me when he gets back? She shakes her head, but she hopes he does because she would be lying if she said she didn't want him to take her to her room and just have his way with her. No, don't think like that. We have better things to do other than to think about how Naruto-kun will stick his no-s stop at Tsunami. She leaves to see what the kids were doing, and they were playing cards. Judging by the smirk on her face, it appeared that Rukia was winning. The two had become close friends over the week after Inari stopped acting like an emo. The thug with the purple beanie says, "All right, Tsunami, just come with us and we will leave these lil brats alive." He pulls out a katana and approaches her, but is stopped when a girl gets in the way. They were all stopped in their tracks when the front door was kicked in and two thugs entered, their weapons out and ready to use. "I won't give her to you," Rukia adds, assuming a posture with her wooden blade ready and her icy gaze, which she modeled after her father. "I was trusted to keep this place safe from harm." "You don't have to do this, Rukia-chan." In an attempt to gain confidence, Inari steps in front of Tsunami as she tries to approach Rukia, saying, "Rukia is our right, we won't let you take her." "I will go and no one will be hurt," Tsunami adds. When Rukia sees that he is trembling, she tries to help him by shouting, "Inari, in a battle the ones who get in the way are not the ones that lack power, but the ones who lack resolve." This makes Inari focus and get ready for battle without realizing it, which makes Naruto's shadow clone proud. The bandit chuckles. "Little brat in a bunny onesie and a wooden sword thinks she's gonna beat me." Naruto's clones are prepared at any moment, but they want to observe to see how they perform. "All right, let's leave," Rukia shouts, charging the bandit with a thrust only for the bandit to jump to the side, but he does not dodge the leg sweep Rukia did, which knocks him to the ground. Rukia then goes for a stab to his groin to immobilize him, but he then rolls over and gets up. "I wasn't going to hurt you too badly, but now I'm going to kill you." "Not so hot stuff now, are you, little brat," he says, rushing at Rukia's shoulder, tackling her to the ground, and stomping her in the stomach, causing her to cough up blood and spit. He then stomps on her head. She strikes him on the back of the knee, causing him to curl his leg back, which causes him to tumble enough for her to strike him in the throat, causing him to gasp for air. Rukia swiftly stands up and repeatedly strikes him in the head with her sword and kicks him in the balls. In an attempt to take her unawares, the other bandit rushes her. As he approaches, Rukia turns to see him leveling his blade at her chest, but just as Naruto is about to leap in front of him, something unexpected occurs. The man wriggles in the end after being impaled by an ice spear that is driven through his chest from the ground, but is halted as Inari dashes forward and stabs him in the back. Everyone is quiet about what just transpired. Inari is startled that he just killed someone, while Rukia is staring at her hands in disbelief. There was clapping when a shadow clone of Naruto entered through the open door, grinning proudly. The children rush to him in tears as he offers his arms to them. Rukia sobs into Naruto's shoulder and whispers, "Papa, I just killed someone." As she sobs on Naruto's shoulder, Inari adds, "Naruto, I also killed that guy." With a gentle smile on his face, he comforts the two by saying, "Shush, don't worry, you two. You did what you had to in order to protect what is close to you, and I am proud of both of you." Really?" is what the terrified Rukia says to control her tears. He teases her a little in an attempt to cheer her up, saying, "Yes, I also heard your little speech you gave to Inari, little Miss Bossy Pants." Everyone laughs as Rukia hits Naruto in the head and shouts, "Shut up, Baka Oto-chan." He then walks to Tsunami and whispers in her ear, "I didn't forget what I said earlier. I hope you are ready." He blows in her ear, making her shiver, and says, "Goodbye guys and be safe, I am off to kick some ass. But why don't you guys go round up the villagers and tell them to come to the bridge? Tell them the waves make way for a storm." He then vanishes with the dead bodies. Bridge. After receiving the memories from his shadow clone, Naruto was seen floating above the bridge, grinning at what the two children had done in Rukia's activation of her bloodline. "Alright, I guess I can make my entrance now." He released his resistance seals for the first time in a week, and he could already feel his speed change. He then inhaled, exhaled, and released a jutsu without any hand seals. Wind-style great breakthrough was said as a tremendous gust of wind struck the bridge, knocking away all the mist and knocking everyone off their feet, including the Jonin fighting who had been caught off guard. Naruto-kun. We definitely need your assistance, therefore it's about time you arrived. Anko yells as she and Kakashi approach him. Yes, Naruto, it appears that Zabuza has returned, and we were struggling to defeat them in the fog, but we won't have to worry about it any longer because of you. Taking this opportunity to gather his breath, Kakashi says. Sorry about that, but don't worry, I will take care of the rest from here. Oh, and Anko, tonight I will be rearranging your organs and making sure you won't be able to walk tomorrow. With a hint of blush on her face, she responds sexily, Naruto-kun, I can't wait. I am gonna ride you till the morning. In spite of everything, Kakashi has a tiny nosebleed. With all jokes set aside, Naruto adds, so Kakashi, tell me what I am dealing with these two guys. Only a warrior speaks, which causes Kakashi to straighten up and become more serious. Zabuza is an A-rank missing ninja from Kiri and a master at silent killing, along with being an ex-member of the 7 Ninja 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Raiga is also an ex-member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. He is in possession of the Kiba blades which use lighting, and is somehow able to predict our movements, but I think it has something to do with whatever is located on his back. He says in a tone that leaves no room for disagreement, thank you Kakashi, I will handle these two. Go and check on the Uchiha in the Hall of Ice Mirrors while you Anko go and move Sakura and Tazuna to a safe place. Things will get a bit messy and I don't want to hit anyone. The two nod and rush to follow his instructions. The two swordsmen who are aware of that style recoil in horror as he unshovels his sword and declares, okay you two, I am your opponent and let's hurry this up. I have a sexy MILF waiting for me to return and tear it up. All swordsmen of any value are aware of the renowned Moonlight Sword and its style, which was rumored to be able to cut through mountains and lay the gods to rest with a single stroke of the blade. How do you have that blade a brat like you should not be able to wield something like that? The frightened Zabuza said. The blades are raised in the air, causing lightning to materialize and strike them. Why yay, it must be a fake, I'll give you a funeral for even copying that blade, he yells. He yells, sending lightning waves hurtling in Naruto's direction. To the surprise of both ninjas, Naruto responds, cute, before slapping them out of his path. With wide eyes, the startled Raiga exclaimed, how? That move has killed plenty of Jonin before. Naruto smirks and continues on, saying, wow, if that really killed Jonin they must have been some weak Jonin. Lighting strikes Naruto's hands in the air more quickly than Raiga did as he says, let me show you how to make waves. Lightning wave gets hit by all of the bolts before Raiga could react, causing him to pant and have blood trickle down his lip. They become enraged with him when he smirks and says, now that's how you do it. Okay, then I'll just cut you up with my blade, Raiga and Zabuza say as they rush him. Grinning, Naruto swings his sword at the two. Raiga cuts the blonde in half by swinging her blade low, while Zabuza aims for a high swing. Let's dance. Raiga almost avoids getting cut when Naruto leaps over them both and kicks Zabuza in the back, exposing a boy in a sleeping bag on his back. The Byakugan-like, brilliant red eyes of a boy with purple hair that is long at the back and forms bangs at the front of his face that stop above his eyes. So you are telling him how to predict our attacks. Raiga turns to face the terrified boy and asks, Renmara, are you okay? Yes, I am okay, thank you. I think you will be coming with me, kid. There is a clan similar to yours in the Leaf called the Hyuga. They will be able to help you, Naruto says to the child. Raiga prepares to charge again, but is taken aback when his back feels lighter and he notices that Renmara is gone. I won't let you take him. Naruto throws Renmara into the air, causing him to scream, only to have a flying clone catch him. Too late, he is already gone, Naruto adds. Naruto adds gravely, all right, now that your little secret weapon is gone, you will die first. Raiga points his swords at the sky, attempting to capture as much light as he can, and says, you bastard, Zabuza buy me some time, I am going to wipe him off the map. Zabuza responds, on it. After that, Naruto and Zabuza fight with swords. Zabuza is surprised that the child is keeping up with him and picks it up to Jonin level strength and speed, but to his astonishment, Naruto is still matching him with a smile on his face. He tries to thrust, but Naruto sidesteps and stabs him in the stomach, splitting him in two. Ha brat was all talk he. Zabuza is interrupted when Naruto transforms into lighting, leaving him powerless. The smiling blonde slashes Zabuza across the chest and says, got you. As he stands up, the mist demon exclaims, damn Gaki, clever trick. Then, they charge back at each other, clashing blades, but this time, Zabuza is unable to keep up with the blonde's quick and accurate strikes. Naruto dodges to the left and cuts Zabuza on the side, missing a thrust from Zabuza that leaves him open. Naruto takes advantage of this and slashes him on the back, leaving a deep cut that causes blood to splatter on the ground. Naruto then leaps back, swerving a swipe that would have severed his head. 17th Dance Twister. Naruto transforms into a spinning twister, cutting Zabuza all over his body, causing the former Mist Anbu to scream in agony. Naruto emerges from the twister grinning, enjoying this battle. Come on, Demon of the Mist, I'm not done dancing yet. 18th Dance Mixer. Naruto unsheds his sword more quickly than anyone can see, and the next thing Zabuza knows, he has cuts all over his body, dropping to the ground and barely able to stay awake from the agony he was experiencing. He then smirks at Naruto, who is still giving him that grin that annoys him, and says, "Damn Zabuza, can you do anything right? But it doesn't matter, my ultimate jutsu is ready. Prepare to die, brat." Lighting of the heavens, he yells, aiming his lightning crackling blades at Naruto. Now die. Whoa, he wanted to purchase time for something so insignificant so that I could create a more elaborate lighting display while I slept. Naruto then jumps up to the blast and wraps his arm in lightning that resembles Kakashi's lightning blade, severing the bolt in half before vanishing into the gray storm clouds. "Let me show this foolish man the true power of lighting," Naruto says. "What? It's not conceivable. He slashed my strongest jutsu like it was nothing, but how in the world could he do that? And where on earth did he disappear to?" You don't have to, but this song enhances the scene. Play Let's Do It by Lil Wayne. Everybody on the bridge stopped what they were doing, including Haku, who was in the ice mirrors with a knocked-out Sasuke, and Kakashi, who used this opportunity to escape the mirrors with Sasuke. Anko and Sakura look up in the clouds and hear Naruto's laughter while seeing flashes of blue. The villagers on the way to the bridge look up and see it as well, including Gato's men on the bridge's side. The bloody Zabuza can hardly look up to see what appears to be a storm approaching, and he can hear that blonde brat laughing. The clouds shouted, "Ha ha ha, get ready to see what real lighting looks like." What everyone saw startled them and made the blonde adversaries fearful. Zabuza even passed out from astonishment and terror. With a shit-eating grin, Naruto yells, "Storm release Dragon of the Heavens," and a blue dragon made of lightning emerges from the clouds with a bone-chilling roar. Now know the true power of Naruto Uzumaki of the Storm Release. Naruto leaps off the dragon and descends on Raiga, who can only stand there and take the blow. "Man, I usually leave nothing left of my adversaries," Naruto says as he approaches the scene of the crash and observes that it left a massive hole in the bridge and that not even a trace of Raiga is visible. He then spots some swords off to the side and asks, "Oh, is that the Kiba blade? Don't mind if I do, then." He pulls them up, and for a little moment, they sparkle with light. Anko jumped onto Naruto, who joyfully caught her as she exclaimed, "En Naruto-kun, that was awesome. My god, he isn't even fatigued from that. That was definitely an S-rank jutsu. He most likely refrained from destroying anything within his reach. He merely has burn marks and scratches on his clothing, and he hasn't even used the chakra of the 9 tails. What exactly are you, Naruto?" Kakashi is startled by the power show he just witnessed, and these are his thoughts. "So Zabuza, you failed and they call you a demon who can't even kill some kids. Alright, men, kill everyone but leave the women, especially that purple-haired one. I am going to have some fun with her." He grins lustfully at the Anko in Naruto's arms, who is frowning. Clapping could be heard coming from the end of the bridge, and some smoke moves to reveal that it is Gato and his thugs who are a little scared at what they just witnessed. He kisses her deeply and pinches her boozy through her fishnet, saying, "Anko-chan, I'm going to kill these guys really quick, and then we can go back to the house and get it on." After receiving a kiss, the slightly stunned Anko murmured, "Okay, En Naruto-kun, don't take too long. Alright, you guys will all die now." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto clones emerge, and they all draw their swords. "Alright, boys, let's destroy these fools who would jeopardize our women." With a war cry, they all charge at the robbers in the hopes of catching a few lucky shoots. The citizens of Wave appear on the bridge to witness what can only be called a massacre. A single man, but several incarnations of the same man, are scattered throughout the area, slicing and killing the bandits with vicious blows from which they will not be able to escape. In the unrivaled technique final, one of Naruto's blows a huge blast of wind into the air. Galaxy Split. Shows 5 clones with the remaining 50 bandits gathered together, trembling, and then the bandits fall, losing their heads, and the clones appear to vanish, invisible even to Kakashi's Sharingan. When Anko sees how fierce her lover appears in all that blood, she becomes enraged. And then there was one little mouse in the trap. Naruto replies, his black long sleeve showing blood beneath his armor. Gato drops to his knees and begs, PP please don't kill me, I'll do anything. Money, women, land, I have everything you could want. I would like you to sign this document giving Tazuna control of your business. Gato was so terrified by Naruto's icy tone that he simply followed his instructions without giving them any thought. I want the code to your safe and the location of your base so we can take everything, Naruto continues. Here, I followed your instructions, so you'll let me leave, right? The man, still terrified, said. After saying, I never said that, you are going to die for making my daughter suffer and killing her sister, Naruto launches Gato into the air and prepares to attack. Heaven Splitter, he whispers, but everyone hears him. However, everyone is startled when he slices his blade vertically and up in the air, slicing Gato in half and splitting the clouds to reveal a blue sky and a bright sun. Why did this boy let me live when he could have simply murdered me? Zabuza, who had just woken up, questioned, glancing respectfully at the blonde. Are you kidding me? He just split the fucking sky. This is going to be one report. But Kakashi. As if reading her thoughts, a drenched Anko turns to face Naruto and gives her a lustful wink, which causes her to flush. Oh yay, I'm riding him until the bed breaks. Everyone in Wave cheered for Gato and their newly liberated nation, and they all rushed to Naruto, calling him Naruto-sama and hurling him up and down, which made him chuckle. Whoa, Papa is strong. One day, I wish to have his strength, Rukia says. Rukia slaps her hands away from her head as Anko massages her bunny ears after hearing her words. You're gonna need a lot of training if you want to be strong like your daddy, Anko smirks. When Naruto is finally allowed to leave the villagers, he approaches his party and says, all right, you guys, let's head back to the house so we can relax and have a good time. He smiles as he finishes the final line, causing the entire village to shout and rush into town. Hi, Naruto. The blonde is called by Zabuza. Naruto smirks and asks, what is it, no brows? A giggling Haku could be heard as a tick mark appeared on Zabuza's head, asking, why did you let me live when you could have killed me easily? Wanting a response, he inquired. He takes off the mask of a blushing Haku and adds, well, if I killed you, Haku-chan would be sad and I can't have that. Raising an eyebrow at the blonde, Zabuza questioned, what does she have to do with it? Well, she loves you like her father and I can't kill her father now, can I? He was grinning. Zabuza was shocked by this and gave Haku a wide-eyed stare before turning away in embarrassment. His voice was surprised as he said, Haku, is that true? With regret, she responded, why yes Zabuza-sama, but I will stop because I am only a tool and tools don't have feelings. Haku was given a slap on the ass for this, and Zabuza was given a smack on the head. As Zabuza received another tick mark, he gave her a sweet smile and said, Haku-chan, you are not some tool. You are a beautiful girl who just has a shitty father. This made her flush. He grabs his sheath and screams, and Zabuza, stop being an ass and tell her you love her too or you get the same treatment as Gato. Zabuza becomes enraged and rushes in Haku's direction. He kneels in front of Haku and says, Haku, I also love you like the daughter I have never had. Please forgive me so I don't die. All Haku could do was laugh and assist him. She gives him a hug and says, Zabuza-sama, I could never hate you and I forgive you. Naruto then lifts up Anko in a bridal fashion and says, all right, everything is fine now, let's go party. While smiling at the flushed Anko, he asks, you ready to get your world rock time? Why yes I am, now let's go. The home of Tazuna. Zabuza and Haku accompany the group when they get to the residence. Everyone takes a seat in the living room. You can see Naruto going upstairs with a flushed Tsunami and Anko laughing wildly over his shoulder. Well, I guess he is gonna get his mission payment early. Haku and Sakura, whose faces were scarlet from knowing what was going to happen upstairs, smacked Kakashi and Zabuza in the head as they giggled like perverts. The girls drooled at Naruto's biceps as he flung the two on the bed and began taking off his equipment in Tsunami's room upstairs. He erects a barrier to silence them and approaches them wearing only boxers, which barely conceal the monstrosity that is visible through his trousers. He smiles at the two women in front of him and says, okay, I hope you girls are ready. I will be testing out this never-ending stamina of mine. Then he jumps on them, and the sounds of skin hitting skin and the groans of the ladies having the best time reverberate throughout the room. The following morning, slowly opening his eyes, Naruto would only close them when the sun shone in his eyes. After hurling a brief curse at the sun, he attempted to stand up but discovered he was immobile. His chest had a tuft of black and purple, and he could only smile when he thought about what had transpired the night before. He performed like though he had been doing it all his life, even though it was his first time, judging from the contented expressions on their faces. Whispering for them to awaken, he massaged their heads. Kissing their heads, he says, "Anko-chan, Tsunami-chan, it's time to wake up." Anko, who was only partially awake, answered, "No, 5 more minutes." Tsunami mumbles, "I don't want to leave bed just yet." All he could do was laugh at them. "Well, you don't want someone to come in on us if we don't get up, do you?" With a lovely pout and a small pat on the boozy, Anko remarked, "Well, I would get up if I could feel my legs." The embarrassed Tsunami said, "Why yes, I also can't feel my legs." Both females blush as he smirks and says, "Well, I did tell you I was gonna tear that ass up, didn't I?" "Why yes you did, but you were like an animal and it was my first time and you ravaged me like I never thought possible." Anko was beaming. Anko groans as Naruto grabs one of her boozies and remarks, "Well, you did ride me like you said you would, and let me say those melons were bouncing like crazy." Indeed, Anko-chan is correct. That is the first time I have ever been taken that way. During these situations, I was always in charge, a flushed Tsunami remarked. Anko turned her head and blushed, saying, "Yes, I thought it was your first time we would be able to be in charge. But I don't mind as long as it is you." The red-faced Anko laughs as he replies, "Ah, no need to be embarrassed, there was none of that when you were calling me Naruto-sama when I had you in doggy style. You too, Tsunami, when you were up on the wall. You nearly fell to the ground, so I had to pull you up." He turns to face Tsunami, who turns away in shock at her condition. He looks at them like a predator at its prey and says, "Haha, okay, let's get up before someone walks in and gets a good view. How about we take a shower and clean up? And maybe we can have another round in the shower." After an hour and a couple of orgasms, the two girls can be seen limping downstairs with bright smiles on their faces, and Naruto is grinning like he won the lottery. Everyone looks at them with knowing grins, with the exception of the children who are unaware of what is happening. The two can only shiver at his gaze and become even more aroused by it. How did it go, then? When he and Kakashi are both struck by blushing Haku and Sakura who mumble about pervy professors, Zabuza bursts out laughing and says, "It looks like you three had a good night." A blushing Tsunami limped to the kitchen and said, "We had a good night's sleep. I'll make breakfast so we can get started on our day." Rukia greets Naruto as, "Good morning, Papa," and leaps into his arms, saying, "Look what I can do." She then turns ice into a bunny and hands it to Naruto. When she takes the bunny, he responds, "Oh wow, when did you learn how to make these?" "Well, big sis Haku showed me how to do it. Turns out we are from the same clan and she is going to help me train my powers." She beams. He looks at Haku, who is taken aback, and adds, "Well, that is great, maybe she can come back to the village and show you how." She laments that she can't follow her new tiny sister and adds, "I would love that but I have to stay with Zabuza." "Haku-chan, you can go with him back to the village if you want to. I was gonna head back to the rebellion in Kiri and maybe help them out with all the money we got from Gato. There is no way we should lose." He responds to everyone in the room. Naruto looks at him and asks, "That is what you had planned all along, isn't it?" "Yes, it is. I can't go back to the lead having killed one of its ninjas, now." "But Zabuza, will you be okay without me? I know it can be hard for you sometimes, are you sure?" Haku expresses concern. On Zabuza's head, a tick mark appears. "I am not some little kid, Haku, I can take care of myself." She sobs a little and hugs him, saying, "Okay Zabuza, I will miss you." "Okay team, we just have to wait until the bridge is done and then we can make our way back to the leaf and take some time off. Kami knows I need it." He mentally completes the final section. Everyone works to complete the bridge over the course of a week, but Naruto's shadow clones make it even move faster. They celebrated their new hero, Naruto, around town for the remainder of the week. To Sasuke's ire, he even had a statue constructed that included all the facts of the combat. Sasuke promised to go to the council and force him to give him all of his powers. Sakura was beginning to show signs of improvement by being able to complete 10 laps around the entire village without stopping, but she was still unable to complete all 50 like Naruto and the other Jonin could. This made her sad, but Naruto fixed it by placing her on his back and flying her through the air. Naruto also continued to train, and Rukia would train with Haku. Tsunami blushed at the thought of having children with Naruto after Inari began referring to him as Odo-san. Naruto was concerned about Kasumi because she had never been like Wei before and she had been a touch aloof with him. He claimed that he missed her and would speak with her when he returned to the village. Bridge. At the end of the bridge, the entire town was wishing Naruto and his team farewell. Team 7 and Team 11 were there, smiling, simply taking in all the adulation, and Inari was also present. They believed it would be ideal for them while Tazuna was in charge of the community, therefore they had intended to return with Naruto. To the annoyance of the girls, Naruto had formed a fan club. The audience cheers enthusiastically as he says, "Okay, goodbye everyone. We will see you when I return, and we are going to have a huge party." His fan club said, "Goodbye Naruto-sama. We love you," and he gave them all a wink and a smirk. The newly titled, The Great Naruto Bridge, is where they all begin to leave, to his delight and Sasuke's irritation. Up till a crossroads, they all proceed along the walkway, responding to inquiries from the inquisitive children in Tsunami. Zabuza hugged his sobbing daughter and said, "Okay, this is where I leave you guys and see you some other time." However, a group of mist Anbu come and halt them. Approaching the man, the captain remarked, "Zabuza Momochi, you are to come with us." He removes his blade from his back and adds, "Yeah, so you can kill me." "I don't think so." He pulled out a piece of paper with their purpose and a note to Zabuza on it and stated, "No, you have it wrong. The war is over and we have a new Mizukage." After reading the message, he began to tremble in terror at the identity of the new Mizukage. Mei Terumi is the new leader. He recalls the times she shuddered and attempted to murder him with those lava balls. "Okay, I will come with you guys." Naruto grinned and remarked, "Well, would you look at that, everything worked out just fine." He then places Rukia, Tsunami, and Inari in the arms of clones and says, "Now let's get back, I need some ramen," as he demonstrates a few hand signals. He yells, "Water-style water shockwave." A wave the size of the gates of Konoha forms, and he leaps on top of it, grinning the entire way as it rushes toward the town while some of the others cry. Kakashi sobbed anime tears at his troubles, saying, "This is going to be a crazy report. We can observe the constant guards who fight anyone who dares to attack their hamlet, using all of their strength and years of experience to keep it safe." Katetsu and Izumo. "Dude, I wish something new would happen." Katetsu draws another card from the deck and says, "Man, I am so bored. On days like these, time passes very slowly, therefore he and Izumo frequently play cards to kill time." He smiles and puts down his cards for a royal flush, saying, "Stop complaining, we have a duty to do for the village. We have an important job. We must make sure no person who wishes to harm the village can come in." With yet another defeat under his belt, Katetsu can only sigh and sag in his chair. He blamed his best friend, saying, "You only say that because you keep winning." Izumo raises his hands to support his assertion. "Hey, no need to play the blame game, you just suck at this game." He lets out a sigh. Where is Naruto when you need him? He always keeps this place feeling lively. When discussing Naruto, Katetsu responds enthusiastically, "Yay, who are you telling? He has gotten so strong he even beat Anko and we can't even beat her if we team up." As it happens, he has always enjoyed Naruto's antics and his new abilities. "Yay, he will most likely become a Jonin before we do." Izumo responds with a hint of sadness. With a hint of excitement, he adds, "Hey, why don't we start to train again? Maybe we will be able to get prompted as well." The two give each other high fives at their new objective. "Yes, you're right. We will start to train tomorrow and we will be able to kick Naruto's but in no time," they say. However, when the ground begins to tremble and they notice trees being toppled in the distance, the two are stopped. Katetsu exclaims, "Anbu," and 5 Anbu suddenly materialize. I sense several chakra signs, and there's something emanating from the tree line. They all prepare their weapons as they say, "Squad, I'll climb on top of the wall to make sure you stay here and wait for any attack that might come." The Anbu is taken aback by what he sees, a huge surge of water approaching. "Do the basic earth wall and add as much chakra as you can, everyone." They all execute the jutsu as the wave comes, and they can all see it and hear the waves crashing and what sounds like laughter as the captain yells, "Jump down. Get ready for the impact." A second later they are all smashed with the heavy waves and the wall starts to crack and some water shoots through some holes. "Hold it," the captain yells, but all of the water vanishes. Sakura, Rukia, Tsunami, Inari, Sasuke, and even the now free Renmara, who was trapped in a ceiling seal until Naruto released him, were all grinning, as was Anko, who was hanging off of Naruto and grinning broadly. "That was fun, Naruto-kun, can we do it again?" When they heard the name Naruto, everyone on the opposite side of the wall, including other ninja who had arrived because they sensed all the chakra being used, and some civilians, pause. Some were perplexed. Was he the one who used all that chakra and created such enormous waves? When he realized that everyone was staring at him, he laughed and said, Haha, don't you worry your precious little head, we can do it as much as you like. Oh, hey there Katetsu and Azumo. How's it going? Waving a hand as if nothing had occurred. Was this enormous wave your creation, Uzumaki-san? Getting out of his amazement, the Anbu's captain questioned, wanting to take this brat to the Hokage and ask him to explain his actions. He smiles at them and responds, yes I did, awesome right? Yes, that was. May I come again? Anbu wearing a lizard mask uttered the words, but was silenced by another. Pointing to the trembling gate guards, he says, you bet you can, I'll even take you guys. That was risky and might have hurt someone, Uzumaki-san. I'll bring you to the Hokage's office so you can defend your behavior. In an attempt to defuse the situation, Kakashi replies, Mama, no one was hurt, we just wanted to make it to the village fast and he used this to travel here. Kakashi-senpai, you participated in this as well. The Anbu then attempted to approach Naruto and seize him, but Naruto batted his hand away. I must tell everyone how childish you have become, the Anbu said. With a mischievous grin, he said, if you want to take me you will have to catch me. The Anbu were alarmed since they knew they couldn't capture him. He is interrupted when Naruto hits him with a paint bomb that turns his clothes pink, causing everyone to laugh at him. Fine, if that's what you want, when I catch you I will cut your legs off so you can't run anymore. He then commands the Anbu to battle him. I will not be in these games, Uzumaki-san just. He runs into the hamlet at a speed that the Anbu could hardly keep up with, saying, you guys go ahead to the old man's office and I will meet you when I shake these guys. Will daddy be alright? Those guys are the village's elite, he remarked. A worried Rukia asked Haku, who picked her up alone. Don't worry Rukia-chan, Naruto-kun has told me he was able to avoid those guys at your age, so I'm sure he will be just fine. Haku is rubbing her head. Well, as we get to the workplace, we can let him enjoy himself with those guys. The gang follows Anko as he starts to go, saying, I'm sure he'll have lost them by the time we get there. As Rukia, Tsunami, and Inari stroll around the village, they are struck by its size and the sheer number of shops, but they are also a little enraged with them because these are the same people that were harming Naruto. When the gang eventually arrives at the Hokage's office, they hear voices and the sound of a meeting, so they decide to step inside to see what's going on, but they are startled by what they discover. The two companies with him are Killer B, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, who shares a similar build to his brother the Raikage, and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, a woman with a more slender build, light skin, and blonde hair that falls in braids to her back. The current Raikage has dark skin, blonde white hair, and a build that is built for muscles, grappling, and throwing heavy punches that will leave you in the hospital. When Team 7 and Team 11 enter the room, they all halt, and there is a brief pause until the elderly Hokage interrupts with an ungainly cough. In an attempt to lighten the tense situation, he smiles and says, hello teams, I see both missions were a success. After bowing before the Raikage, who only nodded in recognition, Kakashi continues, yes Hokage-sama, our mission was a success but had some weird things go on during the mission and my report will definitely be one for the ages. He then gestures for Haku, Rukia, and the Tazuna family to come forward. They are all a little uneasy around all the wealthy individuals in the room. The lady says, a little apprehensively, hello Hokage-sama, my name is Tsunami, and this is my son Inari, and we wish to join the village. The only thing the elderly Hokage can do for them is grin like a grandfather, which helps them feel a little better. All right, tell me why you came to our hamlet. She blushes as she recalls Naruto and how frequently they had sex each week. Well, I came here to be with Naruto-kun. The elderly man and Kakashi laugh like perverts as they say, hee, I see, so you are sharing him with Anko. Anko and Tsunami blush as Kakashi hints at what they did when he says, oh Hokage-sama, they're sharing him all right. With a scarlet face, Anko hits him in the balls and shouts, shut up you pervert. The elderly man is a little offended by what he is thinking and wipes it away. The Raikage and his group are in complete shock at what is happening. They seem to have completely forgotten that we are present and that this Naruto they are chatting about is actually real. He must be a very fortunate man to have two women sharing him. Getting somewhat under control, he replies, okay, we can talk more about that when Naruto-kun gets here. Now what about you two? He asks, glancing at Haku and Rukia. Haku makes an ice rabbit to the amazement of the Kumo group and the Hokage, saying, well, my reason is similar to Tsunami-chan. I also wish to join the village but as a ninja. She then creates another ice rabbit in the style of Haku, saying, hey old man, don't forget about me, I can also do that. The fact that two clan members have the potential to introduce new bloodlines surprises them once more. Hey, old man. I see you hang around with Naruto-kun a lot, don't you? He laughs when he hears her name. Rukia smiles and responds, of course I will, he is my dad after all. The Hokage pauses his laughter and gives her a startled look. He begins to perspire profusely as he mulls over the possibilities. Daughter, he must have picked her up on his mission, and with how similar these two are I can see why he did that. But if she is raised to be just like him, oh my god, this is not good. Another prankster, and she has ice powers, she will also be really strong. I need to find another successor to take my place or I will die from a heart attack with these two. Hokage-sama. He takes out some papers and begins writing quickly so he can assist Naruto and this girl. Oh, sorry about that, I was lost in my thoughts for a second. So you wish to be adopted by him? I shall write everything up now. He looks at them and says, by the way, where is Naruto-kun? We need him to sign and give me a report. Well, the Anbu were after him because we arrived at the village on a wave the size of the front gates and they wanted to arrest him for scaring them and causing trouble. Kakshi sounds rather frightened. The Raikage laughs at what this Naruto person was doing and remarks, haha, this sounds like a very fun guy. I wish to meet him. Where is he? Anko waves her hand in response, saying, well, he should be here in a little while. You know how the Anbu can never catch him. Yugito looks out for the rapidly approaching power and remarks, Raikage-sama, I can feel a great power coming here and it feels similar to mine. B exclaims, yay bro, this power is massive, it's even stronger than all of us. In a rare moment of seriousness. The strength makes B a little uneasy. Everyone looks toward the window to hear the latest cat calls and the crowd's applause. They can see what appears to be approaching. Everybody in the leaf already knows, but the Kumo people don't know and are preparing for anything. Ha ha ha, dynamic entry, Naruto exclaims as he emerges through the window wearing blue armor resembling that of the second Hokage and wearing a smile. Dusting himself off, he looks around at everyone with wide eyes and says, I told those Anbu they wouldn't catch me, not even when I'm on my deathbed would they get me. Papa! Rukia shouted as she went to him, and he grabbed her in his arms as she spun around, causing her to laugh and giggle. He smiles at her as she is still in his arms and responds, hello, my little snow princess. Is everything going okay with the old man? I did call him an elderly man, as you mentioned. However, Haikne-chan knocks me over the head and says I have to call him with respect. Daddy, will you punish her on my behalf? With tears in the corner of her eyes, Rukia performs the puppy eyes jutsu on him. Haku blushes and covers her butt as he smirks and says, don't you worry, I will make sure Haku gets spankings for making you cry. She giggles as he puffs out his chest and continues, but she is right. We must address him with respect. Even though he is an old man, he is still the strongest ninja, after you kick-ass dad that is. She raises her hands and exclaims, yeah, I want to be a kick-ass ninja too. Her dad then gives her a hard blow to the head. He glares at her, making her wide-eyed, and adds, language or no candy for a week. Not even a week. I swear I will never use those hurtful words again, she says, shaking him and staring at him horrified. Grinning at her, he says, well, I better not catch you saying any bad words. In an attempt to gain control, he says, Naruto-kun, you can do that later, we have other matters to get into. He walks past his squad, disregarding the Kumo gang, who are staring at him with wide eyes over what he just done and how calm everyone is. Yay, no problem, Lord Old Man, what do you need? Raikage Dono, if you don't want to hear all of this, we can continue our discussion about the tests tomorrow. He looks at them all and replies, no, that's okay. I am really interested in this group you got here. After giving a nod, Hiruzen turns to face the teams and requests the report and the events that have transpired. After an hour, Kakashi is only now beginning to complete his report on everything that transpired during the operation. His eyes are open as he listens to the clandestine Anbu and Kumo ensemble. He looks at her and adds, so Haku, you used to work with Zabuza and now have split up and want to join our village. He sighs as the girl gives him a little nod. Well, if that's the case, you will have to go on a probation for 2 months and then after that you can join our ninja ranks like you asked. She bowed. Okay, Hokage-sama, I understand, she said. For the meantime you can stay with Naruto along with the new Rukia Uzumaki. He was grinning. Rukia was asleep, but this made Naruto smile. Tsunami and her son will also live with you. This makes the old man stop and a bit anxious and afraid. It's not a problem, but I'm going to need a larger space with all these people. Can you tell me the direction of the Uzumaki compound? I know one must still be here. And Naruto, I don't, old man. I disagree with what you did. but please give me my mother's scrolls and anything that is clan property. We can call it even, but I expect to know my father's identity before the Chunin examinations arrive. He then proceeds to open a slot beneath his desk and removes scrolls and a sealed letter, saying, "This is everything Kushina sealed up before she died to the Kyuubi. Okay Naruto-kun, I'll give you everything." Whoa, he's the Red Death's kid, Kushina Uzumaki. The Raikage yells, momentarily losing his temper. Wow, my mom sounds pretty badass if she was able to make you react like that, and she also got a pretty badass nickname. Naruto giggles. Kid, you have no idea, that woman was scary. The Red Death's cackle made the killer bee shudder. Could you please show me a photo of her? Gazing hopefully at the Hokage, Naruto said. Naruto gasps as the Hokage takes something from his desk and hands him a picture. Well, there are better ones at the compound, but I guess you can look at this old one. The blonde exclaims, "Oh my Kami, my mom is freaking hot." His words cause everyone to perspire. Anko smacks her face exaggeratedly, saying, "Really Naruto-kun, that is the first thing you say when you see her." Her big face and gorgeous red hair make her look even cuter, and I can't help but stare at them. Not to mention the size of her cup and her amazing figure. Tsunami adds in a blank voice, "Naruto-kun, you do realize you're checking out your mom, right? Well anyways Naruto-kun, now that you know you're in a clan you will have to go in the CRA and I have to tell the council of this along with your daughter and Haku." The elderly gentleman replies with some seriousness. With a severe expression on his face, Naruto stated, "If they try anything stupid or talk out of line they're dead, no questions asked." Hiruzen attempted to avert his eyes. "Okay, and about your bloodline, they will also try to force women on you." He takes up Rukia and leaves for his house and the rest of his group, saying, "It won't work, only I will pick who gets a piece of me." The Raikage sat in a chair and remarked, "Well Hokage-sama, that is one interesting kid you have there." "Yes, and it seems to me that he is holding the Kyuubi." Yugito speaks up and says, "That must be the reason he is so strong and can do all those jutsu he claimed he did." Yay ain't no way he's stronger than 8 feet as a little brat, but if he thinks he's good he can always come and mess with the bully. B continues to rap. To everyone's surprise, the elderly man states, "You have it wrong, he's never used the Kyuubi chakra once." Yugito said, "B, but why are they not on good terms?" He tells me they are really close, he just hasn't met anyone where he needed to use the chakra, so he only has fought with his own power. Shaking his shoulders in agreement. The buff Raikage replies, "Well, we will have to tell our genin to up their training when we get back to Kumo." He is a little upset about that portion. And not to mention he didn't even acknowledge that we were in the room. Compound Uzumaki, we find Naruto strolling with Tsunami, Anko, Haku, and Renmara, who have all chosen to remain with him, as Rukia and Inari sleep on his shoulders. In the arms of a clone, he addresses Renmara, saying, "So Renmara, when we get settled and they have the council meeting I will introduce you to the Hyuga head and try to get you in their clan and they will help you." With a hint of shyness, he says, "Oh okay, thank you for doing all this for me." When they reach a gate with a huge red swirl in the center, they all halt. He notices seals on the gate and rubs blood on it, realizing it is a blood seal, and sees that the gates open to a complex in ideal conditions since the seals keep the area tidy. Gazing at the enormous front yard with a stone pathway in the center, he remarks, "Wow, this place is huge." They proceed along the path until they reach the front door, where Naruto inserts the key and opens the door to reveal a huge mansion with enough room for them to place a pool in the center of the floor. Anko's mouth is on the floor as she exclaims, "Holy crap, this place is huge." Everyone starts to perspire as Tsunami exclaims, "I know, look at that kitchen." She dashes over to it, her eyes full of stars. He gently shakes the children awake and says, "Rukia-chan, Inari-kun, wake up and look at your new house." They both say, "Papa." Simultaneously, they turn and run around, wide-eyed, and Rukia even walked on the ceiling, making Inari unhappy because she didn't help him. "Yay, that's me, now look at your new house." He reaches out and says, "Rukia-ne-chan, pick me up as well." She takes his hand and tries to lift him. Struggling, she exclaims, "Little bro, you are so heavy, what have you been eating?" He tells Rukia, "What, I am not heavy, why you rabbit brain? Why did you refer to me as fish brain?" She gets his face as she says this. Brain of a rabbit, the brain of a fish. Fighting and insulting one another, the two vanish in a humorous cloud of smoke. He walks up and says, "All right you two, you can stop now." The children stop and stare at their father in horror as he is struck by a flying carrot. "All right you kids are gonna get it now, He then spanks them with a water whip and begins chasing them around the compound, causing Anko, Haku, and Renmara to perspire. After emerging from her amazement, Anko remarked, "Well, they can go and play, how about we go pick out our rooms?" As Haku picked up Renmara, who required assistance walking, he remarked, "Yes, let's." After finishing playing with the children, Naruto enters the master bedroom and finds pictures of his mother and a blonde man who is, well, him. This is the fourth Hokage. Am I the son of the fourth Hokage? He asks, sitting on the bed in disbelief, and then he sees more photos of the two before spotting a pregnant Kushina and Minato Namikaze by his side. He laughs a little at the statement, "So my own dad sealed Kasumi-chan into me." He holds the picture with a slight smile, and tears well up in his eyes at finally knowing who his family was. "I was born to be a badass." He gets up and goes to the closet, where he sees all of his mother's clothes and his father's cape. "A little big, but I can grow into it," he says, removing the cape. "I will tell the group and those I trust." He exits the room to head to the front of the house, where he finds Tsunami cheerfully preparing lunch in the kitchen, Rukia and Inari training with Haku in the backyard, and Anko snacking on dango while watching TV while wearing only her fishnet shirt and smiling while holding Renmara in her lap. A few more tears well up in his eyes, but he wipes them away and moves to the front door. "It's what I always wanted, friends and family to call my own. I'm leaving. To help us settle into our new house, I will grab the remainder of your belongings, Anko, as well as mine." Everyone waves him off with a smile. The streets, it seems as if they are starting to see me for me and not Kasumi-chan. He frowns at the fact that she is still not speaking to him. He observes that many people on the streets are smiling and nodding at him, including the ninjas and the children. He stops when he smells his favorite cuisine and goes to greet the two employees, saying, "Hello you guys, have you missed me?" while seated at the seat that is designated for him. The astonished Ayame exclaims, blushing slightly at his good looks, "And Naruto-kun, is that you?" "Good day, Naruto. How are you? We believed you had forgotten about us." "I apologize, I was in training and recently returned from a mission." But, drooling over the feast, he asks, "Can I have some of that food of the gods?" Ayame hits Naruto-kun on the head and says, "Sure, just don't do that again, okay?" "Sorry Ne-chan, I won't do it again." To say that the two were shocked is an understatement. He then spends a short while eating 30 bowls of ramen and telling them about his activities over the past 2 months. He said that if they made a poster and cheered with his new family, he would show them during the Chunin exams, and they immediately agreed, which made him laugh. He was on his way to his house after leaving Anko's house with everything she owned on a scroll, but he was stopped when Kurenai Yuhi, who was furious, got in his way and gave him a death gaze. He smiled and said, "Hello Kurenai-chan, I've missed you." She blushed slightly but shook it off as she was upset with him. "Don't make fun of me." He raises his hands as she says, "Where have you been, mister?" and gets in his face. "I am sorry, I wanted to tell you I had a mission with Anko but it was an emergency and I couldn't find you." After a moment of staring at him, she sighs and says, "Okay, that is a good reason. I just overreacted a bit. I understand." Kurenai tries to turn away as he grabs her and pulls her into an empty alley, saying, "Don't worry Kurenai-chan, how about I make it up to you?" Naruto takes her by the neck and whispers in her ear, "How about I rip these clothes off you and take you up against this wall?" He then bites her ear and kisses her on the neck, causing her to moan. She groans and arches her back slightly, saying, "NN Naruto-kun no W, we can't do that." He then begins to run his hands down her sides, grabbing her by the ass and slapping it hard, then slipping a hand between her thighs and grabbing one of her boozies and squeezing it. "You are completely soaked, Kurenai-chan. You're enjoying this, aren't you?" he says, slapping her ass once more. He then kisses her, causing her eyes to widen as she feels Naruto kiss her for the first time. She tries to control herself by kissing him back, but is stopped when he picks her up, causing her to gasp, and he puts his tongue in her mouth. Red-faced at everything that is happening to her, she exclaims, "Naruto-kun, I like you. I know I am going to have to share with Anko, but I am okay with it," she continues. She had already assured me it was all right. "Well, that's good because I am in the CRA and you are gonna have to share with some other women," shocking her. She said, "I knew this would happen, at least I can have you to myself right now," as she resumed their makeout session. She flushed when he remarked, "Oh Kurenai, can you now get girl, it seems you are a pervert." Then she grinned. She reaches into his pants and says, "Only for you, Naruto-kun." He widens his eyes and asks, "How are you so huge, you're only 13. She says, a little more surprised. He smirks at her surprise and continues, Well, I look like a 15-year-old and that means certain parts of me also look older. Just ask Anko and Tsunami when you get back to my compound, they will tell you all about it. The surprised woman says, why you and Anko had sex. He slaps her ass before body flicking her to his house, handing Anko her belongings, getting a kiss from her, then kissing Tsunami. Yeah, and I tore that ass up. But don't worry, your time will come. After leaving to retrieve his belongings from his home, he was making his way back down the village's streets when an Anbu crossed his path. Before vanishing, the Anbu stated, the council wishes to speak with you. His body then flickers to the chambers, and he says, I knew it would come sooner or later. Chambers of the council. The Hokage is at the end of the table, and everyone else is on the sides, waiting for the Uzumaki to appear. In the chambers, all of the clan chiefs and civilian members are visible together. Hey, old man. Is this meeting already scheduled? Standing in the center of the room, with everyone staring at him, he says. When he sees Sakura's mother, he gives her a dazzling grin because, of all the people, she was always kind to him and helped out when she could. The young blonde blushes a little at how attractive he is. He glances at all the civilian heads blankly, unnerving some of them. The room becomes a little tense as he looks at the clan chiefs and nods, but then he looks at Heishi and stares at him for a while before saying in a neutral tone, I have something to talk to you about, Hyuga. Like Naruto, he answers in a blank tone, it is Hyuga-sama to you, boy. When you deserve my respect, you receive it. However, from what I've seen so far, I've found a kid on a mission who has abilities comparable to your Byakugan, but his eyes turn red, and as a result, he lacks physical strength. Hieshi's brows slightly lifted in response to what he was hearing. I want to see him for myself. I will go get him now. He shocked everyone by vanishing in a flash of light, just to return with him a little later. Heishi is surprised when Renmara uses his powers, saying, this is Renmara and he has the bloodline I am talking about. This is something that was only demonstrated in the early Hyuga days during the war in States area. Bloodstains would appear in the Hyuga's eyes, changing their hue and resulting in a genetic mutation. Everyone was astonished because he never loses his temper, and they were even more shocked when he said, how that is the red Byakugan not seen since the war in States period. Inquiring about anything, the Hokage asked, Heishi, what does this red Byakugan do that is different from yours? Well, there is not much on it, but from what I know it can see further and predict movements like the Sharingan. It has the ability to see even more chakra points that my eyes can't see. Even Naruto and Renmara were taken aback by this. Grinning at Renmara on his shoulder, Naruto adds, well, would you look at that, you are going to be a kick-ass ninja like your Nissan. Naruto is flushed at the attention he is receiving. Thank you Naruto Ni-san. He vanished once more after saying, okay, I'll take you home and tell everyone about your new powers. Shukaku, who was awake for once, remarked, wow, that boy is just full of surprises. Oh, you know I am. He stood behind Sume, who was taken aback by his presence. When he lifted her up and sat her on his lap, still grinning, she was even more surprised. He whispers in her ear, I can sense your arousal, are you in your heat cycle? As she recovers from her amazement, she adds, shut up you stupid Gaki, that's not for you to know. Moving them up and down, he then places his hands on her waist. He blows in her ear, causing her to quiver due to the sensitivity of her ears, saying, no need to lie to me, Sume-chan. She strikes his chest and cries, stop don't do that. He then begins to sway her back and forth, causing her wet folds to rub against his groin. He speaks into her ear and asks, do you need me to come and help you with your problem? How about I come over later and help you? After that, she gets up and walks with her Nin-ken to her house. Everyone in the room was in astonishment. The women blushed slightly, while the guys had nosebleeds. He coughs in his hand as he prepares to speak, saying, Naruto-kun back on topic to the meeting. In addition to bringing 2 Yuki clan females and his adopted daughter, Naruto, the final member of the Uzumaki clan, has consented to join the CRA in order to support his clan. The civilians, on the other hand, were not so delighted. The majority were irate, and others sought his clan's authority. The clan leaders, on the other hand, were surprised since they didn't think he would be in the Uzumaki clan. They assumed it was merely a moniker given to show respect. An idiot civilian got up and yelled, this demon brat is no clan heir, he is the son of a whore. Naruto left Sume's chair, put his hands together, and pulled them apart, revealing a scythe of lighting, and proceeded to the man. Enbu jumped in his path, but they were knocked to the ground when he released some of his killing intent, causing them to all fall to their knees, the clan heads to fall, and the Hokage to begin to perspire. The civilians were choking and vomiting, with the exception of Mebuki, who was just perspiring. He adds icily, "Those words will never leave your lips again. My mother Kushina Uzumaki was not a whore." The man sobbed, "PP please I am sorry." He sliced the man's head off and then sat back down, saying, "I don't care, you fools take me for some kind of joke. But you will learn to put some respect on my name." Keeping everyone quiet for a while. After he recovered from his shock, the Hokage remarked, "Anbu, take the body away." A civilian member exclaimed, Hokage-sama kill this demon, he killed Larry. Naruto then stands up and repeats the action to the foolish civilian. "You see, old man, this is what happens when you get soft and don't enforce rules. Fools like this think they can just order you around, leaving people like me to clean up the mess. This is why I told you to get your act together, and you should probably start to train again if you are gonna invite the other Kage to the exams. Because they won't respect you if you just look like an old man doing paperwork." Hiruzen is once again struck by how accurate Naruto's words are, and the clan heads smile as they witness the fire returning to the elderly man while Danzo swore in his mind. However, he uses this opportunity to speak. Hiruzen He is interrupted as the Hokage corrects him after glancing at him. Hiruzen utters a firm Danzo curse in his mind, adding, "It is Hokage-sama to you, elder. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but in order to restore the clan and increase our ice users, we ought to place these ladies in the CRA." Naruto was at Danzo's neck in a flash, preparing to chop off his arm with his lightning scythe. "Obviously you need some more convincing. Lord, old guy, how about I just address the root of the issue?" Before he can react, Naruto slashes off Danzo's bandaged arm, shocking everyone while disgusting them with what they see. An arm with open Sharingan eyes. Naruto then throws the arm to the ground and burns it with his lightning. In agony, Danzo answered, "Damn you boy, do you know what you just did?" The Hokage shouted, "Anbu, take his ass to Ibiki." They complied, and all eyes were on Naruto. "Let's wrap this up and get home, shall we? I believe we all had a lengthy meeting. I'll be over sometime to assist Sakura-chan with her training, Mebuki-chan. I am so happy that she has finally apologized to you," she continued, providing. "Give him a hug." Then he disappears in a water tornado, wrapping his black trench coat with the orange flames on the bottom around himself and saying, "Well, see you guys some other time." The head of Nara responded, "That boy is so troublesome." Everyone could only nod. Compound Uzumaki Naruto emerges at the home door, removing his sandals and saying, "Hey guys, I am back." Anko, Kurenai, Haku, Tsunami, and Kurenai all simultaneously responded, "Hello Naruto-kun." Rukia and Inari pounce on Naruto and yell, "Hey papa." Waving on the couch, Renmara remarked, "Welcome back, Ni-san." At his welcome party, all he could do was smile. "Who's ready for dinner?" Everyone started cheering as he yelled, and the Uzumaki compound was once more alive with laughter and happiness. The mindscape of Naruto is seen sporting black slacks with foxes on them and a white t-shirt. He was in the wilderness when he summoned the thoughts of Kasumi, who had not spoken to him in days. He keeps walking till he finds a cabin in a clearing beside a lake. Where is she? You would think it would be easy to see a giant fox in the forest. Maybe she is in her human form and is in that little house she made. He approaches the door and knocks, saying, "I will admit she knows how to live in style. Hello Kasumi-chan, I've come to see why you don't want to talk to me." He knocks again after not receiving a response. Still no response to the question, "Kasumi-chan, why won't you answer?" Knowing why she doesn't want to talk to him, he puts his head down and says, "She hasn't been talking to me since I had sex with Anko and Tsunami-chan." He continues to get no response from the person on the other side of the door. "Kasumi-chan, I'm sorry, I understand why you don't want to talk to me now. It's because I slept with those two. Do you think that I would just leave you in here and never talk to you again?" He can hear movement in the room as he says, "I wasn't just playing with your feelings, I truly care about you. We have become really close over these 2 months, and so close I can even say that I have feelings for you." He simply smiles at that. He hears someone approaching the door and says, "I need you in my life, I want you there for my new family, the family that I want you to be a part of." He laughs and hears a tail coming from the other side of the door. "I also miss your really soft tails. They make really good pillows." He starts to say something further, but is interrupted when the door opens and a sobbing Kasumi appears. She smacks him with one of her 9 tails and sends him flying into the jungle after saying, "Baka is making me cry." With a smile on her face, she chases him. He is locked in a tree and exclaims in agony, "I guess I can let you have that hit for making you cry." She takes him from the tree and gives him a comforting embrace, to which he responds, I apologize, Naruto-kun. I just assumed you forgot about me and would leave me alone again. Her toes curl as he draws back, takes her chin, and plants a kiss on her. He smirks at Kasumi's flushed face and says, I hope that can make up for it. She glances away, but he pulls her chin to him once again and gives her a gentle kiss. Baka D, don't do that again. She passed out with a silly smile on her face after saying, I just couldn't help myself, you are so amazingly beautiful, I just had to let you know by showing my love to you, my foxy goddess. He then returns her to her home and lets the thoughts wander, saying, I've missed her. Naruto's quarters at the Uzumaki compound. When Naruto opens his eyes, he sees Kurenai lying on his chest, grinning broadly, and he can't help but laugh at her appearance. He then gives her a little rub on top, causing her to murmur something while she sleeps. He kisses her head, causing her to awaken and grin at him. Even in her sleep she looks beautiful. Good morning, Naruto-kun. She then kisses him, stands up, and stretches, putting on a strong performance for Naruto. She smirks when she notices this. She gives him a seductive grin and says, you can look, but you can't touch. Now you're teasing me, Kurenai-chan, Naruto says, grabbing her and placing her beneath him. He kisses her neck and adds, I might have to claim you as mine right now. She tries to stop him by saying, Naruto-kun, I said no touching. A good morning it is. He helps her up, grinning at the unkempt and flushed Kurenai. Come on, we have to go wake everyone up, he says. As they exit the room, Naruto tries to wake Rukia, but he finds her snuggled up to a rabbit plush toy he got her. Rukia-chan, it's time for breakfast, so wake up. She merely mumbles and rolls over. She said, half awake, Papa, leave me alone. I'm a big girl, I can get up myself. With a sharp carrot in her palm, she bounded up and said, okay, since you don't want breakfast, I'll just give it to Inari. He laughs aloud and imagines Kasumi as she leaves in her bunny onesie, saying, never. Why don't you go outside and reveal yourself to everyone, Kasumi-chan? With some concern, she asks, are you sure about that, Naruto-kun? He waves his hand, saying, it will be fine, I am going to tell everyone about who my father is anyway, so might as well tell them about you as well. She suddenly emerges in a burst of smoke in her human form, wearing a black long-sleeve shirt and orange leggings that match Naruto, saying, okay Naruto-kun, these people are trustworthy enough to know. He concludes with a chuckle, so you want to copy my look, huh? I still rock it better than you. She crossed her arms and said, shut it, this was the first thing that came to mind. Let's just go see everyone. I want to hold my little Rukia-chan again. Everyone finds a seat at the kitchen table and begins eating breakfast as they arrive. Before Rukia calls attention to the fox lady, everyone is enjoying themselves and isn't even noticing her. Rukia looked at her bewilderedly and murmured, Papa, who is this with the fox ears and tails? Then, as if nothing were happening, everyone looks at the woman sipping orange juice. She smiles back at Anko, who adds, oh hello Kasumi-chan, I haven't seen you in a while. He addresses the wide-eyed crowd, saying, everyone, I have some important news to share. This is Kasumi-chan, the nine-tailed fox, and my father is the fourth Hokage. While those who are ninjas react differently, Rukia, Inari, Tsunami, and Anko just wave at her. Haku, Kurenai, and even Renmara gaze at her with a hint of horror. Kurenai answered somewhat shakily, the same one that attacked the village 13 years ago. Kasumi remarked, anticipating that response, yup, that's me. He appears behind her, pets her fox ears, causing her to purr, before she snaps out of it and hits him with her tail. Look, I know you were scared, but relax. That night she was under genjutsu that made her react like that. She is just misunderstood, and plus if she was that big bad fox would she do this? He rubs his stomach and says, seems harmless, just a bruise and a broken rib maybe. Haku walks over to Naruto-kun and says, I have some cream, just let me put it on and it will be better. He then removes his shirt, revealing all the women, making them blush. Okay Haku-chan. He smirks at the flushed Haku and says, be sure to rub it in real good. She rubs it in to feel his abs, making the other girls envious. Oh okay Naruto-kun. A little annoyed by his manner of making fun of others, Kasumi remarked, did you forget I can heal you Naruto-kun? This makes everyone chuckle, but then Enko recalls what else he said. She confronted him, asking, did you say your dad was the fourth Hokage? Yes, and if I see him I'd give him a dropkick to the face for what he did. Punk-ass putting the village before his son. He could have just teleported Kasumi-chan out of the village and leave her be, but no, the village needs tailed beast. Well, I can see why you would think that. Do you hate him? Replied Kurenai. He was depressed at the memory of his father and said, I don't know right now. I am happy and upset at the same time. Haku pulls him into a cozy embrace and says, well, I am sure he didn't want to do it, Naruto-kun. I mean, he died so you could live, so he must have loved you. Yay, but I need you guys to keep this a secret for me right now. I am not supposed to know until the Chunin exams. He was staring at everyone. Don't worry, Papa. Your secret is safe with me, exclaims Rukia, who is standing on an ice platform. Naruto questioned, Rukia-chan, how are you so good at your ice release already? As he was astounded by her ease of control. Hakune-chan says something about having the purest form of ice release and being really in tune with the spiritual aspect of chakra. Yes, that's right, she can even control my ice sometimes if she focused hard enough. I suspect she can be really good at genjutsu and the spiritual arts of the ninja life. When Kurenai hears this, she is astounded by the girl's genjutsu skills. With pride in her voice, she continues, I might be able to help you with your genjutsu, Rukia-chan. I am the genjutsu specialist of the village. Anko rolls her eyes. He then returns to his room to change before saying, okay guys, I am going out and I will be back some time later. Make sure to lock the gate when you leave. Like his father, he is seen wearing an open coat, except his is black with blue flames at the bottom. The storm kanji was printed over his seal on a plain black t-shirt. Black ninja sandals and black Enbu trousers. Before leaving, he kisses each person on the head and says, see you guys. Konoha's streets. Naruto is heading to a store that he heard from Anko was a good place to get weapons and things connected to ninjas. Additionally, Kurenai had assured him that it was a good area, so he made the decision to visit and see for himself. As he walks, he spots a shop called Golden Leaf. Nice name, don't mind if I do. He enters the store and looks at the clothing and weaponry scattered inside. A voice behind the desk said, hello, welcome to the Golden Leaf. Naruto was astounded by what he saw when he peered over there. A girl roughly his age, she had a petite frame, large brown eyes, and brown hair with two buns on top that gave her a panda-like appearance. As she approached the wide-eyed girl, the blonde exclaimed, P Panda-chan. The girl with the brown hair who looked like a panda said, W Whiskers-kun. Tenten, it is you. Naruto gave her a strong hug, which she gladly accepted. What happened to you? I was looking for you ever since you got adopted. Now that her Oni-chan had returned, Tenten was happier than ever. I was also looking for you, but then I got put on a team and we were not able to talk much in the academy. Since they were in the orphanage, Naruto and Tenten have been friends, and he would always shield her from bullies who would try to make fun of her for hanging out with him. Nevertheless, they remained close friends and made a commitment to become ninjas together. What team are you on, Oni-chan? I can see your headband, but I have not heard about you yet. Didn't you say when you became a ninja you were gonna save a whole country and then be Hokage? She made him laugh. A giggle cut through his proud statement. Haha, just so you know, I just returned from a mission to help save Team 7 who were stuck in Wave Country, and for your information, I did save a country. They even named the bridge after me. Ino and the rest of her squad, along with their teacher Asuma, said, yeah, I bet it was all thanks to Sasuke-kun and all of his Uchiha power. He told her and her group, I actually did. You can go and ask Kakashi. Asuma took a drag from his cancer stick and remarked, yes, Kakashi was talking about how he split the sky with his sword. Just listen to yourself, cutting the sky, yay right, if Naruto did that I will be his slave for the rest of my life. She giggles. I swear on my ninja headband. Because of how casually she said what she did, Naruto was a little uneasy. Ino-chan, I don't think that is a good idea. Shikamaru looked at her with wide eyes and remarked, yay, Ino, don't say stuff like that, so free you could really be his slave. Shika, you are not buying this, are you? He may have had that really cool entrance, but saving a country, she chuckled again. He shook her hand and smiled, making her uneasy. You know what deal? If you are wrong, prepare to be calling me Naruto-sama in a cute maid outfit. As Naruto captures Kakashi and forces him to confess to Ino that he split the sky with a sword swipe, the group chases him. Then, to the wide-eyed Team 10 and Tenten who longed to meet up with her Oni-chan one more, Kakashi reenacts the battle. Ino then passes out from shock at what her life has just become. So I have to be a slave to end Naruto. The others were shocked by what had just transpired. Together with her father, who needed to locate another clan heir, they then head to the Hokage to inform him and have her complete the paperwork. With tears in her eyes, Ino remarked, I can still be a ninja, right, Hokage-sama? All he can do is sigh at her. It is up to Naruto if you can still be a ninja now. If he says yes you can but can never be your clan heir again. She looks down and turns to face Naruto, who is as astounded by what is happening. Ino grabs his arms and asks, and Naruto, you will still let me be a ninja, right? She gives him a hug and expresses gratitude as he adds, yes Ino-chan, I will not take your dream away from you. In an ashamed tone, she says, thank you and Naruto-sama. The Hokage draws their attention once more by saying, well, that's not all, you still have to get a slave seal to show who you belong to. A slave seal? Inoichi passes out. As if it were little, the Hokage remarked, yes, it won't hurt, but it will just be like a tattoo. He smiles at the flushed blonde and asks, well Ino-chan, where would you like it, how about on your butt? Inoichi then got up and attempted to strangle Naruto. He tries to capture him again, saying, not on my little girl. In an attempt to calm her overly protective father, Ino says, Daddy, it's okay, it has to happen, I am fine with this, I will still be able to come see you, and other things like that. Yes, she is correct. I won't turn her into a naive blonde who lacks self-awareness. Floating in the air, Naruto remarks. I will make her a great ninja worthy of serving the new Uzumaki clan. And who knows, she might get more maids and become the head mistress. He laughs. He then takes her up in a bridal-style carry, making her blush, and flies to his house. Ino-chan, come on, I won't mistreat you or anything like that, but I will expect you to act like a maid and all that other stuff. Come on, I will put the seal on you when we get to your new home. Inoichi nods in agreement as the elderly Hokage says, you know this might be good for her. Naruto is a real ninja and he might turn her into something you can be proud of. A little afraid of my wife's reaction, he continues, well, I am going to go tell her the good news. Compound Uzumaki Ino has been Naruto's slave for a week, and it would be an understatement to say that she was taken aback. In reality, she was enjoying herself and training with Sakura and Tenten, whom Naruto had gone to retrieve from their home. When she wasn't training, Naruto made her wear a traditional maid costume and assigned her household chores. Although he didn't push himself on her as she had feared, he did follow through on his promise to clean him and bring her into their private hot spring. She was both happy and embarrassed to be near her lord. She was now fighting Sakura to a draw on top of the water for 4 hours straight after her training produced excellent results with the other girls, but they were still unable to defeat Tenten, who was a serious kunoichi from the beginning. Since she and Tenten were both deficient, Sakura had adapted to being a medical ninja while they worked on developing their jutsu further. Like a fish swimming in water, she advanced it. She was improving her strength training like Tsunade and was able to heal minor wounds and bring back little insects. Tenten, who was already proficient with swords but couldn't compete with Naruto, was doing incredibly well after Naruto personally trained her in his moonlight sword style. She became a true weapons master after he forced her to practice a variety of weapons to determine which one was best for her, but she still needed to improve her jutsu. She was proficient with all types of swords, but she excelled at using a katana. He found that she had a great affinity for both wind and lighting. Knowing this, he helped her practice her ailments, which now allowed her to break a leaf and use her chakra alone to switch on a light bulb using her lighting and wind affinities. By forcing Ino to discover her chakra natures, fire and water, he did the same to her. Since he couldn't assist her with fire, he let Enko handle it while he worked on her propensity for water. Ino used her fire chakra to heat up a bucket of water. She was as good as Tenten at lighting a light bulb. The three females are now engaged in a full-on fight in the rear of Naruto's compound, while the other residents of the home watch from the sidelines. You can see Rukia, Inari, and Renmara supporting Naruto. While watching her daughter get thrashed in this spar, Mebuki is nervously drinking some water and still supporting her. Tsunami, Anko, Kurenai, Kasumi, and Haku are all dressed as medics and prepared to rush in and rescue a life. When Sakura was struck in the back by an invisible shadow clone of Naruto, she was launched into the air. Ino and Naruto were engaged in a taijutsu duel, and things were not going well. She attempted to avoid other attacks but was unable to keep up in time and was launched from a dynamic entry after having to duck a straight from Naruto. Pulling out his moonlight sword and assuming a straight stance opposite Tenten, who was anxious about her and her comrades being easily defeated, Naruto remarked, and then there was one. With a foxy smile, he asks, do you think you can take me on, Panda-chan? Tenten, who is a little uneasy at Naruto's commanding presence, tries to gather her courage. I am ready and will take you down no matter what. Still grinning at her, he asked, oh, does this panda have hidden fangs? She screams, "Stop calling me a panda," before charging at Naruto, who grins even more. With the words, "Let's dance," he then charged her at breakneck speed, slamming swords against a struggling Tenten. He leapt, used her body as a springboard, and flipped her off, throwing her a kick to the face as she attempted to sweep his legs. Then she sees an owl approaching her when she looks up. Water-style seeking owl. He yells, as a lion-sized owl slams at her, sending her to the ground. However, Naruto was approaching with his sword, so she had to swiftly roll out of the way. She stands up again and uses hand signals to say, "Wind-style wind dragon." The dragon roars and approaches Naruto, displaying its razor-sharp claws. All Naruto does is smile and do something crazier. As he approaches the wide-eyed Tenten, he picks up a bow staff from the ground, places it in front of him, leaps into the dragon's throat, and chops it up. She gathers herself and performs one of the techniques she has mastered. She says, "Moonlight swordsmanship subtle slide," as she swings her blade diagonally downward. Only to be taken aback when Naruto uses his own move to counter. He raises his moonlight blade in the air, calling it to him while traveling to Tenten. Moonlight swordsmanship mountain split. He lowers his arms and delivers a strong downward slash that goes straight through Tenten's assault, throwing her back and leaving a gash on her midriff that ruins her white training gi that Naruto allowed girls to use. He walked to the girl who was down and said, "Correct your posture and tighten your core. You need more power." Given how intense his physical training is, Tenten blushes when he hears the words, "Don't worry, that just means you need more physical training." She gestured to all of the girls who were unconscious on the ground and said, "Oh okay Ni-chan. But can you help us out first? You kind of almost killed us." She blushed as he picked her up in a bridal-style carry and said, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I held back. That last attack can split mountains and even the Hokage monument, so count yourself lucky." She pouts at him for treating her this way and adds, "Oni-chan, I can walk by myself." They all rush to the sideline as he cries, "Oh Panda-chan, just let me handle this. Medics, we need some help." Looking at the deep cut on her tummy, Anko whispered, "Come on Ten-chan, stay with us, you can get through this." Mebuki shakes her daughter awake and says, "Sakura-chan, wake up baby, don't leave your mother alone with your father." She arched an eyebrow at her mother and said, "Mom, you act like I'm dying, and what's so wrong with Dad?" "Well, you see, your dad is kind of..." Sakura looked at her mother and asked, "Kind of what, Mom?" "A pussy," Naruto remarked as he assisted Ino, Haku, and Kasumi. "Yes, that it your dad is a..." "Hey wait, don't say that, Naruto-kun." The blonde and the others just laughed at her. Naruto looks at Sakura being healed by Kurenai, who is also listening in on the conversation, and says, "Sakura, your dad was not a good parent to you. You said he was barely home, always doing some work, which left your mother having to raise you by herself most of the time, leaving you without a stable male in your life." He winks at Mebuki, who flushes at his words. "That's why I have taken it upon myself to become that stable male figure in your life, and who knows, instead of Oni-chan it can be Tu-chan." When Sakura notices this, she uses chakra to increase the force of her blows and hits Naruto in the stomach, sending him splashing into the lake. Everyone laughs as she says, "Don't go flirting with my mom, pervert," until she needs to avoid a water dragon. As he goes through some hand signals, water, wind, and lighting dragons appear behind him, causing Sakura, Ino, and Tenten to flee in terror. "So it seems you still want to train. Okay, I have some more physical training. To run away from the dragons," he says. Ino sobbed anime tears as she cried, "Look what you did, forehead, Naruto-sama is gonna kill us." Tenten said as she fled, "Just shut up and run." Every time another dragon was destroyed, the girls could be seen fleeing from the dragons that appeared all over the settlement. Naruto enters, removes his white training gi, and puts on an orange kimono with a crimson Uzumaki swirl in the center of his back. "Now that they are busy, let me go through some of these Uzumaki scrolls." He waves everyone off as he heads to his chamber, saying, "See you guys in a little bit. I have some scrolls to read." Naruto will now spend some time in his room reading some of the scrolls that were handed to him. He grabs his mother's letter and reads it, saying, "So let's see what my mom has to say. Hello son. This is Kushina Uzumaki, your mother. I just wanted to say that I love you first and that I don't want to become a Jinchuriki like I was. I know that if it weren't for your father Minato, I would still be an outcast being picked on. However, this isn't about how difficult my life was. It's about telling you about our clan because the village will probably forget about us and treat us like the Uchiha. Our clan was great at Kenjutsu and sealing, and we also had our gorgeous red hair. I've included our summoning contract at the bottom of the page. Alright, the Kyuubi is returning to the village. Make sure you abstain from alcohol, find a nice girl you can love, and they will support you in life. Above all, remember that I love you, Naruto. When Naruto read his mother's words to him, he started crying. She loves me, and I love her too. All I want is to meet her and prove to her my strength. Would I make her proud? He notices a large summoning contract with what appear to be lightning and thunderclouds on it as he reaches for the seal at the bottom. He can see, wiping away his tears, that it is a summoning contract. What animal is this? It has to do with lighting. He takes it and unfolds it to discover that only his mother signed the contract, cutting his thumb to sign his name in blood. He takes some of the other scrolls, which contain a number of jutsu for all the elements, but something else catches his attention. Is this the second Hokage's flying Raijin? He can only grin at having just learned his favorite Hokage's move. He-man, the Chunin exams are not going to be ready for this. This indicates that he may have gotten assistance from the Uzumaki family with the seal during his time. Let's go sign this contract first, though. As he steps back outside, he realizes that, depending on the animal, his might not be large enough. Let's go to a better place for this. Biting his thumb, he runs through hand motions and slams them on the ground, causing a cloud of smoke to form. I don't want to mess up my backyard. He takes to the air and flies to the outside of the village and an empty training ground. Okay, now let's see what kind of animal we got here. What the devil? I was in the middle of something important, a female-sounding voice said from within the smoke. So you summoned me, human, said Naruto, as a giant bird with 3 wings on each side and a body that resembled lightning. A body composed of gray feathers with giant claws and a long neck with a yellow beak, and 3 tails behind her emerged from the smoke. You are amazing and fierce. What sort of animal are you? I can feel your power. The bird is a little startled by Naruto's flight as he says, fly up to get beak with head. Human, get out of my face. A flash of lightning struck him as the bird spoke. Ow, that wounded you, huge bird, but you will get a fight with lightning if that's what you want. With lightning in his hands, he struck the bird as he spoke. Palm lighting. With his hands aimed at the unprepared bird, Naruto yells, shocking it and slightly frying its feathers. The Thunderbird brushes it off and gets back on course. Wow, that actually hurt, unlike others who have hit me with lighting. He must have a strong affinity. Naruto smiles at the bird that was watching him like a predator. How do you like that, ya stupid bird? He asks. So, do you want to fight? Okay, think of this as a test to see if you can summon us. After saying, bring it on, bird brain, Naruto takes off, and lightning strikes the bird's location. However, the bird swiftly takes off and launches one at Naruto because it is swift for its size. People may see a huge bird, storm clouds over a section of the village, and a blast moving back and forth over the entire community. The Hokage examines it with the Anbu and his crystal ball. On the roof of their tower, the Raikage and his group can be seen observing the combat in awe of the boy's skill with lighting. When we return to the battle between the human and the bird, we see Naruto wearing only his kimono bottoms because the bird had burned off the top, and his hair had white streaks in it. The bird also appeared to be in pretty bad shape, with some feathers gone and a broken wing from one of Naruto's punches. As he charges the bird, Naruto yells, ha ha ha, I can still keep going, birdie. Lighting surrounds his body in an attempt to deflect some of the bird's shots. After a lengthy and enjoyable battle, the gray bird was grinning. The bird charges a tremendous amount of chakra, causing clouds to form around it and start circling it. Indeed you can, human, but let's see if you can handle my strongest attack. Thunder roars, and sparks fly out of the bird. Thunderbird-style lighting beast. A huge lightning bird emerges from the thunderstorm. Everyone on the ground was terrified for Naruto's life and was wide-eyed. Going through hand signals and dangerously increasing his chakra, causing lightning to leap off his body in the air to become heavy with chakra. This one is for you, Kasumi-chan. He yells. Storm-style Kyuubi Wraith. And a gigantic 9-tailed fox appears behind the flying Naruto, who is sighing from the 3-hour battle and the enormous amount of chakra that was used. With Naruto's roars and the Thunderbird's sound in the backdrop, the jutsu charge forward toward one another on an unspoken cue, letting out their own battle cries as they do so. A tremendous amount of force suddenly shoots through Naruto, causing his hair to turn entirely white. He shakes it off and concentrates more chakra into his jutsu. She also lets out a bird call that was loud enough to be heard by everyone below them. Holy shit, he is overpowering me, and why did he just get stronger and is his hair now white? Well, whatever, he definitely passed, but I won't go down without a fight. Everyone who was watching was blinded and uneasy when the jutsu made a huge explosion and flashed a dazzling light across the sky. Everyone rushes to their area of impact as the two plummet to the ground from the heavens. The bird creates a tremendous shockwave as it falls, tearing away the trees and the already demolished training ground, and Naruto's body creates a crater when he impacts. When they arrive, everyone is interested in what will happen next. With his hair turning back to blonde and blood streaming down his face, Naruto mumbles and crawls out to stand. He continues to smile with blood on his teeth as he addresses the bird, disregarding everyone else, saying, "I am pretty sure I have a lot of broken bones and my chakra is as low as it ever has been." He yells to the bird, fluttering its feathers, "You still have more, don't you, bird brain?" The bird stands up again to give its name. Shut up, you stupid human, I am tired, you win, I give you can sign our contract. My name is Heiro, the boss of the Thunderbirds, with power only matched by a Biju. Consider yourself lucky, only Kushina was the last to summon us, and considering how much you look like her, I guess you are her son. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto simply responds with a foxy smile and a laugh. The concluding line, "That's right, I am the son of my hot mother and I am also Naruto Uzumaki, the storm of Konoha," is spoken aloud, causing all of the Leaf Ninja to applaud and offer him respectful looks. Even the Raikage and his gang must yield to him. Her wicked Biju interrupted Yugito as she was thinking, all that power, but still he hasn't used Kyuubi's chakra. Kitten is an alpha male at its highest. If I was you, I would go and mate with him immediately, and if you don't go after him, I will take over your body and do it for you. Matabi speaks in the head of her host. She blushed and shook her head, saying, "Matabi, I barely know him, why would I go and have sex with him? Though he is cute, strong, and has an amazing body, no, don't think like that. You can get to know him and you see what he just did. Like, that is not something everyone has. He is even stronger than me and you, so I don't know why you haven't gone after him." The Hellcat replies to her host. Yugito can only shake her head, blushing. Maybe you are right, Matabi-chan, but it will take some time. Killer B is conversing with his inner devil in a different way. Damn, that fox really has claws to law down. He even beat Big Bird and got a contract. B was rapping. B, that boy is really powerful and he still has not used any powers from the Kyuubi yet. I just know when he gets older no one will stand with him. You should try to get an alliance with him. Man, I hear ya, no need to threaten, he play with the bull and he gets stung like a bee. But all of this is being ignored by Naruto, who is thinking about the situation in his own way. What was that power that turned my hair white and gave me such power? It was amazing. It wasn't Tikasumi-chan power, so what was it? Oh well, it will have to wait until I wake up. Then, to everyone's surprise, he faints while standing. The Hokage tells him to walk to the hospital so that he can receive treatment, saying, "Naruto-kun, even when you are down and out you still stand on your own 2 feet, your parents would be proud." Compound Uzumaki Ino's voice could be heard at the doorway. "Naruto-sama, it's time to wake up. Your bath is ready." She has thrown herself fully into the role of Naruto's housemaid during the past month, and if she were being completely honest with herself, she truly enjoyed it. She was able to take care of him, cook for him, and most importantly, he was training her. She was no longer a fangirl and he treated her well. Mumbling between the blankets, Naruto said, "Ino-chan, 5 more minutes please." With a hint of childishness, Ino addressed her master, "You know we have the Chunin exams tomorrow and you said you would take us to get new clothes and weapons for the exam." He winked at her as he answered, "Okay, I suppose I can do that. You do deserve a reward for all your hard work, or would you like something else?" Naruto-sama, don't say such things, it is improper so early in the morning, now hurry, your water will get cold." She blushed after hearing what he had to say and quickly left before he could say anything more. "Okay Haku-chan, you can come out now." With a flushed face from what she was doing, Haku peeks out from under the covers. She looks away slightly and blushes as she asks, "Naruto-kun, why did you push my head under the covers?" He took hold of her and drew her into a kiss. Haku nodes are aware of Ino's reputation as a gossip queen and say, "Well, you know how Ino can be when seeing things like this, she wants to tease and tell the whole village." He grinned at her and said, "And if what I was feeling between my legs you did not seem to mind." The women, who are all Naruto's girlfriends and potential future spouses of the Uzumaki, have become closer and more intimate over the course of the month. She gives him a brief kiss and says, Shut up Naruto-kun. Now go, your bath is ready, maybe we will all come join you." Haku left the room, swaying slightly at the hips. Haha, it seems Anko and Kasumi are rubbing off on everyone. With their flirty ways, I just hope Rukia does not become like them. I don't want to have to kill some boy trying to get his hands on my daughter. However, that makes him chuckle once again. Who am I kidding? My baby can handle herself with those ice powers and that new sword of hers. He gets out of bed, enters the compound's hallways, and heads to the bathroom to take a bath that is ready for him. Renmara, Rukia, and Inari were walking to the kitchen as he went. In addition to him and his girls, the children had grown to be like siblings. They even assisted Renmara in regaining his health, which allowed him to exercise alongside everyone. As he entered the bathroom, he saw that all of the girls were in the bathtub, including Kasumi, who was soaking her tail because she had to leave the seal due to her restricted access. As Kurenai sat next to him in the enormous spa that resembled an indoor hot spring, she inquired, "So Naruto-kun, what will you be getting the girls today?" Tsunami was afloat on Kasumi's tail. Yaten-chan, Sakura-chan, and Ino-chan looked very happy to see what you would get them considering how much progress they have made. Anko commented while she was in the bathtub. He then considers how much stronger the girls have become as a result of their work, saying, "Yes, you are right, they have made amazing progress, more than I thought possible." With an extending bow staff and a seal on her wrist, Ino had transformed from a fangirl to a terrifying maid who was lethal. Additionally, she knew enough medical jutsu to repair any immediate harm someone would sustain. Only Sakura's close-range fighting and tanky, along with the enormous amount of damage she could inflict, could defeat her, who was an adept at medium to close-range combat. She easily defeated Shikamaru and Choji, forcing Asuma to exert more effort to defeat her, but he was never able to get away unscathed. Tenten was also quite good at the moonlight sword style. She could do the first 10 dances flawlessly in a few moves without using her blade. She had also increased the number of weapons in her armory, and she can now claim to have mastered all of them in addition to several jutsu for her affinity for wind and lightning without the need for hand signals, which he forced them to practice. Although it made her a little upset, she overcame it and continued to practice. Her sword skill was something serious. She even defeated the Anbu and other ninja in the village who could wield swords but were unable to defeat Yugo or Naruto. Since Sakura had started from nothing and had grown into a fearsome kunoichi, a nickname the community would frequently use to refer to her as a little Tsunade, she had advanced the most, albeit she was afraid of being admitted to the hospital. Although she couldn't match Tsunade's degree of strength, she had perfected the technique and could still run through steel doors and create craters with her fist alone. She attempted, but was unable, to learn the seal that Tsunade wears on her forehead. In contrast to Tsunade, she practiced full contact sparring, which used every part of the body as a weapon, and her fighting style was known as Byakuren Kaiken, which they discovered in the library. Because he and everyone else wore gravity seals, which increased bodily endurance, Naruto was frequently able to withstand direct hits and give some of his own back, even though this frequently left him with fractured bones. That does not imply that he neglected his own training. Rather, it appears that he merely received further instruction as a result of the many missions he and Anko would do. He found that the transformation he underwent during his battle with Heiro was inherited, and he named it Godspeed. In this form, his body is enhanced, allowing him to move faster than light, which frequently caused him to crash into buildings because he was still unable to fully control the power. His jutsu are all enhanced when in the form, and he can easily control his bloodline and perform water, wind, and lighting jutsu without requiring hand signals, which strengthens his storm release. In order to allow Kasumi to remain outside for as long as she desired, he even attempted to break the seal, which resulted in an intriguing encounter with his father. Rewind. Kasumi-chan, I am going to try and take this seal off the rock and maybe you can stay out longer and I can use more of your power because now all I can do is 4 tails, but you said I need some ki and face my darker self, whatever that means. As Kasumi sits on a chair and watches Naruto go to the rock where the seal is, she explains, your darker half is made up of all your negative emotions and hate. He will most likely appear when you try to use my power and have to face all of my hate and yours. When he peels the corner off his hand, someone he never thought to see catches it, making Kasumi very hot in her chair. Well, I wish he would just come on out and make things easier for both of us. But whatever, let's just get that stupid seal off now. Until he realized where he was, the man responded calmly, hey, no need to do that. Hey, where is the Kyuubi and why are we in a forest? With startled eyes, Naruto said, Dad, what the hell are you doing in my damn head? Minato smiled and said, hello there son, only to be taken aback when his son kicks him in the face. Damn, I know I had my guard down but I still did not see him move. Has he really gotten this strong? Well, I should not be surprised, I was watching after all. Minato stood back up and asked, I guess I deserve that for what I did, but are you done now? Yes I am, but I want to punch your face in some more, but I will let it go if you tell me how to do your flying Raijin. I used to notes of Tobirama, but yours is still better, he unwillingly replied. Minato merely grinned upon hearing it. He added, I'm sorry I didn't hear that, can you say it again? It sounded like you said I was the best Hokage. Minato grinned, appreciating that his son preferred the second to him. In an attempt to make fun of his father, Naruto received a tick mark, and his face blushed slightly at what he was going to say. I said you are the best Hokage and I would like your notes on Flying Raijin. What Kasumi was witnessing was unbelievable. For the first time since he was practicing with Anko for the team placements, Naruto was blushing and stuttering. Oh my god, wait until I tell everyone about this. And why are they ignoring me? I am the Kyuubi. Minato could only chuckle at his son's behavior since he could see how arrogant he was and had to make fun of him. Wow, the powerful storm of Konoha asking his dear dad for a jutsu and saying how cool he is. As the wind increased and the water became more hostile, sparks flew from Naruto's body and his face flushed red with rage and shame. Running into her house and hiding out, Kasumi exclaimed, "Oh, that yellow bastard is in trouble now." Minato could only swallow and begin to perspire when she observed everything that was happening. Minato took out several of his kunai and positioned his special kunai in front of him, saying, maybe I bit off more than I could chew, he will probably want to fight me and with that speed of his he will be able to keep up with me, but his speed is not instant, mine is. Minato was a little disturbed by Naruto's snarling smile when he saw the picture of a Thunderbird behind him. Naruto switches into his unfinished Godspeed mode, causing his hair to grow white and spike out, and says, okay dad, why don't we have some father and son bonding time? He then simply stood up without revealing his combat style, which helped him stay unexpected. From her window, Kasumi and the other foxes she had created in her mindscape to keep her company watched from inside her home. The foxes all give her a nod and turn back to face the two. Are you guys ready? This fight will most likely be the greatest fight we see. With their respective war faces on, Naruto and Minato were simply observing one another. Minato is staring at Naruto calmly, with his cloak and hair blowing in all directions and revealing nothing. While the lightning leaping off Naruto's blue battle gear, which he chose to wear for the upcoming furious battle, makes his eyes appear to glow a bright blue, he is grinning maniacally. In the background, a lightning bolt appears to be falling in slow motion, heightening the suspense for the battle. Everything around them appears to freeze as the bolt hits the ground, and the two of them vanish in separate flashes. While Naruto's was a pale blue flash the color of the sky, Minato's was yellow. Then, with their eyes locked and time remaining motionless, they emerge in the center of the field in a kunai battle. With a lightning-cased hand, imagine how Goku Black does, Naruto stood aback, poised to sever Minato's shoulder. After that, Minato vanishes in a yellow flash to reveal a kunai on the ground. Then, he flashes back to the kunai floating in midair, where he once stood, holding a Rasengan and preparing to strike Naruto in the stomach. To his surprise, Naruto vanishes in a blue flash as well. That must be the Flying Raijin of the second Hokage, I can see it is fast but slower than mine. He will most likely only use his natural speed, which is faster than I from Kumo. Son, I am very proud of you. The two then vanish in flashes throughout the mindscape, causing mini quakes and explosions to occur everywhere. After then, they reappear in the identical positions as before, with the exception of the differences. Minato had a cracked lip and a severe bruise on his left face from a hook his kid had given him. Naruto's wind-covered fist and kunai caused cuts on his cape as well as other parts of his body. Along with cracks and scrapes from all the wind-coated kunai he had absorbed and used to strike his scrawny dad with chakra-enhanced fists. Naruto's blue combat armor also had a hole where his stomach was from the Rasengan he had been hit by. Time seems to be starting over for everyone else, and it would be an understatement to say that Kasumi was astonished because she was unable to follow them at all. The damage done to the environment also shows how hard they are working. Minato grinned and said, "Wow, son, it looks like you were quite quick after all." Naruto smirked and gave Minato a checkmark for the outdated remark, saying, "You are just an old man whose bones can't keep up anymore." Disappearing in a burst of yellow, he kicks Naruto in the back and hits him through the surrounding woods, saying, "Okay then young blood, try to keep up now." Naruto can only think to himself as he flies over trees, "I can't wait to reach my dad's level, man. Perhaps I should try using Kasumi-chan's chakra. No, I have to show my dad that I can fight on my own before I ask for her chakra." Minato simply smiles when he sees a blue source of power approaching him. He makes whips of lightning come out of his back, catch onto the trees, and then launch himself into a catapult posture before blasting out in a streak of blue energy. Damn, he hits like Kushina-chan when she is angry. Naruto's fist smacks into Minato, who tries to block but is driven away since his kid is stronger than him. This flashback shows his son in a violent taijutsu combat. When Minato is in a bad spot, he should have realized that he couldn't defeat his son in taijutsu because he simply can't hit hard enough to hurt his son long enough for him to start a combo. Minato is avoiding a fast-paced barrage of fists from Naruto, who then faints when he catches him in the stomach. Naruto then executes a combo of fists to his father's gut, causing his eyes to roll back of his head for a moment before snapping back when he is struck with an uppercut that sends him flying. Using a skill he learned from his younger sister Sakura, Naruto descends after following his father in the air. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Then Naruto hits his father's stomach with a heel drop, sending him to the ground and creating a crater as a result of the collision. I guess my chakra is starting to run out, but that is what happens when you face your son who is a damn beast. Minato climbs out of the crater to see his son flying in the air with a calm face looking like some kind of god. Bad idea to face him in hand to hand, he just beat my ass. Minato then notices he's fading in and out a little bit. Let's pit my best jutsu against yours, son, and if you prevail, I'll teach you everything I know about jutsu and sealing. He called out to his son, who smiled at hearing it. Agree. After saying that, Naruto lifts one hand to the sky, and enormous clouds the size of an entire continent appear overhead, emitting the sounds of a violent storm that causes the wind, lightning, and water to spread out, slightly frightening Minato and Kasumi due to the chakra and the size of the cloud. Hopefully, you're prepared for this, storm style. The next thing that happened made Kasumi even more afraid because it was more destructive than her tailed beast bomb and it annihilated the entire mindscape, leaving nothing behind, not even grass, just a white void with the three floating. And Naruto, how in the world did you think of something like that? Wide-eyed at the devastation his son had wrought, Minato claimed he had to flash away or he would have undoubtedly perished. Naruto was also a little taken aback because this was the first time he had truly completed the jutsu. He had never completed the jutsu, he had only ever formed it. He pumped his fist into the air, kissed Kasumi, and said something in her ear that caused her to turn crimson and caused some blood to drip from her nose. That was my first time using the jutsu and I must say it was absolutely awesome, he said. He extended his hand in anticipation of his father fulfilling his promise, saying, now Dad, I do believe you owe me all your seals and jutsu please. They both chuckle as Minato looks at some chakra that appears to be floating at the bottom of the floor, winks at it, and swears he can see a purple eye wink back at him. Really thinking about our deal after what you just did? I swear you were just like your mother. Minato then gives Naruto a forehead flick, imparting his wisdom to him. Okay son, I know I'll give it to you and you can rest because I can see you are really tired after that one. The father pulls Naruto into a manly embrace and says, now you have it but be sure to practice it well and also use the chakra of Kasumi-san because you will need it in the future. I am so proud of you, son. I can't believe how strong you have gotten in the life you have made for yourself. Make sure to keep them safe and stay strong. Don't ever let this world break you. Your mother and I love you very much. He disappears, leaving Naruto in tears, relieved that his parents care about him. I promise to get even stronger and keep my family safe from harm, and I love you and my mother as well. Over the flashback when he recalls how he and Kasumi had sex that evening and how Kasumi was unable to move the entire day, he smiles even more joyfully. Yay, I will get them some good gear from Ten-chan's shop today. Kurenai-chan, can you watch the kids until we get back? She gives me a dejected face and says, no, I have a team meeting where I have to give my team the slip for the Chunin exams. Hana-chan keeps saying that she wants to see you more, so why don't you take them to her house? Indeed, for the past month, you and her mother have become very close. Anko raised an eyebrow and asked, are you attempting to acquire a mother and daughter pair? Yes, if I claimed not to be feeling them, I would be lying. He exits the pool after finishing, and I adore the wild expression Sume-chan has when her daughter is peaceful but crazy if you can reach her. Good luck today, ladies, and I'll see you when I return. Oh, and remember to give me my Chunin exam slip, Anko-chan. After that, he heads to his room to get dressed and notices Ino taking clothing out of his closet. He then gets an idea and smiles as he approaches Ino, who is hunched over, revealing what's underneath her maid's skirt. After that, Naruto hugs Ino's hips and presses against her. He grabs her cheek and squeezes it, saying, my Ino-chan, how naughty of you showing me what is under your skirt. Do I need to punish you? Eep. What are you doing, Naruto? Red-faced, Ino said. She blushes as he pulls her up to his chest and says, you were just giving me a good show and I just have to show you how much I appreciate it. Ino looks down and says, "N Naruto-sama we can't, I am only your slave." She simply blushes when Naruto lifts her head and smiles warmly at her. "Ino-chan, as I already stated, you are free to do as you choose. If you don't want me to be like this with you, I will stop," he said, kissing the top of her head. "I am not forcing you to do anything you won't like." After she got everything off her chest, she blushed. "And no, I just thought being your slave I wouldn't be able to do anything like this with you, because over the month I have developed feelings for you. I also like you too, even though I am your master and you my slave, we can still be together," Ino says with a smile in response to Naruto's grin. They continue their heated makeout session, with each of them rubbing their hands up each other's body until the need for air causes them to separate, leaving Ino's face as red as a tomato's while Naruto is grinning at her. "Naruto-sama, thank you." She then gives him a big kiss, expressing all of her love and passion in the kiss. Naruto then kisses her back, picking her up and laying her on his bed, getting on top of her. Stunned by her first kiss, she exclaimed, "Wow, that was amazing," providing her with additional kisses and caressing her boozy before separating once more. "Oh, don't worry, there is plenty of more where that comes from. Now, Naruto-sama, may we go? I'll choose your outfit, and together we can gather the other females and the presents you promised." He gives her another kiss and rolls off her, saying, "Okay, Ino-chan, we can do that." He then waits for his blonde maid to choose his outfit, asking, "Naruto-sama, would you like your ninja costumes or casual clothes?" "In the closet," Ino said. I will go casual, we are only going shopping." "Okay." Ino then goes further and emerges wearing black jeans, black slip-on sandals, and a long, open black hoodie with a simple white t-shirt. When he is dressed, he and Ino leave the compound together. Ino wears gray leggings that accentuate her tight leg muscles and rear, black tennis shoes, and an orange blouse with the Uzumaki insignia on the back. Hana was ecstatic to see Naruto and the children again after they had dropped them off at her house. They head to Sakura's house and pick her up, dressed in a long-sleeved red shirt with her clan emblem on the back, black ninja sandals with little cherry blossoms on them, and red leggings that resemble Ino and reveal her firm, large butt that made men notice. They applaud and both kiss his cheek. "Okay, now let's just go to Panda-chan shop and I'll get you girls whatever you want." Sakura said, "Thank you, Nii-san." Ino said, "Thank you, Naruto-sama." The leaf of gold Naruto enters through the front entrance and says, "Panda-chan, we're here so just buy anything you want." However, he had to dodge a flying sword. Tenten jerks her head toward Neji, Lee, and the guy in the store and then adds, "I thought I told you not to call me that in front of people, Oni-chan." "Kun Naruto, it's great to see you again on this young day," exclaimed the always vivacious Lee as he hurried over to Naruto. "Yes, Naruto-kun. How are your youthful flames doing?" Mighty Guy said, coming up beside Lee. He stopped for effect, drawing the two closer. "I have kept them ablaze every day and now, they have gone out of control, creating a fountain of youth." Dramatically, a fountain of flames appears in the center of the store as Naruto says this. The brightness of the flames genuinely makes everyone's eyes widen, but nobody is as shocked as Lee and Guy. "Look at how our friend has created his flames, Lee. Until our flames are hotter than the sun's, we must follow suit," Guy said as he approached Naruto's flames. "I shall work until my fires are a whirlwind of youth, Guy-sensei. If I am unable to do so, I will run to Suna with nothing left to do but my hands." Lee's eyes were burning as he spoke. "All right, let's leave." Then, while exercising, the two dash out of the store. "Why do you continually join them in their games, Oni-chan?" With a blank tone, Tenten queried Naruto. "Because it's fun once you start and I really enjoy messing with those guys." Neji looked at Naruto blankly and stated, "You are a fool, their fate is to be a loser and so will you." However, he was entirely disregarded. "So, ladies, what would you like to get?" Naruto questioned the gathering of females. "Well, we all talked about it and we all want something that is loose and gives us room to move around," Ino responded. "Well, I'd like to dress like the Anbu." Sakura remarks as she makes her way to Anbu gear. "Their clothes are ideal for me." "Well, that settles, Sakura-chan. Well, let's go try some things on." Naruto spent a while reading through his father's notes and expressing his opinions about some of the girls' attire. Neji was frequently around and would frequently hurl insults, but to his ire, no one ever paid him any mind. Sakura is seen leaving the dressing room wearing an Enbu-style outfit with a red belt that is long at the end and frequently flaps at the end. She is wearing black gloves and has no sleeves or forearm guards, showcasing her toned, smooth arms, and she has a headband on her waist that runs the length of the red belt. "You look great, little sister." Giving her a thumbs up makes her smile. You look like a real badass. Just have Ino cut your hair to your shoulders. Someone might grab it during a fight. Ino exits the dressing room wearing her new outfit, which includes a purple trench coat with a black Uzumaki swirl on the back, a gray shirt that reaches her knees and reveals her belly button, a high black skirt and black biker shorts underneath that stop above her knee, bandages wrapped on her right thigh and a kunai pouch, black high-heel boots with a fishnet knee sleeve on her left leg, and a headband over her forehead. Are you pleased with Naruto-sama as you see him? Ino strikes a seductive position for Naruto, who is limited to staring and nodding at her. He smiles at her and responds, "Oh yay Ino-chan, you look sexy as hell in that outfit." Tenten exits the dressing room and presents her preferred ensemble to everyone. She is wearing the same Chinese-style pants, but they are now red with fishnet pockets, black ankle ninja sandals, and a black tight long-sleeve shirt that hugs her body and is covered by a black anbu chest piece. Her headband was strapped over her heart. Naruto, with anime tears streaming down his cheeks, remarks, "Panda-chan, you look so grown up. I remember I would find you snuggled up to a stuffed panda at night and you would." Naruto is interrupted when he has to evade a barrage of weapons from the red-faced Tenten. "Don't discuss that. I told you." Remembering that she still sleeps with the panda Naruto gave her, the embarrassed Tenten remarked. "Girls, hurry and escape for your lives." Sakura and Ino chase Naruto as he runs out of the store. Neji has never seen Tenten like this, so he is a little alarmed when he hears her laugh evilly. "So you want to be my target practice, right, Oni-chan?" Suddenly, hundreds of weapons appear behind her, and she rushes off at high speeds, shocking Neji with her speed. Village streets. A huge hammer nearly struck him as he stated, "Okay girls, she will probably want to use us as target practice, so let's make this some training." The two girls, who had long since learned that it was keep up or get left behind and that they had to halt when three children got in the path, nod in time with Naruto's jogging pace. Boss. When they saw him, the three children exclaimed joyfully. "Can we play ninja, Oni-chan? You committed to playing with us," Konohamaru exclaimed, bouncing up and down. Naruto and the females behind him answered, "Yes, why don't we play dodge the flying weapons?" and did just that. The lad with the brown hair winked at him and said, "Naruto Oni-chan, are they your, girlfriend in any way?" "Kono, don't be dumb, he can't have more than one girlfriend," Moegi responded. Still dodging weapons, Naruto declared, "I actually do have more than one girlfriend." The children also made him grin, letting him know that the training he had put them through was paying off. "What is your number?" Wiping his nose, Udon uttered such words. Naruto murmured, 6, as he caught 5 spiky balls in midair. They hear the sound of the children screaming on the other side and proceed to investigate what happened when they notice a huge fireball approaching and flee. Naruto then captures the fireball in his water-encased hand and extinguishes it. "You injured me, you little brat." A voice that sounded masculine said, "I believe I will teach you a lesson." "We apologize for disappointing him, we were escaping a huge fireball." Then Naruto comes around the corner and sees a blonde female behind him with her hair in 4 spiked ponytails and a fan on her back, and a boy wearing a catsuit, makeup, and a bandaged package on his back. Naruto approached them and said, "Hey lady, put the kid down." He said he was sorry. "I'm a boy." The female behind him laughs gently at this. The youngster went to his sister and shouted, "Shut up, Tamari. Don't be yelling at me because you look like a girl with that makeup on Konkuro." Tamari responded with a scream. "Look, just put him down before things get ugly around here," said Naruto. "Tell me what you're going to do, please." Konkuro was on the verge of punching Konohamaru. "It wouldn't be a good idea to come here and punch the grandson of the third Hokage unless you want to start a war." The two shudder at that, which is not missed by the group. He is halted when he feels something on his neck and turns to see Naruto holding a kunai. Konkuro thought to himself, "This guy is fast, I didn't even see him move." Tamari licks her lips behind him, saying, "Hot, funny, strong, this guy is the total package." She is about to remove her fan when she notices Ino sticking her silver bow staff out. Naruto looks at the tree and remarks, "I don't know how your friend in the tree will feel if I kill you, but he might be more angry than he already is." Konkuro, "You are a disgrace to Suna." A red-haired child with a gourd on his back leaps from the tree and stands behind his brother. "But Gaara stared at his brother and snarled, "Shut up or I'll kill you." He blasted Naruto with some of his ki after saying, "I am sorry for how my stupid sibling acted. My name is Gaara, and mother wants your blood." Naruto appeared undisturbed, stunning everyone. Listen, you little raccoon. Since you are on my territory, where I am the strongest, you are no longer in your town, which implies that you are not the strongest. Naruto walked up to Gaara and blasted him with his own ki, frightening him and the group in the trees. You are the weakest of us 9. Don't make me put you in your place. His San was not responding to the boy, and he was frightened that his mother wouldn't defend him. At one point, he was standing over Gaara, who had wide eyes. Naruto used demon chakra to say, now I suggest you not kill any leaf ninja while you are here in the village or cause any trouble in the red light district, or I am gonna have to come find you and kill you. He gives Temari a wink before leaving, saying, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, make sure you remember it. Temari blushes a little. Uchiha, I hope that you are happy now and will stop watching me. Naruto-sama was a Jinchuriki as well. After they had left, Ino spoke up and stated, I could feel it when he tried to scare us. Yes, if we meet him on the tests, should we fight him? Sakura questioned Naruto. He gave them a 3-pronged kunai that caused them to widen their eyes and said, only fight him if you have to, but when he starts to transform and you can't win, just send chakra into this. Sakura took it with Ino, who remarked, and Naruto-sama, you finished this jutsu. You bet I did, you didn't have any doubts, did you? She kissed him and murmured, oh of course not, you are my amazing Naruto-sama after all. Sakura tried to make fun of her brother by saying, wow Oni-chan, you are now dating Ino Pig. Ino grabbed his arm and yelled, shut it forehead girl, you are just mad. I have a real man and you don't. Sakura grabbed his other arm and exclaimed, yeah, right, Ino Pig is my brother. After letting out a sigh, Naruto withdrew his arm from its grasp, created a water whip, and struck them in the ass. What did I say about you two fighting? He asked. They lowered their heads and said, not to do it. Tonight you both will receive 100 spankings. What? No, you can't. We can't fight properly since we have tests tomorrow. Don't be so cruel, Naruto-sama, Ino cried, sobbing with anime tears. Why yes Oni-chan, don't do that to little Olmi. Sakura gave him puppy dog eyes as she stated that. Naruto grabbed them up and flew to his property while they were screaming and kicking, leaving a smiling Tenten. I don't want to hear it. Tenten laughed on the roof and muttered, haha, that serves them. However, she stopped when she heard Naruto behind her. What's making you laugh? Additionally, you will face consequences for launching a fireball into the community, Naruto declared. She is stepping back, saying, wait Oni-chan, we can work something out right. No I don't think so. He jumps to collect her, but she flees and seeks refuge at the Hokage office. He chases after her when she says, oh no you don't. Office of the Hokage is meeting with all of the Jonin from each village who have teams taking the tests inside the room. Alright, this is for every Jonin visiting our village. Avoid going into the area where red lights are generating issues. The Uzumaki and one of our ninja are in charge of that location, and if you cause trouble there, they will deal with you. The leader is being ridiculed by one of the Jonin, who smirked and said, it sounds to me that you cannot keep one of your own ninjas in line. This made the other Jonin laugh as well. I'm not saying that at all. He controls the entire region, and the locals respect this ninja, so I caution you that if you cause trouble, you will have to deal with both him and the populace. All of the foreign ninja are put on guard when a brown-haired female bursts through the window, her face displaying a panicked expression. All of the leaf ninja looked around in confusion as the girl shook the leader furiously and cried, Hokage-sama, help me, it's him, he is trying to give me spankings again. Anbu. In order to conceal the girl, who already knows what is happening, 4 Anbu descend and lift her to the roof. One of the sand ninjas, gazing around anxiously, remarked, Hokage-sama, what is going on? He is the one who will punish misbehaving people, and several of our courageous ninjas have succumbed to his fury. Please give them a moment of silence. Every leaf ninja looks down with tears in their eyes. Hiruzen screams in horror as a gust of wind blows through the office, knocking all of his papers to the ground. No. He sobs on the ground at having to repeat all of that, but not the papers. As he stood up again, the Hokage said, quickly all leaf ninja get in formation. We will take the fight to him. Everyone was trying to see through the smoke that had entered the room, but some people became anxious when they saw blue eyes staring back at them. Someone from the smoke says in a demonic voice, so you wish to hide the girl, do you? Well, in that case you all shall fall. This makes all of the leaf ninjas flee in fear. The worst beating of their lives was inflicted on those who remained. It hurt like hell when they were all whipped by a water whip. referring them to the medical facility. Then he takes out the orange book of the Hokage and his eyes enlarge as he says, "So old man, you were hiding the outlaw this whole time. I think someone has to pay. Naruto-kun, come on, we can be civil about this, don't do it please." He then uses his wind chakra to tear up the book, causing the Hokage to drop to his knees. "When will you learn that your actions have consequences?" he asks. Naruto grabs two people and launches a beam of light at the ceiling. "Yugo and Tenten." "Wow, Yugo-chan, I didn't know you would help her." The purple-haired Anbu remarked, "I had to and I regret nothing." "Oh well, when I cut up your book of swords and housewives we will see if you can keep that same energy." When she attempted to say, "No, leave my book alone, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun," she was struck in the ass by a water whip. He then takes off with the two yelling girls, saying, "The time for apologies is over. Now you must face your punishment." Even the very arrogant Naruto feels a little anxious about the examinations, while everyone else is incredibly anxious on this exam day. Because he saw how weak his community had become, he told himself that he would truly show off to make his name known and make others fear his village. He is doing something that will help him decompress because he needed to do so. "Oh yes, Naruto-kun, that's it. Oh my god. Fill me up." Anko, Kurenai, and Tsunami are shown being screwed till they faint by Naruto and a few clones. Anko screams out with an aigao face as he drills into her from behind and pulls her hair in a doggy style. In a missionary position, Kurenai is seen getting so full that she is on the verge of fainting. In addition to having an aigao face, Tsunami is in a mating press and is about to faint from pleasure. Naruto is just about to finish, and they have been here for 3 hours since they woke up at 6 in the morning. It is now 9 in the morning. "Okay girls, here I come." "Yes, fill us up," cried Anko, groaning like a sex worker on the street corner. In between groans, Kurenai exclaimed, "Wait the jutsu," while attempting to employ an anti-pregnancy jutsu. Naruto blasted his white ropes into the girls, filling them to overflowing, and they performed the jutsu just in time, saying, "Oh yeah, don't want another kid just yet." "Okay, thank you girls, I am more cool now and I'm ready for the exams." Tsunami fainted before she could finish, "Why you're welcome." Anko and Kurenai finished for her and passed out as well, saying, "Naruto-kun." He laughed to himself, got dressed, and went to prepare breakfast for everyone. He, and they said they would outlast me. He started to head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone, but was stopped when Rukia burst into the room grinning. "Good morning, Papa," Rukia said, leaping into Naruto's embrace and kissing him on the cheek, which caused him to smile. "Good morning to you as well, Rukia-chan." Rukia inquired, "What are you going to make for breakfast?" He shrugs and replies, "I don't know, Ino or Tsunami normally does it." Rukia's purple eyes flash excitedly as she replies, "Well, can we have some pancakes? They're always good when Ino makes them." Naruto grinned and said, "I guess so, I need a big breakfast because today is the Chunin exams." Rukia sprang with delight as she said, "Oh yeah, you are gonna beat everyone, right Dad?" Naruto let his 3 elements appear behind him for dramatic effect, saying, "You bet I am, none of them can stand to the storm of Konoha." Rukia gave her dad a clap, saying, "Oh yay, that's so cool, we will be cheering for you." After a while, everyone emerged from their rooms, greeted one another with good mornings, and began eating breakfast. They spent the entire morning laughing and engaging in pointless conversation before doing some minor exercise to get their heart rates up. When Naruto chose to go to battle, he put on his blue armor that had been mended and infused with Kasumi chakra, making it much harder and ensuring that only an A or S rank jutsu would actually harm him. Naruto can be seen putting on his test clothing. When the seal emerged, Kasumi tied it around his neck to create his orange fur coat. He proudly wore his headband on his forehead and his moonlight sword around his waist. He massaged her ears and said, "Are you prepared to do this, Kasumi-chan? We are going for gold today." "You know I got your back, Naruto-kun," she stroked his head. Everyone is waiting for him to give him good luck when he exits his room and steps outside. Kurenai winked and added, "Naruto-kun, make sure you put on a show for me, okay? I have a lot of money on you." Naruto laughed and everyone laughed, which made her blush. "Oh Kurenai, I didn't know you were so irresponsible. It seems Anko has been rubbing off on you." With her cheeks still flushed, she turned back and crossed her arms, saying, Shut up." She blushed even more when Naruto moved behind her and put his arms around her. He comforted her by kissing her and saying, "Don't be like that, we are just kidding. I'll win, and you can have another reward later." Green-faced, Inari exclaimed, "Iu Otou-san, why did you do that with your lips? Oh, don't act like that, Inari-kun Tsunami murmured, attempting to plant a kiss on his cheek but being pushed away by him. In an attempt to get moving, Ino stated, Naruto-sama, we should get going now or we will be late for the exams. According to Naruto, okay Ino-chan, we can head out. After saying goodbye to everyone, Naruto left them all to go their separate ways. Tsunami and the children stayed at home, while Renmara went to the Hyuga compound to train with his friend Hanabi. Kurenai and Enko went to the Jonin lounge, and Haku went to the hospital because her probation was about to expire. He knew they would create some dumb test that concentrated on some sort of paper test, and as he made his way to the academy, all he could do was grumble at having to return here. With a smile on his face, Ino grabbed Naruto's hand and said, I know Naruto-sama, I also don't want to be here, but I can set up a mind link with you, and then we can still talk and give each other answers. He kissed her cheek and whispered, ah, what would I do without you, my Ino-chan? She laughed at Naruto's expression and remarked, you wouldn't be able to make breakfast or pick your own clothes. In an attempt to redeem himself, he added, Ino-chan, this morning was not my fault. The pancakes grew armed and attempted to defend themselves against you, Naruto-sama. Ino stated, deadpan, I even think it did a jutsu. If it wasn't for Rukia-chan stabbing it and Haku-chan freezing it, we would be fighting it still. Ino continued to glare at Naruto, who had lost confidence as a result of Ino's harsh remarks. With a rain cloud over his head, Naruto spoke on the ground, Ino-chan, you can be mean to your master sometimes, you know that. Ino walked away, saying, you have tough skin, get over it, master. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Kasumi on Ino's shoulder, giving him the middle claw with her paws. Kasumi-chan, you hear how she treats me. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing, and a tear fell from his eye. You traitor! A lightning bolt struck him, creating a smokescreen, and he proceeded to bite his hand, drawing blood. The haze lifted, but nothing happened, and he merely looked foolish. Sakura approached her companions Sasuke and a new child named Sai and pleaded, Oni-chan, please stop embarrassing yourself and just walk to the exams. All right, Imouto-chan, my partner and traitorous slave, abandoned me. You won't abandon me, will you? He was sobbing anime tears while holding Sakura by the shoulder. Give me a break. She delivered a chakra-enhanced strike to his head. Well, at least those two are not so nervous anymore and I took some of their fear away, she said, walking away with a tick mark on her head due to her brother's behavior. He then gets up, puts on a straight expression like his father, releases a lot of chakra, cracks the earth, and walks away, frightening everyone and forcing them to make a space for him to walk through. Alright, I have to get some of my badass points back for that though. All of the rookie teams are shown moving toward one another and conversing as if nothing were wrong in the exam room. It appears that we are all here and prepared to kick some ass. Kiba, who was always talking loudly, looked around and remarked, wait, where is that loser blonde Naruto? Everyone turned at Sakura, who flushed from the attention, as Sasuke muttered, HN, why do you even worry about him? Sakura just knocked him out with one hit. Shikamaru recalled how Naruto beat him and his entire team by himself when he had come to drop Ino off on time, and he still recalled what Naruto said to him that made him put in more effort. Man, how troublesome, I hope he doesn't come because if he does we will all lose. Shika, you are the team's brains. They rely on you to come up with a solid plan and support them. We are no longer in the academy, so you can't just sit about. If one of them passed away because you were too frail to keep them safe, could you really live with yourself? He was forced to consider his actions since joining a team after hearing those statements. The shy Hyuga, who had improved slightly over the months due to Naruto frequently visiting her compound with her close friend Renmara, stammered, I hope he is alright. The fox on her shoulder and Ino herself caught everyone's attention as she added, oh, he is coming, I can feel him making his way. Don't you guys sense that? You will sense his arrival if you simply open your senses. The other teams in the room listened to them as well, and they did search for him and see what alarmed them. Oh my god, do you guys feel how strong this guy is? Karui, a dark-skinned female with red hair and golden eyes, stated with wide eyes in response to the Kumo team's reaction. Even Samui, a girl with short blonde hair, light blue eyes, and somewhat tanned skin, seemed astonished when she felt the strength the guy was unleashing. Omui, who has dark skin, shaggy blonde hair, and a sucker in his mouth, frothed out his mouth at all the things that went through his mind. Damn, what if he comes in and kills all of us and then the Raikage gets mad and tries to kill him but fails and then a war breaks out killing the whole world. Holy shit, this guy is insane. A boy dressed as a mummy named Dosu wrapped up, and the grass team could feel Naruto's power as he made his way to them. "Yay, but I will still blow him away," Zaku, who was perspiring, stated with a foolish sneer. "Oh my Kami, what the hell is he made of? I can feel his power from here. We are all going to die," was the girl's alternative response to what was happening. Kin said, maintaining an outside straight face. The more courageous genin attempted to frighten him by striking him with some of their ki, but all of them were knocked out when Naruto released his own ki. The door was blasted open, revealing the source of power, and the sight of it made all the girls blush and the guys green with jealousy. In his mind, Kiba exclaimed, "Holy shit! What made me come at all? But Shikamaru, what a drag. He frightens my bugs. I should avoid you," Shino said. With a proud smile and a flush, Ino declared, "That's my master." Sakura thought to herself, blushing a little, "Oni-chan is so badass." Samui's face flushed when she saw how awesome Naruto was, so cool. A genin wearing a grass headband licked her lips and remarked, "Damn, that boy is strong." A boy with glasses and gray hair stated, "Hey, you guys should really keep it down, you have caused a lot of problems." Naruto approached the group and exclaimed, "What the hell do you mean to keep it down? The whole point of my entrance was to make a lot of noise." Kabuto pushed his spectacles up and replied, "Well, this is your first time, so I figured you would need some help." Naruto, irritated with him, said, "Just tell us what you want so you can get out of here." Kasumi leapt to Naruto and began to lick his face, saying in Naruto's mind, "Naruto-kun, he smells like snakes and blood." "Does he now? Well, I know Anko does not know a dork like this guy, so he must work for that snake bastard." Naruto was becoming irritated. "Well, I have some information you guys might find useful. I even have some on you," Kabuto replied, attempting to move the topic along because he felt a little uncomfortable with Naruto's way of looking at him. As he approached, Sasuke said, "Tell me everything you have on Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara of the Sand, and Rock Lee." Kabuto then takes the cards, inserts chakra into them, and extracts their cards, saying, "Oh, you already know their names, no fun." Rock Lee. I won't waste your time because you've all read this before. Naruto Uzumaki has completed 147 D ranks in the Red Light District alone. Because he restored the region and made it secure, it appears that the residents in the district view him as their leader. 4 C ranks, and it appears that when he went to Wave, he used his bloodline storm release of water and lightning to split the sky with his sword, bring a dragon out of the sky, and kill Raiga of the Seven Swordsmen. Everyone turned to stare at Naruto, who was only grinning at the terrified looks he was receiving. Naruto took his card away from the youngster who had frozen at the concealed words and stated, "Okay, you little snake, that is enough of giving out your comrades' information to enemy ninja." It appears that all of the Leaf Ninja noticed the extra emphasis he placed on Snake and comrades. Naruto grinned when he saw how angry all of the Leaf Ninja were at Kabuto. Got his ass. A cloud of smoke filled the room, and other Leaf Ninja emerged, but the one with the bandana on his head and the scar on his face moved forward. "All right, you jerks, get down and stop talking because the test is about to start." As he walked to the front of the room, Morino Ibiki said, "All right, you will be tested to determine whether you are intelligent enough to be a Chunin. Don't get caught because you have 45 minutes to finish the test and you and your entire team will be disqualified if you are found to have cheated 3 times. Have any inquiries?" He dismisses a child who raises his hand, saying, "Everyone start the damn test." After that, everyone began the test, and as time went on, some teams were eliminated while others continued to take it while others deduced its purpose. Sakura was intelligent enough to answer the questions on her own, and Sasuke can be seen using his copy eye to follow her marks. Ino had connected her thoughts with her colleagues, and Shikamaru had shared the answers with them all. Tamari was glancing at Naruto while waiting for her brother to give her the answers. Gaara had created an eye of sand and forced it to search around for the answers. If they attempted to subtract points from him, he would blast them with ki to stop them. The Kumo squad appeared to be sharpening their sword while using it as a mirror to view other people's responses. Hinata Hyuga, whose face was flushed and steam was oozing from her ears, is shown with Naruto resting his head in her lap. She was unable to perform the test because she felt Naruto so close to her feminine area. For control, Hinata said, "NNNN Naruto-kun CCC, can why you please move." Though Hinata is unaware of it, Naruto said in a phony tone of pain, "Ah, Hina-chan, you don't want me." She blushes when she says, "No, Naruto-kun, you can stay in my lap all you want." She froze when she realized what had happened, and then she collapsed. "Ah, Hina-chan, you are the best." He kissed her forehead. When she gets all flustered like that, Naruto was laughing at how adorable she is, but he was stopped off when Kasumi jumped in the air and landed on his stomach, forcing him to leap up and throw the fox out the window so that everyone could hear what sounded like screaming. What on earth do you think this is, Uzumaki? Ibiki, tired of the brat, said, take your damn test. Everyone, including the Jonin watching, was astonished by what he did when he sat down, looked at his test, and just hurled it at Ibiki, striking him in the face. All right, Jez. The Jonin lounge in addition to Kurenai and the other Jonin in the room. Yugito was also observing her team, and Enko was seen writhing on the floor with her stomach in her hands, giggling at Naruto's trolling of her partner. Kasumi, what is that? How come she's not under the seal? Inside Yugito's thoughts, Matabi uttered such words. Yugito remembered her best friend and asked, Kasumi, is that the name of the Nine Tails? Yes, and she is completely outside the seal, but it shouldn't be feasible because the host ought to be dead, but he is obviously not. Yugito responded to her buddy by saying, well, maybe his seal is made different. Enko returned to her seat and remarked, man, I feel bad for everyone else who has to take part in the next part of the exams. Enko, why do you say that? Asuma continued to smoke. Kurenai, who didn't even care how she referred to Naruto, stated, well, they have to fight Naruto-kun of course. When did you begin referring to him as Naruto-kun? Asuma exclaimed with surprise. Kurenai said, about 3 months ago. Are you in a relationship? Kakashi inquired. Enko threw her arm around Kurenai and added, yes we are, he actually has 6 girlfriends. Kurenai, he is 13 and I've been asking you out for years. This startled everyone. Well, I told you I didn't like you but you kept asking me. Did you have sex as well? With some blood trickling from his nose, Kakashi uttered those words. Everyone noticed the expression on the 2 females' faces that said it all. They blush when they recall how Naruto fucked them into submission this morning and they all enjoyed it. Astonished, Asuma sprang up and said, no you didn't. The red-faced Kurenai covers Enko's mouth with her hands, interrupting her as she says, oh yes we did and he was a beast he had Kurenai. Stop talking, you baka, Kurenai said, returning to the examination room. When the fox flies back in and strikes Naruto in the face with her tails, smashing him against the wall, the window is broken. Naruto got up and prepared to confront the fox, saying, damn fuzzball you want to go. Kasumi growled and yipped at Naruto, earning him a tick mark. Tenten steps in the path of their battle with a displeased expression on her face and says, Oni-chan, please take a seat. We are currently in the midst of an actual test. He leans back in his chair and says, okay, I'll overlook it this time. Kasumi then climbs back on his neck and kisses his face, which makes him happy. Everyone does exactly that when Ibiki says, everyone, stop and turn the test over, we are about to give out the last question. As a thank you for the pleasant morning, Naruto then calms him down because he already knows what he is going to do because Enko told him this morning. Are you listening, Uzumaki? He was shouted at by Ibiki. Oh my god. Please don't yell my name, he says, irritated that he keeps attempting to make fun of him. I only like it when my girls do that. Everyone blushes because of what he was demonstrating. What are you going to do? I inquired. Stay or go? Ibiki said, attempting to scare him with a little key. Of course, we're staying. Did you think my team and I would crumble under duress? We are not those weak-sounding ninjas that you confused us with. We don't flee or give up, and that's what gives you the will of fire. The determination to keep going through the fire's leaves. All of the Leaf Ninjas smile and regain some of their confidence at Naruto's remarks, wanting to keep going. His brief outburst appears to have given them the upper hand. We appear to have a leader who was born to lead. To everyone's applause, Ibiki said, all right, everyone who stayed has passed. He is interrupted as a crash occurs through the window, revealing Enko wearing a black trench coat with purple flames at the bottom, a black miniskirt, and fishnet below. Now your next Proctor WI. All right. It's the gorgeous and contented Enko Midarashi. She's just standing there striking a posture as some fire erupts behind her. The majority of people gaze at the attractive entrance, and while the girls are envious and the lads are lustful, Naruto merely gives his hubbyheim a tender smile. She immediately leaps out the window with Naruto, who flies out after her, frightening all of the foreign ninja. Okay, you brats, let's head to the Forest of Death. You have 30 minutes to make your way to the field. For once, the snake is unaware that he is being targeted as the prey. He is strong but he holds the Kyuubi and I won't be able to place my mark on him, but I can try, and if I can't then he will die. As we can see, Every team that passed the first section of the test is waiting for the proctor in front of the gates. However, they are not prepared for what they see. A bunch of lustful youngsters are watching Naruto and Anko while they are having a passionate makeout session, oblivious to everyone else's presence. One of the genin coughs loudly to get their attention as their hands are moving over each other's bodies, ready to remove their garments. Not even glancing at them, Anko exclaimed, "What, can't you see I am busy?" A genin yells, "We have our test to do," but is interrupted when a kunai passes by. She suddenly appears behind him and says, "It is the loud mouths like you that often die first in this forest." Naruto gives her a wink and says, "Okay Anko-chan, I think we can stop right now, we can just pick up later where we left off." "Okay Naruto-kun." After explaining the rules to the others, Anko received some complaints, but they stopped talking when he threw kunai at them or climbed snakes up their legs. "Okay, now that I have finished explaining, it should be pretty simple. Go and take someone's scroll and get to the tower within 5 days before dying, and if you die that just means you were too weak." Anko is speaking over the speaker. Naruto approaches Hinata, who is visibly trembling and a little afraid, which is made worse by the Kumo ninja group's attention to her. "Hinata-chan." The girl jumps at this. She looked down and said, "En Naruto-kun, what can I do?" Instead, she flushes as he approaches her and says, "I need you to be strong in this forest." With hesitation, she adds, "I will try." Naruto sharply advises her, "No, don't try, just do it Hinata." She looks down as she says, I can't, I am not like you." Her cheeks flushes as Naruto holds her chin and raises her head so she is staring at him. "Hinata, you are strong. I have seen it with my own eyes. You must learn to stand on your own 2 feet and become your own pillar of strength. You can't always depend on someone to come save you. Find that strength you have in yourself and show no mercy to your enemies because they will not show any to you." He concludes by unawares motivating everyone who heard him. He kisses her forehead and makes her wide-eyed, saying, "Your team will have your back and you must have theirs." Inspired by his remarks, Ino adds, "That's my Naruto-sama." Shikamaru thinks to himself, becoming serious for the first time in his life, he is right, I need to get off my ass, my team needs me. Choji puts his chips away and says, "Yes, Naruto is right again. I must be there for my comrades." Tenten muses, "Oni-chan is undoubtedly an excellent motivational coach," examining every weapon and seal she used while interacting with Naruto. As she tightens her Anbu gear and gloves, Sakura muses, "Yes, I will use my own strength." The other genin give Naruto a wide passage as he returns to his designated gate, but he locks eyes with the disguised grass ninja and his eyes turn crimson with a slit for a moment, glaring at the ninja like a predator. With the exception of Naruto, who enters via the open gate, all of the genin run into the forest as Anko yells, "All right, Goo," over the speaker. One of the Chunin asked his comrade, "What is Naruto doing?" His partner responds, "I don't know, that kid is just full of surprises." Anko grins at them, making most men flee in fear. "He is saving his strength, you idiots." Saving his strength for what he has to make it to the tower in 5 days. Anko told them, that's just that he has 5 days. The Death Forest, he creates 10 shadow clones, all of whom leap into the forest to guard his back and take his place if necessary. 5 days, there's no need for me to rush, the teams will come to me expecting me to be easy prey. He closes his eyes, places his finger on the ground, and uses his 30-mile range senses to reach out in all directions. "Okay, now that I have a defense set up, let's see if we can find anyone close to me. Should be easy since I have been here for weeks with Anko-chan." He stands up and checks his scroll once again, saying, "My sensory skills need to be improved." Tobirama is able to scan the whole village and even further than that. He then conjures up water out of thin air, creates a huge wave, and rides it through the forest while grinning. "Heaven scroll. Looks like we are looking for an earth scroll. I wish I had another summon for the ground because my thunderbirds won't work in this dense forest. I wish I had the chakra chains of my clan, maybe I can work on it after this." Thinking over his shoulder, Kasumi declares, "I swear if he and Kushina were to fight together the world would not survive." An hour has passed, and Naruto has already destroyed several teams with his enormous 20-foot wave. He was also rapidly collecting scrolls, but he was unwilling to ascend up the tower since he had not yet found a dance partner that can match his steps. The Madara-like response left Kasumi with no choice but to roll her eyes. After jumping from the wave, he lands on a rain ninja, who knocks him unconscious with an elbow drop to the skull. Then, using rebreators, he rushes the 2 rain ninjas and stuns them with lightning-enhanced blows. The two rain ninjas are being shocked inside a water bubble in a water-style water prison. Before they may perish, he lets it go. With a blank tone, he tells them, "Now hand your scroll over or go back into the bubble." The rain ninja delivers him the scroll and says, "Here we only have heaven. Let's leave now." He turns away from them and says, "Okay, you leave the tower, weaklings." This makes them both furious at being thrown aside. No leaf debris could beat them. They were the best in their village. "Who are you calling weak, you leaf trash?" they ask, before directing hand signals and basketball-sized water bullets at him. Kasumi then enlarges her tails and blocks the weak bullets, saying, "Pathetic. Kasumi-chan, can you deal with them?" "Okay, Naruto-kun." She immediately leaps behind them and enlarges into a 7-foot-tall bear with her teeth bared, ready to rip through any rubbish that dares to fight her and her partner. She quickly swiped her claws over them, biting them here and there, and bidding the rain ninjas farewell. He then blasts a spray of water out of his palms, wiping her teeth and removing all of the blood and flesh from her. "Nice job, Kasumi-chan, as effective as ever. Let me clean that real quick." "Thank you, Naruto-kun." "No problem, and can you stay like that so I can ride on your back?" she replied. With a flirtatious tone, she says, "Well, I can, but you will have to make it up to me later." He leaps on her back and pats her butt, asking her to leave, saying, "Oh, that I can do. Hey, I am not some horse, don't smack my butt." She blushed beneath the fur as he smiled at her and said, "You didn't say that last night." She immediately flies off quickly in search of prey to vanquish, saying, "Shut up, idiot." Because Naruto had instructed her not to exhibit fear or falter like the other girls, Ino and her team are currently hiding under the bushes while witnessing Gaara and his siblings murder a team mercilessly. While the two boys wince, Ino just looks with unflinching gaze. In a low voice, Shikamaru tells his squad, "Okay, we need to leave before they see us and kill us." Ino responds calmly, as she has learned from Naruto, that is pointless. He already knows we are here. If he attacks us and we strike back, her crew is shocked. Choji shook and muttered, "Ino, we can't beat those guys, so let's just run." Ino looks at them and says, "Look at you two, shaking in terror. You are supposed to be the clan heirs. Act like it. This is not something we can run from." Gaara looks at them and holds out his hand as Ino pulls out her staff and prepares to battle. In order to avoid the sand at their feet, they leap out of the bush as soon as possible. As she performs the fire-style flaming flower hand signals, Ino blasts a huge flower that resembles a burning rose, striking Gaara's sand and turning it to glass, frightening everyone with the intensity of her flames. Ino stands with her staff and declares, "I know I am not stronger than you, but I can still not run away just because my life is in danger." Gaara aims more sand at Ino, who avoids it with ease, and says, "Your blood will make mother satisfied for now." His sand is pretty fast. If only I could make it slower with some water, but we are not close to any water supplies. If only I could pull water from the air like Naruto-sama. Ino does additional hand signals, such as pouring flames, while jumping in a tree. Then, above Gaara, who just stands there as if nothing were happening, she unleashes a barrage of flames. He is stuck in a glass dome after being startled when the fire converts his sand to glass. She then leaps down from the tree, her staff poised to strike the stranded Gaara, saying, "Okay, let's take this time to capitalize." However, when a gust of wind hits her, she has to block and gets slightly cut, along with her purple trench coat. With a menacing fan swing, Tamari asks, "Did you forget about us?" Looking around, she sees Choji in his human boulder, preparing to run over the glass Gaara, and Shikamaru under a bush. "Damn, I did, but what about my team?" she asks. "Okay, I thought they left me for a second." Choji exclaims, "Human boulder," as he approaches Gaara. However, the glass breaks before he can strike it, and a wall of sand appears to impede his path. According to Shikamaru, who is in the bushes, "Damn, we need to retreat." Gaara threw his sand in the direction of Ino, who knocked some away with her fire-covered bowstaff, saying, "Your death will make Uzumaki suffer, so suffer you shall." After that, Kankuro orders his puppet to approach Ino from behind. Although she doesn't appear to notice, she does, and she does something surprising. For a moment, she stops all assaults that come in contact with her circle by dropping to her back and spinning around with her fiery bow staff, creating a flaming circle that covers her. Shikamaru thinks in awe, "Wow, she has really improved over the past month. She is nearly as strong as Asuma-sensei." A flame ignites inside him as he clenches his hand in rage, asking, "Have I really fallen that far behind to where I can't even fight with my comrades?" Like her blonde master, Ino asks, panting but smiling, "Is that all you can do, Sandman and Puppet Boy?" Temari yelled, wind-style cyclone jutsu. Ino leapt to avoid being caught in the sand of Gaara, but he was captured. Ino says, oh no, but doesn't give up. Okay, I just need to expel as much fire chakra as possible and hopefully this will stun him long enough for me to regroup. Gaara approaches her with a savage smile, but Ino only looks at him blankly. Now you shall die and Uzumaki will come for his revenge and give me his blood. Sand coffin. He slams his fist, expecting to see her blood spill and hear her screams of agony, but he is mistaken as the sand turns to glass. Flames spurt from the fissures, and Ino kicks him in the face, leaving a gap in his sand armor. They flee to battle at a later time after she rushes to her team. Shikamaru spoke to Ino, Ino, that was amazing, where did you learn all of this? She and her crew were jumping through trees, and she says, I learned it from Naruto-sama. He is really amazing. Choji questioned, what do we do now though? With a fox-like smile, Ino replies, we go to the tower. Shikamaru stated, we don't have the Earth Scroll. According to Ino, who is still smiling, yes we do. I grabbed it when I kicked Gaara in the face. In an attempt to focus, Shika shakes his head and says, wow, she is really amazing. I wonder if I can be like her. What am I thinking? I don't want to be like a girl, how troublesome. There is a group of people running for their life, and Naruto and Kasumi are on their trail. Like foxes poised to leap on their prey, they're both beaming. After jumping from Kasumi's back, Naruto kills a team from sand by coating his hand in lightning. He searches their pockets and discovers additional scrolls before saying, I wonder if I should have killed them. I mean, we are allies. Oh well, this is an exam and they signed up for this. Then he sees some flames in the distance and feels Ino's chakra spike. He smiles as he looks in her direction and says, well looky here. As she walks along him in her fox form, Kasumi remarks, it seems Ino-chan is really fighting that Gaara kid. Do you think he will kill her? He lashes out at Kasumi, saying, I believe in Ino, but if he does kill her, he can kiss his ass goodbye. As she left, she inquired, where to next? Their curiosity is answered as a scream reverberates near him. Naruto can sense how the chakra feels, similar to his own, when Kasumi sets off in that direction, but he cannot do it unless he has some sort of family. He exclaims excitedly, Kasumi-chan, you have to hurry, I think it is an Uzumaki clan member. After that, Kasumi rushes off in an orange blur, and in a matter of minutes, they reach the scream portion. They spot a huge bear coming, but it flees when it detects Kasumi since it knows it is in danger. With a kunai in hand, the redhead backs up and says, stay back, I don't have a scroll. When Naruto sees her, all he can think of is how much her hair resembles his mother's. He says softly to her, you are beautiful. She is taken aback by this, and his compliment just makes her blush. Karen points at him with her kunai and says, what I am not falling F for that. He then releases some of his chakra so she can feel it. No, I am your family. I am an Uzumaki and I can sense it in your chakra, and if you sense you will feel it in my own chakra. It moves like water, slicing through the air like wind, and frequently emitting sparks as it dances around her in the forest. She senses the strength and density of his chakra. Karen approaches him a little and says, you Uzumaki, you are also one. She rushes to him with joyful tears streaming down her cheeks as he opens his arms and says, yup, I'll be your new Oni-chan. I'm Oto-chan. His words, don't worry, it will be okay now. I'll keep you safe, are comforting, and he pats her back instead. She glances up at him and asks, Oni-chan, I am in a different village. How will you keep me safe? You are an Uzumaki. My family. During the war, all Uzumaki who fled their homes were to return to the Leaf Village and become members, and that contract is still in session. He smiles as she opens her eyes. After saying, so I count as a fleeing Uzumaki, she gives him a strong hug and throws her headband in a beaming smile. He is interrupted as he senses his kunai and gives Sakura a ping. Okay, let's get going again. After saying, Kasumi-chan, guard Karen, Sakura needs me, he vanishes in a burst of blue. Sakura appears to be wearing it. He sees Sakura on the ground, bleeding from her side, and Orochimaru clamping down on Sasuke's neck. Unaware of the other two, he comes beside her. His question was worried. Sakura-chan, what happened? She heals herself by saying, we were ambushed by Orochimaru and a giant snake. Searching for him, Naruto questioned, where is that pale fucker at? Sakura stood up and stated, a strong wind jutsu blasted him away. Then he pulled out his moonlight sword and said, don't worry, I will take care of this while you heal yourself. He immediately rushes at Orochimaru, knocking him away from Sasuke with a forceful kick to the spine. He lifted the youngster and threw him to Sakura, who started tending to his wounds. The man, who was unhurt, added, "Kukuku Naruto-kun, it was very kind of you to join us. I was unsure if I would run into you." He was approaching from around a tree. After that, Naruto formed a single-handed ram sign, and blue lines appeared on his body before they disappeared and his chakra erupted, causing the trees to fly away and the ground to split. His blonde hair danced, his blue armor clicked, and his eyes started to sparkle with electricity, but the worst part was when his eyes started to sparkle with electricity. The smile that pulls at his mouth. Even though he was the container of the 9 tails, the snake Sanin was rather unnerved by this since he did not anticipate this from a genin. He dismisses this and makes an effort to make fun of him. His chakra is reaching that of Biju, surpassing that of the 3 tails and still growing. Seems the fox wants to play. Are you going to really fight me, a cage-level ninja? Even if you go all out you cannot defeat me, he smiles as he says. The last portion of Naruto's position is when he yells, "I am still holding back, and I am no fox but the bird that catches the snake, the eagle that feeds your remains to my kids. I am something you can never hope to fathom, a thunderbird with no equal." Orochimaru draws his blade in response. He charges at Chunin speeds to see if Naruto can keep up, saying, "A thunderbird. Ha, you stupid child, you are nothing, let's see if you can match Sasuke-kun. Let's dance." He then charges faster, startling Orochimaru, who is then deeply slashed across the chest as a result of his fright. After coughing up blood, Orochimaru opens his lips and a new form of himself emerges. "Not bad, Naruto-kun, you shocked me for a second there, but it is all useless." As he prepares for the dance of his life, Naruto remarks, "You are just a piece of work. I have never seen someone do that before. But that just means I can keep cutting you and you will pop back out." Orochimaru prepares to battle again and charges at Jonin speeds this time, saying, he still wishes to fight. "I had hoped that would scare him off. I can't fight at full power without telling the whole village I am here." He is stunned once more and suffers further cuts as a result, causing him to shove another body out of his mouth. "This brat is getting on my nerves, now I will just kill him quickly." Knowing that he won't be able to keep up this time, he charges at high Anbu speeds. However, he notices that Naruto is constantly staring at him with a smile on his face. They clash blades as Naruto surges forward and launches an onslaught. Naruto spins away after saying, "Your steps are not strong enough." He then quickly slashes Orochimaru's back. He returns to inflict more misery on him, but his opponent turns and fights back. Naruto will not tolerate that. Orochimaru is approached from behind by a sealless clone. Orochimaru dodges in the hopes that the blonde's sword will slash Naruto, but he catches it in his other hand as the blonde throws it in the 14th dance boomerang. 13th dance twister. After that, Naruto rushes to Orochimaru and gives him numerous slashes before vanishing in a twister, leaving the snake injured and covered in blood. Naruto smiles at Orochimaru, who is once again shedding his skin, and asks, "Is this all you got? Maybe you should try something else." Naruto, shedding his skin, says, "I have killed you 3 times. What is going on, you pedo?" With venomous fangs poised to bite down on Naruto, snakes emerge from his arm as he utters the words, "You stupid brat, you are going to die," striking shadow snakes. As he does every day, Naruto cuts down the snakes and says, "Is this it? Enko-chan can dance better than this." A large snake slams down on Naruto as a shadow passes over him, but Naruto snatches it with one hand and throws it at the wide-eyed Orochimaru. Naruto then uses a jutsu without any hand signals and says, "Take your trash." A salvo of slashes and a grand slashing wind skill chop up the serpent in the trees behind Orochimaru, who dodges but is struck by some. He then goes through hand signals, saying, "Oh well, I already did what I wanted, so I will go. Damn, at this rate I won't be able to win without announcing my presence." He looks at the smoke cloud and concludes, "Wind-style great breakthrough. That will teach you to mess with me, boy." Because of his armor and remarkable defense, Naruto emerged from the smoke unscathed, saying, "That was some weak shit. Let me show you how to use Wind Fool." Wind-style Wind Dragon. Orochimaru, who is wide-eyed, is charged by a huge wind dragon that roars. Up to 15 dragons appear and charge the pale man as he yells, "I am not done yet." Wind-style Dragon's Frenzy. When they hit, there is a loud explosion and a little earthquake in the forest, which causes everyone to turn to face Naruto. Not even the enormous trees that once stood in the area where they fought remain. They have all been felled and fallen into the enormous hole. Naruto then turns away and approaches the wide-eyed Sakura, who was wearing a barrier seal to protect her and Sasuke, saying, "So he got away, the bastard." Sakura remarked, "Ni-san, that was amazing." She was observing Naruto, who remained unharmed. Naruto approaches to lower the barrier, but is halted when a blade passes through his chest. "Yes, we all know how badass I am." Sakura says, wide-eyed with fear, "NN Naruto N no. Foolish boy, never turn your back to your opponent." As Naruto vanishes in an explosion that hits Orochimaru square in the face, he remarks, "It seems you still want to keep dancing, but there is just no strength left in your step." Then, leaving the snake Sannin to suck his wounds, Naruto snatches Team 7 and takes off. "Why are we fleeing, Naruto? He remains feeble. You can kill him," Sakura inquired bewilderedly. "He left before us since it was a clone of him, but we are not fleeing." He tells the female on his back, "I wasn't going all out, and he was too weak in his current state." "What about Sai?" "Wait," Sakura inquired. "Don't worry, he's following us on the ground. He must be attempting to spy on us because he's masking his chakra." Naruto tells her, "Don't trust him at all." "Okay bro." After that, she rests her head on his shoulder while Sasuke is being tugged by his leg and frequently knocked unconscious by his head hitting tree branches. Sai watches them in an attempt to learn more about them. As Sakura wakes up in the middle of the night, she notices Naruto snoring as if they are not in a forest that could kill them, and she gets a tick mark on her head, but she stops when she sees him sleeping on Kasumi with a redhead who she recognizes from the pictures he has shown them. Sasuke is sweating while he sleeps, and he occasionally grunts. Sakura tells herself that he must have put up some barrier seal and that's why he is sleeping like that. Since she has nothing to do, she simply goes back to sleep and waits for the morning to come, but she didn't notice Sai outside attempting to enter. A clone of Naruto is stomping a mud hole into a boy with spiky black hair, and a boy tied upside down is currently being beaten up in a taijutsu battle. Sakura is awakened by the sound of fighting in the morning, and she quickly runs outside the cave to see an ass whooping taking place. When Naruto gives the boy a final kick to the face, he adds, "Oh hey Sakura-chan, good morning to you." "What about me? Wait," Kin remarked while standing motionless and observing how severely her squad had been beaten. "How about you?" Naruto questioned the girl. Kin walked slowly toward him and said, "Well, I don't know what to do. I didn't want to fight you anyway, they just made me do it." Naruto tells her, "Oh well, just run away or something, I don't know what to tell you." "See, may I accompany you?" She looked down and asked, blushing a little. "Oh Kin-chan, if you wanted to be with me that's all you had to say." Naruto smiled and turned to Sakura, who rolled her eyes at knowing what he would do. He pulled her close to him. Kin blushed red at the way he was holding her and replied, "No, that is not what I meant." His attractive smile makes her flush until she hears him say, "How about I take you away from Orochimaru and you become my slave?" "Why would I do that, a slave?" She pushed away from him a little and asked. He tried to reassure her by saying, "It's not what you were thinking, I just want to make you a cute housemaid who serves the Uzumaki household." With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Kin told him, "Well, if I do this, can you save my friend Tayuya? She will also become your slave, I promise." Naruto hugs her and rubs her red hair, saying, "Of course I will save her, just tell me what she looks like and I will get her when I can." He slung Kin over his shoulder, causing her to squeak, and said, "Let's go, Sakura-chan. Kin-chan. I have everything we need. Sai, get your pale ass out here before I kill you." He produces a water lance and tosses it at a tree, causing it to fall. Sai put on a false smile and remarked, "Don't do that again, dickless." When she witnesses Naruto and Haku having sex once, inner Sakura says to outer Sakura, "Oni-chan may be a lot of things but dickless is not it." A little blood spurts from her nose. He then takes off, but as an evil chakra explodes, Naruto turns to the cave and sees Sasuke emerge with a menacing smile. "Ha, whatever pale fucker, let's go. It feels great to have this power." Sasuke looks around at everyone who is preparing to depart and declares, "This is what I want and need to kill him." Sasuke looks up at Naruto and yells, "Hey loser, get down here and fight me right now." Naruto creates a clone and gives Kin to it, saying, "Hold on you guys, this idiot wants to fight." Naruto charges Sasuke, who confronts him head-on, saying, "Okay playboy, let's see if you can step with me." Sasuke throws a left jab, but Naruto takes it as if it were nothing and hits him in the lung, knocking the air out of his lungs. Naruto then drops and kicks him into the air, throwing him higher into the air with a flurry of punches. Crashing waves, Water style. Naruto reaches a tree and looks down at the boy, saying, "Here comes a new move, Swanton Bomb." Waves emerge out of thin air and crash down into Sasuke, sending him to the ground. "Sakura-chan, come count the pin." Naruto then leaps from the tree, flips, landing back first onto Sasuke, and covers him. Sakura then counts to 3 while wearing a referee's suit. Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. She yells while raising his hand, and as she takes his picture, dazzling flashes in the trees appear. All you can hear are the girl's shouts and laughter as he picks her up and takes off, followed by his clone. Okay, now that is done, let's head to the tower and get out of here. Anko and Iruka are standing there when the gang appears at the tower and enters a room with words on it, but Naruto ignores them and simply unravels the scrolls and throws them at the wall and a plume of smoke. "How come it took you so long, Naruto-kun?" She gives him a lengthy kiss and says, "I was getting lonely in bed." He smiled and added, "Sorry, Anko-chan. I was just looking for a good dance partner." "So, did you locate one?" Anko inquired. "Believe this, we ran into Orochimaru and he danced a little bit but he lost his step towards the end." "You battled him too?" After checking on Naruto, Anko gave him a hug and asked, "Are you okay? Did he bite you?" "No, Anko-chan bit Sasuke, but he didn't even touch me." He pulled her into his arms and kissed her head, saying, "But now that I see another curse mark, I will be able to remove yours now that I will have more knowledge about the mark." Iruka tried to pull himself together and said, I hate to interrupt, but you need to go to the Hokage office and tell him what happened." Pointing to Kin and Karen, Naruto adds, "Okay, I will do that. I have to tell him about my new friends." The ancient Hokage was at his desk shuffling papers as usual when Naruto kicked down his makeshift office. Naruto entered, followed by Karen and Kin, and said, "Old man, we have to talk. I got some major news to tell you." "Old man, you won't believe what I discovered in the forest," Naruto said. "Oh, these 2 young females wouldn't be involved, would they?" Looking up from his paperwork, Hiruzen said. Pushing Kin to the Hokage, Naruto stated, "Yay, and also Orochimaru is in the exams and is after Sasuke. But Kin here can give you more on his plans." Kin blushed at being placed in such a position. "What else can Kin tell me?" Hiruzen inquired. Hesitantly, fearing that she would be killed for working for him, she answered, "I used to work for him." "All right, so by used to, I take it that you wish to defect and become a part of this village?" Amused, Hiruzen smoked his pipe in response. The girl flushed when she said aloud, "Yes, but I will be Naruto-sama's slave." "Oh, that is a good way to safely move to our village and protect you from the council's evils." The elderly Hokage laughed like a pervert and wrote something in a notebook that said, "Tips for Ika Ika. We may conclude that he conquered you and claimed you as his reward." Karen replied, growing irritated with the lustful Hokage, "Okay, can we get to what Orochimaru has planned?" "Yeah, we can." He gestured with his hand, and they bowed before departing. "Anbu, leave us for a moment." "Will that guy from outside also remain here?" Karen looked out the window and questioned. After a moment of surprise, the elderly man sighed and said, "Jiraiya, you can come in now, you are busted." The window suddenly opened, allowing a tall, white-haired elderly man to enter the room. "How were you able to sense me being captured?" Jiraiya asked shyly. "I am a sensor made by Uzumaki." Karen remarked somewhat triumphantly, "You can't hide from me." Kin tried to suppress her laughter as Naruto replied, "But yet you still couldn't beat a wild bear." He was halted when Karen struck him in the stomach. "Ah. When you punched my armor, what did you anticipate happening?" Naruto chuckled even harder. Her back was to him, and she said, "You asshole." Jiraiya became serious and continued, "Well, anyways, Kin, could you please tell me what my foolish teammate has done now?" During the exam finals, he intends to demolish the village. He'll use sand and sound to assault. His plot to have you assault them is thwarted by their leader, who believes he is an idiot. But I would exercise caution because he never said no. In a distressed tone, Hiruzen said, "Wow, that is bad. If he gets Iwa, we will have a hard time fighting back." "Yes, that is just the outer works of the plan," Kin said. "Is there more?" Shocked, Jiraiya asked. "Lord Third, he wants to kill you the most." A little concerned for her new commander, Kin remarked, "He will trap you in a barrier and revive the first, second, and fourth Hokage to kill you." Concerned for his grandfather's safety, Naruto murmured, "Damn, that is not good." "He will have Gaara, who is the host for the One-Tails rampage in the village, along with giant snake summons destroy the village," Kin responded. "That's not good. Considering his new family and other members of the red light he loves for, Naruto remarked, that will cause mass damage and chaos all over the village. I will inform the council about this and we will come up with a plan to overcome this, Hiruzen stated. Yay, and you should most likely start to train again for the fight that is to come, along with all the clan heads. Naruto replied with seriousness. The serious Hiruzen remarked, yes, you are right, we will need all our strength if we are to overcome this. Gaara and the upcoming huge snakes can be eliminated by me. In an attempt to assist as much as possible, Naruto stated, my summons will take care of them along with some clones I can enhance with Kasumi's chakra. Alright, that's a really smart idea. Hiruzen nodded in agreement and continued, you can have them concentrate on both defeating the ninja who will be on foot and getting the civilians to safety. You have a contract? Hold on. Shocked, Jiraiya asked. According to Naruto, yes, I do. Jiraiya said, show me. She wanted to know if it was powerful enough. After he goes through hand signals and a cloud of smoke, a small winged thunderbird is called forth and lands on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto rubs the bird until it leans into his hand and says, you see I have the Thunderbird contract. How did you obtain their fabled contract? Confused that this boy had the contract, Jiraiya inquired. With ease, Naruto stated, well, it is an Uzumaki clan summoning contract. Karen asked, her eyes full of stars, really, then can I sign it too? Karen's eye twitched as Naruto rubbed her head and remarked, you sure can. I'm not a canine, she struck him over the head. So, are you also aware of your family? Hesitantly, Jiraiya asked. Yes, I am aware of my dad, if you were wondering. Naruto glared at him, making Jiraiya perspire a little. I also know that you were close to him and could have been here for me, he replied. I apologize. I was always traveling and spying for the village. In an attempt to soothe the irate teenager, Jiraiya remarked, I wouldn't have been able to properly care for you and fulfill my duties for the village. Why didn't you visit me when you came back to the village to report to the old man? Jiraiya lowered his head as he had no justification for it, but Naruto continued to rage. I no longer give a damn. With a rail of rage, Naruto remarked, I took care of myself back then anyway. Knowing that this would anger him, Jiraiya added, I can make it up to you by training you for the month. No thank you, you have better things to work on than training someone who doesn't need your training, Naruto replied. I am a legendary ninja, what? The strongest in the village, Jiraiya replied, not thinking he had simply been rejected. Naruto chuckled, then paused and let out 5 tails of Kasumi's chakra, causing the floor and windows to crack, enclosing his body in a red cloak as the 5 tails behind him emerge. Good thing I put up that seal or the room would be flooded with ninjas. Seeing Jiraiya about to apply a seal to him, Naruto remarked, I am still in control. How can you have so much control? Hiruzen inquired, astonished as well. Naruto grinned and explained, it's because Kasumi-chan is my girlfriend. Is that the name of the 9 tails? Is the 9 tails a female? Jiraiya uttered those words, stunned by what he was hearing. He released the chakra after saying, yes, so call her by her name when you are in my presence. When Jiraiya remarked, I am pretty sure I can still beat you though. Naruto crossed his arms and remarked, I just beat your teammate in the forest while I was holding back. No way. Jiraiya's answer was Naruto held out his hand and replied, whatever, do you have the key to my seal? My dad said I would need it to master all of her chakra. How did he tell you? Inquired Jiraiya. He sealed some of his chakra in the seal and talked to me after we had a fight. Naruto grinned as he shared this information. Who won? Hiruzen said, a little intrigued. Well, I did, but that is only because he wanted to test my strongest jutsu against his small Rasengan. He should have known that would happen. What was he thinking of challenging an Uzumaki in a jutsu contest? Naruto continued to giggle at this. Dropping his pipe, Hiruzen remarked, wow, I wish we had all been able to see that. Actually, you should be glad it took place in my head. If the fight was outside, the village would have been destroyed by my final attack. Smirked Naruto. Kin exclaimed in awe of her new master, wow, Naruto-sama, you are really strong. The girl blushed a little when Naruto smiled and said, you bet I am Kin-chan. Well, I wanted to take you on a training trip for 3 years to help you get stronger and avoid a group of S-rank criminals after you. Jiraiya was being serious. Let me guess, you were gonna train me in Kasumi's chakra, Naruto replied. Yes. Jiraiya replied, oblivious to the issue. That is stupid and would be a waste of time. A group of S-rank ninja are after people with Biju. You think they won't have a way to negate the use of her tailed beast chakra? Naruto continued to cross his arms. Jiraiya wiped his head and said, well, that makes sense. With his fist clenched, Naruto declared, I will go on a training trip with the other Jinchuriki and hunt down this group. Naruto looked at Karen and said, I would like it if you came with me, Karen. It would make things much easier to find them and you can be our medic. Karen looked down and remarked, I would, but I am not that strong. Naruto pulled the redhead into an embrace and said, don't worry, we will all train together. Jiraiya remarked, that is a good plan, they won't be ready for that. You should get more information on them and send it to me and we will go get them before they get us. What is the name of the group? Naruto asked him as he turned around. The name of the group is called Akatsuki and I will get you that information, just be careful, they are really powerful, answered Jiraiya. Naruto extended his hand once more and said, okay, now the key to the seal. I am in an exam after all. All right, let me call him. Jiraiya used hand signals to call forth the frog that was in possession of the seal's key. Jiraiya pointed to Naruto and remarked, Garatora, nice to see you. I am here so you can give the kid the key to his seal. He then leaps inside Naruto's seal, saying, he looks a little too young but I can feel his power. I hope you know what you are doing. Naruto stated as he left the room with the girls, okay, after this exam I'm going to Uzu and train in mastering Kasumi-chan's chakra and other things that will win us this upcoming war. Well, sensei, it's clear to me that he adores the second Hokage. I assumed that he would adore his dad. Did you share any tales about your sensei with him? Gazing at the elderly man, Jiraiya inquired. When he was younger, I did a little bit, but when I gave him books on him, he frequently read up on him. He even once painted his face to resemble my sensei's insignia. He laughed when he recalled it. Well, I'm leaving because I have work to do. Remember to train again as well, Jiraiya exclaimed as she leapt out the window. I wonder if I'll survive this or if this will be my last fight. If that's the case, I ought to put my succession and will in writing. He did so and resumed his paperwork. Naruto, Kin, and Karen were making their way through the tower's hallways to their designated room. All right, girls, I'll send you to the house where you'll be with the rest of my family. Kin, you can dress like a sexy maid in the maid quarter. He hugged them both and whisked them to the house. Karen, you can choose a room, but make sure to ask for assistance if any of you need it. After taking off his armor, he puts on a black cape with red flames licking the bottom, red leggings, and black ninja sandals. Okay, let's see what this tower has to offer. This is not the Kumo team that was staring at Hinata-chan as if they wanted to kidnap her, he says as he heads to the cafeteria and notices the Sand team there with the Kumo group. He goes to the counter and notices that there is food for everyone, so he takes some and moves to sit by the Sand team, hoping she will be alright. He glanced at the two lads and said, hello again, my sandy pals. It is nice to see you again, my desert rose. He grabbed Temari's hand and kissed it, causing her to flush. Temari loathed herself for appearing weak in front of this attractive hunk. Hello Naruto-kun. Kankuro switched places with his sister and said, don't touch my sister you jerk. With a placid expression on her face, Gaara replied, hello again, Uzumaki-san. Mother still wants your blood. Naruto questioned his inner demon, is there any way we can enter Kasumi-chan's head and speak with Shukaku? Kasumi responded to him from the seal, saying, yes, Naruto-kun, but you have to be making contact with him. He held his fist out in front of him for Gaara to touch, saying, come on, Sandman bump fist with me so we can speak in private. Okay, that sounds easy enough. Slowly, Gaara raised his fist, and the two of them, together with their tailed beast, were dragged into an inner plane. Shukaku yelled fiercely, what do you want, you stupid fox? In her fox form, with Naruto perched on her head, Kasumi spoke the words, don't be like that little brother, I just want to see you again. He fired a wind bullet at them, saying, I don't want to see you, just go and die along with your stupid human. Why are you so angry? Naruto created a lightning ball and threw it at the wind ball, canceling his strike. You weren't harmed by me. You did just that. You were born, said the irate Tanuki. Naruto remarked, Kasumi-chan, I can feel another soul inside him. Kasumi's eyebrows narrowed as she continued, yes, this close I can also feel it. Naruto jumped close to Gaara, who was being silent, and declared, I will get rid of it. What are you doing, Uzumaki-san? Gaara remarked, not displaying his fear at seeing two Biju. He makes a ram sign and uses his chakra to write a seal, saying, I am trying to help you. Evil soul unsealing in the Uzumaki style. A ghostly old guy emerges when he slams his fist down on the head of the sand spirit. "No, put me back," cried the ghost. Shukaku yelled fiercely, "You old bag of dust, just die already." The old man then leaves when Naruto destroys the seal, causing Shukaku to exhale deeply. "Thank you, stupid human. Now can you also let me out this seal?" Naruto patted his head and said, "Nice try, stupid raccoon, but Gaara will need your help in the future. I will also fix the seal, making it more comfortable for the both of you and make sure you become friends. I know you both need it." Naruto returned to Kasumi. Gaara said, "Thank you, Uzumaki." Naruto waved to Gaara and vanished with him, saying, "Just call me Naruto. We are friends and brothers in arms." When they returned outside, they remained there until Gaara fainted, causing his brother to worry. "No need to panic. I only fixed his seal and helped out his sandy friend. He is only sleeping." Naruto looked up. "Thank you so much, Naruto-kun." Temari hugged him, blushing at her own behavior. The crew from Mist was envious that they couldn't do the same when Naruto vanished in a water pillar, saying, "Don't worry, just get strong and look out for him." After 3 days after helping Gaara, Naruto felt as though time in the tower was moving slowly. More teams entered the tower, and there were a few near-fight experiences. Along with Ino, Hinata, and his adorable younger sisters, he actually spoke with Temari more. When he placed the seals up, he spent some time working on Kasumi's chakra and did some light practice in his room. He had to confront his dark nature, which put him at a snag. Now that he was using more of her chakra, he could hear tiny murmurs. He heard a voice of darkness and hatred say, "Wake up, time to kill." Naruto rested his head back on the pillow and said, "Listen here, you knock off. You are not going to be waking me out of my sleep just because you have homicidal problems." Naruto's evil side retorted, You are not reacting like I wanted you to." Naruto, who was still lying down, remarked, "Well, what did you think? You are me and I am you, so this should not be a surprise." "Well, when you put it like that, I guess you are right, but I am all of your negative things, so I am supposed to do this until we meet and fight for your body." The evil voice responded. "Yay, that is not gonna happen. We are not going to fight because we would end up killing each other, but I am also not going to try and talk you into changing your ways." Naruto was lying on his back, demonstrating that he is sleeping naked. He laughed at the last line, "Well damn, way to mess up my fun, you bastard." Dark Naruto said somewhat melancholy at the end, "I only started talking to you now because I am getting weaker due to all the positive things going on in your life now and I am slowly disappearing." "You mean our life? I know how you must be feeling. You don't want to be forgotten or ignored and you want my attention," Naruto replied. "I tell you what. When this is over, how about we do whatever needs to be done in order to use Kasumi-chan's chakra?" Naruto replied with a smile. "Fine, it is better than just being stuck in your mind with nothing to do other than watch what you do." Dark Naruto responded. "See ya," he said as he walked away, laughing evilly. He said aloud, "Okay, you have to teach me that." He received more laughter in return. After listening to the chat, Kasumi said, "Okay, Naruto-kun, now that you are done talking to yourself, get up before the girls come in and get you." A slight chill crept up his spine as he said, "You are right about that. If Sakura-chan came in here and saw me still sleeping, I would be in trouble." He was recalling the last time he had not woken up. He had to avoid blows that caused structures to collapse. In her fox form, Kasumi emerged from the seal and perched atop his head. Kasumi yipped out of his skull and said, "Let's go, my love. We have people who need their asses beat." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Naruto asks, "What should I wear today? Armor for heavy combat or my cape for fast and precise combat?" Since they are inside and he wanted to be quick today, he chose the cape. He dons black anbu pants and a long-sleeved black shirt. Wearing black anbu sandals and a black haori with red flames at the bottom, he steps outside. "Hello, Naruto-kun." He felt his head inserted into his boozy as he rotated it. The muffled response emerged from between her chest and read, "Anko-chan, I think you should greet me like this all the time." Anko grinned sensuously and replied, "Well, we can always do more to make this a better morning." Naruto turned around and flapped his cloak, saying dismissively, "As much as I would like to do that, why don't you act like a sensei and take me to where everyone is?" She took hold of his hand and dragged him along the corridors till they reached a sizable combat zone and everyone was on the rails. "Okay, come with me this way." She turned and kissed him, saying, "Go stand on the rail and wait for your name to be called." She then disappeared after saying, "Good luck, Naruto-kun. I have money on you, so win it all for me." He can see that some of the team members are injured or not entirely recovered and will be easy pickings when he makes his way to the others. The sensei converse with one another and, if necessary, give their genin motivational speeches. The Hokage then showed in and started talking about the tests, but Naruto wasn't paying attention because he was thinking about what he could train for or who would be a challenge for him. Naruto asked the fox that was contentedly perched on his head, "Kasumi-chan, do you think we can do some transformation like the other perfect Jinchuriki?" "Yes, Naruto-kun, but you have to face your darkness first and then come for my chakra, but considering how you are chatting it won't be hard." "Yay, I know he is a cool guy once you get past his evil tendencies." "You do realize you are complimenting yourself, right?" "Yes, what are you trying to say?" He chuckled as he recalled witnessing her exaggerate herself, saying, "I saw you in the mirror talking about how you are the strongest and your fur is to die for." The fox struck his head quickly and replied, "You said that you won't bring that up again." "Okay, I'm sorry, it was just too funny to forget." When a fabric falls and a massive screen appears on the board, Naruto is yanked out of his reverie. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi. In attempt to avoid the conflict, everyone else walked back up to the rails. Kakashi patted Sasuke on the back and said, "You got this, Sasuke, don't let me down." As he watched the battle, he could see that Sasuke was struggling. He should have been able to destroy this guy, but it appears that the curse mark was affecting his ability to fight effectively. This must have been what the snake pissant wanted, because Yoroi took his chakra and forced him to use the curse mark's power. And next up we have Shino Aburmai versus Zaku Abumi. Since Zaku was already weak from Naruto's ass slapping in the forest, the duel was primarily a long range, who could sneak who battle. Naruto could see that Shino was a brilliant ninja, but that his lack of close quarters combat skills would be his undoing. Masumi Tsurugi versus Kankuro. Everyone laughed when Naruto exclaimed, "Hey makeup boy, if you win I will give you a coupon for a shop that sells makeup for people like you." "It's war paint," Kankuro, flushed with shame, shouted back. "Yay, whatever, just get down there and fight with you stupid dolls. Go down here and tell me straight out, you bastard." He winked at Tamari, who blushed at being called out in such a way. "Nah, I would rather spend some alone time with your hot sister." Most people were genuinely astonished by his skill with puppets and his ability to blend in with the background during the ensuing altercation. Gazing at the puppet boy, Naruto remarked, "Wow, it seems you are somewhat talented." Kankuro said with a proud puff of his chest, "Well, I am the up-and-coming genius of our village." Naruto returned to his position by Sakura, saying, "Yay if you say so." "I'm hoping for a match." Naruto leaned against the wall and said, "I have places to be." Sakura comfortingly patted his back and reassured him, "Don't worry, I am sure you will be up soon." "Will you prepare dinner for me once more? Your cooking is excellent," Naruto remarked. She pressed her fingers together and said, Really was it good?" "Yes, everyone had a great time the last time. I believe you nearly killed Haku the previous time, so please don't create those army pills again." Sakura put a checkmark on her head and added, "Shut it, that was my first time making those." Omoi versus Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto then leaps to the ground and uses his wind affinity to float down just in time, saying, "Finally, it's my turn." He is interrupted by a Karui striking him in the head. "Oh man, what if this guy kills me and then kills my family and then war breaks?" She ejected him, saying, "Just get your ass down there and fight." Omoi muttered from the ground, "Dude, why do the girls with flat chests always cause the most trouble?" Naruto sympathized, saying, "I feel you man, they always resort to violence to get their point across." "Hey!" With their fists raised in the air and irate expressions on their faces, Sakura and Karui gave the yell. Omoi swung his blade into a posture and stated, "All right, let's leave them alone for the time being. Let's dance." A clone approaches from behind Omoi and tries to slash, but he narrowly dodges. They dash off toward each other, leaving dust trails in their wake. They clash blades and struggle, but everyone can tell Naruto is winning if the smile on his face is any indication. "Kasumi-chan, this is going to get messy. Are you able to wait on the bleachers?" The fox rises and leaps into Hinata's arms when he speaks to her, causing the girl to grin and start petting her. Naruto turned back to Omoi and stated, "All right, let's get back to it." Because Naruto was physically stronger than him, he charges back at him and takes slashes that Omoi blocks but struggles with. Omoi then covered his blade in lighting chakra in an attempt to zap Naruto and his blade. Slashing lightning, Omoi repeatedly slices his sword in the hopes of severing Naruto with the lightning's razor-sharp edges. Naruto replied, "Easy." Wind cutting. That is not all you can do, is it? Naruto says, lowering his sword to neutralize his lightning blades and blasting him with wind. A heated dance of blades ensues, with sparks flying off the blades and the sound of grunts and skin being cut. Naruto goes for a diagonal slash, ready to cut him down, but Omoi counters and slides his blade along Naruto's, sending more sparks flying. Not even close. Omoi then charges back, and Naruto confronts him head-on. Then, avoiding the swing that would have severed his head, Naruto slashes him vertically, leaving a large cut across the front of Omoi's chest. "You dance well," was Naruto's cool response, as he continued to smile at Omoi. "Gosh, I never imagined he could be both strong and quick. This cut aches a lot. I'm hoping not to bleed out." Stan's Ibiki stood by Anko, looking pleased, and remarked, "Damn Anko, this kid is a whiz with the blade." With delight in her pupil, Anko answered, "Yeah, he even beat me using that style." "What kind of fashion is that?" Hate inquired. "Let me be the first to say that it's known as the Moonlight Sword style," he remarked. She shuddered when she recalled fighting him with that blade. "That shit is scary." "I recognize the familiarity." With a start, Hate remarked, "I am happy I get to see it. That style is legendary." Recalling his combat on the bridge, Kakashi remarked, "Yeah, he defeated 2 of the 7 swordsmen with the style." Hate looked more vigorously at the battle and declared, "If he has it mastered he will win this fight no matter what." The arena. When we return to the battle, we see Naruto with a cut on his chest from their encounter, Omoi with even more wounds than before, and the earth with multiple cuts and splits from the intensity of the blows. The extremely panting Kumo ninja, who was hardly able to stand, remarked, "Hey man, I can't keep up anymore, can we end this?" As Naruto prepared to draw his blade, he remarked, "Sure we can, and because I respect your strength with the blade, allow me to show you a technique of the Moonlight Sword style." Omoi used the same charging lighting in his last attack. Only the Jonin and those above saw the two disappear, and when they were seen by everyone once more, they were on opposite sides of one another. "So it seems his last attack reached me," Naruto muttered, glancing down at the gash on his torso, as blood spurted from Omoi and he slumped to the ground. He wiped the blood off his blade and replaced it in its sheath until it clicked. 38th Dance Marionettes, Naruto stated. "Naruto Uzumaki is the winner." A burst of applause followed Hate's statement, and the medics hurried to pick up Omoi. Naruto approached the stands and received applause from the crowd. "J-job Naruto-kun, GG great." Kasumi fell off when Hinata added, "I have some medicine for you to help your cut." She bowed her head to conceal her blush. He grinned at the girl, whose face was as red as a tomato, and said, "Thank you Hinata-chan, but you will have to put the medicine on for me because my arms hurt." She approached him, put the medication on her fingers, and then rubbed it on his open chest wound, saying, "Oh okay NN Naruto-kun." She started to get even redder, and steam started to come out of her ears, until she was unable to handle it any longer and passed out. The last thing she uttered before passing out was, "En Naruto-kun see chest." Naruto looked at the women who flushed and said, "Well Kurenai, I think you need to take your student's place and finish what she started." She looked away and muttered, What I am not doing that." "Stop acting that way. You owe me, or do you not remember when you wanted me to lick the—" He is stopped when Kurenai emerges in front of him, blushing profusely. The females were envious, even the stoic Samui, and all the boys had nosebleeds. She blushed at all the attention, but she continued, or else she would reveal her sex life to everyone. Shut up, I will rub the stupid medicine on you." She then did just that, rubbing it on his chest. He kissed her on the lips and said, "Thank you, Kurenai-chan. I have things to do, so I'll see you all at home." He halted as he noticed that Naruto had vanished in a burst of blue. "Wait, Naruto, you can't go." He lowered his head at that. "You know, sometimes I don't think he respects my position as Hokage." "You simply become aware of that." Anko laughed at him, saying, "He calls you old man and just walks into your office whenever he feels like it." Compound Uzumaki. "I've returned home," Naruto yelled as he entered the room. "Hello Naruto-kun." Tsunami approached him and kissed him, and he instantly returned the kiss. "Why are you coming home so early? You should be at the examinations." She raised an eyebrow in perplexity. Naruto walked to the kitchen to get a drink and said, "I just got done fighting and I decided to leave because I have to pack for my trip." Tsunami put her hands on her hips and stood her ground, saying, "What about your friends? They will want your support, so you should go back." "But why? They can manage the fights since they are strong enough." Tsunami stated in a lovely voice, "Naruto-kun, Go back or no ramen for a month. There are moments when you can be so harsh. At the very least, can I see Rukia-chan? Naruto said. I'm heading to the backyard, but she clutches the back of his coat and pulls him back. Tsunami tried to reprimand him, but Naruto wasn't really listening, so she responded, no, if you see her you will want to stay with her all day long and then never go back. With a check mark on her head, Tsunami inquired. With a cheerful tone, the blonde answered, yes I was. He smiled at her, which only made her angrier. What did I say next? Tsunami clasped her arms beneath her chest and uttered those words. I love you. She must have had some kind of ninja training because the way she swings that pan is going to kill me one day. Naruto said, getting up and beginning to fly back towards the tower. The next thing he knew, he was standing outside the compound with a lump on his head. The arena. Back in the arena, more fights had developed, but none had been as good as Naruto's thus far. Sakura had lost to Shikamaru because she was too confident that she would simply crush him, even though she had great strength and intelligence to keep him moving and prevent him from coming up with a plan. Hinata, you can do this, okay? Kurenai gave her a cozy hug. Naruto returned to find that the next match was between Hinata and her cousin, and the girl was so terrified that she was willing to die. She spoke more confidently, but you could still feel the fear in her eyes as she stammered, Thank you sensei. Floating down, Naruto murmured, Hinata, I know that is not fear I see. Naruto-kun I. She stopped as she felt a hand. You shouldn't be afraid, Hinata, it will only make you feel weaker in this battle. The girl nodded, indicating that she was paying attention. Remember that the will of fire burns bright, he said, adding, you trained and put in just as much work as everyone else, so don't let fear control you. She nods, and everyone can see how motivated and fearless she is now. It will give you the power you need to surpass your limits and defeat whatever enemy stands in front of you, but remember power is not simply will, power is the ability to make things happen. Oh, one more thing. He rips the jacket right off her body, causing her to yell and cover herself. You don't need this to weigh you down. She leaps down with a determined look, saying, now get down there and kick his ass. I am aware that you will not genuinely pay attention to that failure. Like you, his fate was predetermined. Neji smirked as he attempted to shatter her heart. Hinata sat in her position, prepared for war, and stated, more seriously than anybody had ever seen her, just shut up and fight me. Neji frowned and prepared to fight back, saying, you are a failure, it won't make a difference. Combat. The two then charge at one another, hurling blows intended to inflict damage and simultaneously shut off the chakra points. During the entire battle of blows, Hinata managed to land a good number of hits, more than Neji can claim he is proud to have allowed to strike him. However, this does not mean the Hyuga was unscathed, she was struck in the arms and shoulder. Your chakra points have been closed off by me. Now, what are you going to do? Failure, Neji stated in an attempt to make fun of her. I'll continue fighting because that's my ninja style. I don't give up or run. Naruto and the rest of Hinata's pals in the stands both smile, and Rock Lee even starts to encourage her before Naruto does. You will die here, girl. Hinata then rushes back at him, surprising him with her quick speed. She hits his chest, knocking the wind out of his lungs, sending him to his knees before kicking him in the face, sending him flying. So what, coward? What's wrong? Are you unable to continue dancing? Hinata mimicked her not-so-secret crush and smirked as she stated this. Yeah, from the rails, Naruto yelled. I taught her that, like a proud father, Naruto is crying as he sees his only child succeed. Standing behind Naruto, Shino remarked, Naruto-san, I don't think her clan would appreciate you corrupting their heir. They won't do anything, so who cares? If anything, I'm aiding their self-destructive clan. You mean it's destroying itself? Asuma inquired. The side branches are being treated like slaves by the main branch, and this situation only gets worse with time. Remembering what had transpired, Naruto remarked, if we are not careful we might have a repeat of the Uchiha massacre on our hands. They fell silent and returned their attention to the battle that had gone back to Neji's side. The kidnapping only made things worse by giving the leader of the side branch to them. Hinata was on her knees, panting heavily, and her lips were bleeding. She looked at Naruto, who merely grinned and nodded. I can't keep up, I am done for. Neji Hyuga is the winner. As fate foretold, I prevailed, and here you are on the ground looking like a failure. With a smug grin, Neji remarked, don't fight your fate, just accept it. Neji, you appear to be battling your destiny more than any other member of our clan. Always attempting to master the main branch's methods. Looking at her cousin with a sorrowful expression, Hinata remarked, It seems like you just can't accept the fact that you were born in the side branch. Stop talking. You have no idea about fate. Neji is ready to kill Hinata, but the Jonin are too slow to stop him. I am cursed with this life. Clang. And Naruto, you must calm down. The Hokage murmured, pushing off Naruto, whose eyes were red with slits and his whiskers were bigger. That's what sounded off in the arena. Naruto is seen in a sword lock with the Hokage of all people, and it appears he is having trouble holding back the irate blonde. As they traded blows with the Hokage's staff, Naruto murmured, I am perfectly calm. Just move and let me cut him down. Naruto answered calmly. It was incorrect to remark, if you do then you are going to be disqualified. Hinata wouldn't want that for you. Naruto quickly accelerated and blitzed the Hokage, passing him directly in front of the terrified Hyuga. RR rotation. The boy began to spend, and just as Naruto was ready to draw his sword and slay him, a fox kicked him away. In front of him, Kasumi, who was the size of a mature horse, stated, Naruto-kun, you need to calm down or you will be in serious trouble with the village. The genin was trembling and behind the sensei, and the two stared at each other for a while, their red-slitted eyes staring back at each other. Chakra poured from the two, causing the arena to tremble and the ground beneath their feet to crack. The Jonin were alert and ready for anything to happen. Oh no, Kasumi Ne-chan is ready to fight, and her mate is ready too, said the foreign ninja, who were startled that the child had battled the Hokage and was now releasing all of this chakra. Your squad is ready to faint, so we should depart, the Nibi remarked inside Yugito's thoughts. Holding on to the railing due to the shaking, Karui exclaimed, holy shit, just how strong is this guy? With wide eyes, Samui held the rail and remarked, that is cool. Inside Gaara's mind, Shikaku remarked, that kid has some real balls standing up to Kasumi like that. Are you afraid, Mom? I am a man, stop calling me that, it's weird. Sorry. Kankuro told his sister, Tamari, if this kid is involved, I think the invasion is a bust. From behind her fan, Tamari said, yes, we shouldn't have gone with it in the first place. Back on the arena floor, the tension had only increased, and just as it appeared that they would leap at one another, Naruto got up, sheathed his sword, and approached Hinata, who was shielded by a barrier he had erected. He disengaged the seal, took her hand, and grinned at her. Hinata gazed into his blue eyes, which she adored, and said, did I do well, and Naruto-kun? All he could do was grin at her. They both laughed when he said, you were amazing and I loved when you used my line. The medics arrived to take her, and he wished her well. When he regained consciousness, everyone was sweating, including the hiding Orochimaru, and the weaker children fainted. No, this boy cannot be allowed to live. He will mess up the plan, they said. When the youngster in his thoughts spoke, his thoughts ceased. I will send Gurren after him because she has never let me down. Naruto turned to face the trembling Hyuga and stated, you better hope we don't fight or you will without a doubt not make it out of the match in one piece. He then went to the hospital room to keep an eye on Hinata. According to the sickly proctor, now let's get back to the matches. Tamari vs Tenten quickly used her exceptional speed and swordsmanship to charge the Sanku no Ichi, preventing Tamari from moving too far and using her fan to fire her wind jutsu. Feeling a little depressed with the way she and Naruto just behaved toward one another, Kasumi watched Ino abuse Karui with her staff and fire jutsu from the stands. I apologize for my behavior, Kasumi-chan. For a moment, I lost my temper, Naruto stated, using the mental link. Don't be alarmed, Naruto-kun. Kasumi cheered with a sly smile, it's okay, I just needed you to calm down before you did something you'll regret. Can you tell me what happens during the rest of the matches I am with Hinata-chan? Sure thing, just don't do anything to the helpless girl. Who exactly do you believe I am? I will not exploit her in that manner. I am aware that I am only playing tricks on you. I'll see you later, she said, cutting the connection and returning her attention to the last game. Rock Lee vs Gaara, Canon. Okay, all those who won come down and listen up for who you will be fighting in the finals, remarked Hate. First up we have Naruto Uzumaki vs Shino vs Samui. These will be the matches for the first round of the finals, and those who win the first round will move on to the second round where you will fight those who have not fought yet. Hate spoke by coughing. Tenten looked sorrowfully at her partner and said, Neji, I feel so sorry for you. He simply laughed and turned to go, saying that he would always prevail. Her vivacious sensei approached her and said, don't worry about it, my youthful student, he will learn the hard way. I know Guy sensei, it was nice knowing him, Guy said. his eyes wide with fear at the thought of losing one of his students. Tenten, you don't think Naruto will kill him, do you? To a buddy, however. As Tenten recalled how Naruto was always watching out for her, she said, maybe if Hinata asks him not to, but still Naruto does not take kindly to someone who deliberately hurts someone close to him. One time at the orphanage some kid hit me because he said I look like a fat panda. I told Naruto and he went and beat him up so bad he was sent to the Hokage office. When Guy heard the narrative, he started crying because of anime. The only thing that made Tenten perspire was how her sensei took things personally. Such youthful actions. Naruto-kun's flames were always an inferno. After Yugito took her team, they discussed their exam preparation as they departed the arena. With a contemplative look on her face, Yugito added, Samui, I want you to be careful in your fight with the Uzumaki. Samui earthed to Samu. Samui remarked, emerging from her reverie, huh? Karui remarked next to her friend, why are you so spaced out? That normally isn't like you. In a monotone, Samui stated, I was just thinking about something. Karui and Yugito struck Omoi in the head with their irate expressions when he said, I'm considering ways to reduce those enormous boozies. Shut your mouth, you perv. From the ground, Omoi rubbed his head and said, see what I mean, always hitting me. That Naruto guy was right. Recalling his sword skills, Karui exclaimed, speaking of him, that kid is crazy strong. He beat the Hokage in a Kenjutsu duel like it was nothing. At the end, Karui grinned at her teammate and said, not to mention how he completely outperformed you in your battle. Omoi got back up and walked to their hotel with his squad, saying, yeah, he had me beat the whole time. I could tell he was holding back on me and he still beat me effortlessly. In an attempt to support her friend, Karui remarked, you at least got that last strike on him. Omoi pointed off the details of his battle, saying, look at me. I have bandages all over my body, I am walking with a limp. All I did was cut him twice and he was fighting like it was nothing. Yea, you are correct, I could also see how he was holding back on you if the display with the Hokage and Fox was anything to go by, Samui said. Angry that an animal had more chakra than her, Karui exclaimed, what was with that fox anyway? It had more chakra than all of us combined. Omoi paused in his tracks after saying, you are not kidding, its chakra felt similar to your Yugito sensei. He was in awe at the strongest-tailed beast and asked, sensei, why you don't think that was the Nine Tails? As Yugito entered their hotel room, he said, yes, it was the Nine Tails and it was facing its host. Finally understanding why he was so strong, Karui said, holy shit, is that why he was so strong? No, Matabi said he only used Hao power during the whole fight. Samui said, then what was with his fox-like eyes? As she laid on her bed. He must have been so angry that he only let the chakra change his eyes. That means he has good control over the Nine Tails chakra to only let it get into his eyes and not his whole body. Yugito was addressing her pupils. Samui, who was examining her sensei with her eyes, calculative blue orbs, asked, do you think you can beat him, sensei? For a minute, she remained silent as she considered the question. Yugito took a seat to rest her feet and thoughts. I don't know. I would have to see him fight more. All I know about him now is that he is a master with the blade and at least one tail of Nine Tails chakra, she remarked. She looks at the other two students, who flush and turn away, and says, for now, Samui, we will train you for the finals since only you made it. We will spar and I will use Matabi's chakra so you can know how a Jinchuriki fights. When Samui says, got it. Yugito told her students bluntly, and you two will also get more practice in. You guys were obliterated by your opponents. They both droop their heads and mutter, sorry. Compound Uzumaki with a dejected expression. Rukia asked Naruto on his bed, Papa, are you sure I can't come? She climbs into Naruto's lap and hugs him while he sits next to her. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and whispered, come on now honey, I told you it's dangerous and I don't want anything to happen to you. Rukia made an ice sword and said, but I am strong. I can even make weapons out of my bloodline now. This makes Naruto smile with pride. Naruto said, well, if you are that strong, I suppose I can leave you in charge of the compound while I am away. That boosted her mood. Her eagerness causes her to leap to her feet. Really, you are going to have me protect everyone, she exclaims. Yup, my little captain. The young girl was moved by those comments. Words that meant nothing to her. When she said, a great light burst from her stomach, and the entire room was covered with an odd pressure that made Naruto feel heavy. Rukia Uzumaki vowed to keep this promise. Me and Soda no Shirayuki, sleeved white snow. Make this promise to you, father. He used his powerful chakra to push it away. Something was on the ground and Rukia was on the ground, panting heavily. Naruto picked up his daughter and placed her on the bed while glancing down at her. With concern, Naruto asked, "Rukia-chan, what did you do?" She gestured to the sword on the floor and said, "IW was that." When Naruto reached for the handle, ice spikes emerged and stabbed his hands. Naruto reflected, it's similar to the 7 swords of the mist. This blade must be exclusive to its owner. He picks it up again, but this time he approaches it differently. The same thing occurs when he reaches for the blade, but instead of letting go, he pumps his chakra into it. "Obey me." The 2 words were said with such strength and determination that the blade retracted its spikes and hummed, as if it were at ease and not simply subdued. He looked closely at the blade and said, "So if you can overpower it, it will allow you to wield it, but I imagine it will be stronger in the hands for who it was meant for." A typical katana features a rectangular tsuba with curved lines on the short sides and a pattern that resembles a faint flame on the long sides. Its corners are inward curved, and it has curved slits above and below the blade. A handle with tiny threads that is reddish-brown in color. When his daughter rose up and took the sword from her father, he asked, "Rukia-chan, why did this blade come from your stomach?" Rukia rubbed the handle, causing the blade to buzz, and remarked, "It is not some blade. Her name is Soda no Shirayuki." Confused, Naruto said, "She can talk." Rukia glared at her father and continued, "Yes, and she says you should be more careful when you assert yourself on her like you did. She almost became bonded to you." His hands went up and he said, "Sorry, sweetie." He merely grinned at the thought of his little child growing up to be strong. Holy shit. My daughter just got a talking sword that has her ice powers and an all-new power source. Rukia put her ear to the blade and remarked, "She claims she is a Zanpakuto and will teach me her skills." When Naruto saw her do it, he started to perspire. Kin, wearing a maid outfit and sporting a healthy flush, entered through the open door. She smiled and added, "Naruto-sama, I have packed all of your food for your trip to your homeland." With a wink, the girl blushes and turns to go. "Okay. Thank you Kin-chan, and by the way you look absolutely gorgeous in that outfit." Then they depart from his chamber. Rukia went to train and show off her Zanpakuto to everyone. Naruto hasn't seen Karen since he left her here, so he went to see how she was doing. After she returned from her shopping trip with Kin and Tsunami, he could see her hanging things in her wardrobe. Naruto said from her doorway, "Well, take a look at what we have here." He caught the kunai she threw as she jumped and flung it back to her. Smirking at the bashful redhead, the blonde said, "You know it is not nice to throw sharp objects at the person who saved you." She blushed a little and said, Sorry about that, you just snuck up on me." Much to her displeasure, he responded in a humorous manner, "You know, for a censor you often get snuck up on a lot." With a twitching eyebrow, Karen asked, "What do you want, bro, or are you here to annoy me?" He laughs a little. "A little bit of both. I will be leaving later tonight, so I won't be around until the finals." Karen remarked from her closet, "Oh well, I hope you have a nice trip and be safe." After telling everyone that he was departing tonight, he exited her room. To bid him farewell, the entire Uzumaki family gathered for the remainder of the day to laugh and enjoy themselves. Later that evening, everyone laughed at Ino's overly protective motherly behavior as Naruto sighed and stated, "For the last time, Ino-chan, I have everything." In an attempt to support her partner, Haku replied, "Come on Ino-chan, I think Naruto-kun can handle himself." "Thank you Haku-chan." He rewarded her with a kiss, which she found pleasing. Naruto patted his stomach as he said, "Plus I have Kasumi-chan to heal me if things get really bad." She was within the seal for the voyage. Kurenai hugged Naru-kun and kissed him, saying, "Okay Naru-kun, we will miss you." Enko, Ino, and Tsunami then followed. He flashed to the Hokage office, where the elderly man was reading his porn, after saying farewell and giving each other a couple more hugs. "I will be leaving to Uzu now, Gramps." In an attempt to save his dignity in front of Naruto and the hidden Anbu, the elderly guy remarked, "Oh Naruto-kun, good, just be careful and look out for potential threats on your trip." With Yugo observing him from above, Naruto looked up and said, "Oh Kitty-chan, can I get a goodbye hug again?" She walked to him after falling from the ceiling. She said sternly, "Hands to yourself this time." With a sly smile, he embraced her, and she did the same. In her ear, he whispered, rubbing his hands up and down her toned body. Naruto whispered in her ear, "I just can't keep my hands off you. You are just so damn sexy, I have a hard time controlling myself," causing her mask to flush. He smirked when she responded, "Maybe when you get back I can let you feel even more of me?" In the same tone. Her scarlet cheeks and lips were visible as he took off her mask. In the center of the Hokage office, they start to make out as they move their heads closer together. All that can be heard is the sound of their lips as they struggle with their tongues. She moaned into the kiss as he moved his hands onto the bottom of her Anbu trousers and enjoyed the pleasant feel of her firm ass. They end their hot makeout session when they hear 4 thuds in the room and discover that the Hokage and 3 other Anbu had fainted from nosebleeds. Well, I suppose we gave them something to remember, didn't we? The Anbu captain gave her a cry of pleasure after slapping her ass. Yugo blushed as she said, "Why yes we did, Naruto-kun," in front of the Hokage and her team. After a final kiss, he leaps out the window, leaving a heated and irritated Anbu captain. "I will see you when I get back and maybe we can do this again." After landing on top of the village gate and using the hand signals for summoning, a massive 6-winged black bird with a black beak and a blue tint emerged from the smoke cloud. The bird bowed its head and said, "Hello Naruto-sama, it's nice to meet you. My name is Arizona, and I am a transportation-type thunderbird." Naruto got on the bird's back and said, "Nice to meet you, buddy. I just want you to take me towards the village of whirlpools." Arizona exclaimed in a wistful voice, "Ah yes, the great village of the Uzumakis." He then flailed his enormous wings and flew into the night sky, oblivious to the navy blue-haired women that followed them. After they have gotten a good distance apart, Naruto begins to talk to the bird, asking him about his species and their typical activities. He learns that they particularly enjoy taking bird baths in hot water, and he also works on his Rasengan training and chakra control. Suddenly, he is bombarded with what appears to be crystal shuriken, a barrel roll from Arizona, and he avoids them all. Naruto stood up on Arizona and shouted, "The fuck, I know crystal shuriken wasn't on the forecast. I saw a woman from below, Naruto-sama." The woman looks up to see red slitted eyes staring at her with such intensity that it makes her a little uneasy because no one looks at her like that. Naruto uses some of Kasumi's chakra in his eyes to improve his vision, which causes his eyes to turn red with slits. The woman tries to reassure herself by saying, "That is actually pretty terrifying, but my lord gave me a mission and told me some of his skills, so I have this in the bag. All right, I'll assault you from above for a while. I'll send you home as well." Naruto rubbed Arizona's head and added, "I'll call someone else so you won't have to come out again." "All right, master. And don't rub my head, I'm not a dog." He uses one of his wings to swat Naruto's hand away. Senbon lighting style, the girl on the ground dodges a shower of blue senbons sparkling with electricity that falls from the sky in great quantities, but she sustains minor cuts that startle her enough to allow more to strike her. Crystal dome. The senbon bounces off as she yells and is shielded by a pink dome. "Oh, I see. It's bloodline versus bloodline." Naruto uses hand signals and his hands light up, saying, "Well, you won't defeat me." Storm release dancing circuit. Inside the dome, the woman is fighting to keep it upright while under intense fire as laser-like beams shoot and speed towards the dome from his hands, striking it with great force, causing small fractures and chipping the dome. The force stops, and she peeks through one of the holes in the dome and cannot see him in the air. "Where the hell is he?" she asks, gritting her teeth. "Shit, I need to wait for him to stop the firing and then make a quick move to get him down." She hears a flapping sound and sees his cape coming down, and then she hears a sizzling sound and instantly recognizes it. Boom! That was not enough to get her. Naruto emerges from behind a tree wearing only his long-sleeved black shirt, black Anbu pants, and sandals. That was not enough to get her. He leaps away from his spot because it was bombarded with crystal weapons. An explosion shakes the area where her dome was. A cloud of dust gathers, obstructing the aftermath of the attack. Naruto addressed the blue-haired woman who was panting and had burns on her face and clothing, saying, "Well, it seems Shining Beauty survived." Shut up you bastard. Why are you attempting to murder me, and what is your name?" he inquired, but he already knew who had pursued her. Naruto took note of the tentative manner she addressed him as Lord and put it aside for later. "My name is Gurren and I was sent by Lord Orochimaru to come kill you." "So you were dispatched by the serpent pedo? I made his snake ass flee in the forest of death, don't you know that?" Naruto crossed his arms as he spoke. She has second thoughts because she realized she wasn't powerful enough to defeat him, and her eyes widened because she wasn't informed of that information. Using hand signals, Gurren said, "Liar, I will kill you just like the others I have met." Crystal-style crystal dragon. From behind her, a pink dragon roared and charged toward Naruto, who merely grinned. Raging dragon in the style of a storm. When Naruto yells, a dragon larger than what she made materializes, roaring through the night and charging at the crystal dragon. After some fight, Naruto gives his dragon more chakra, which causes it to overwhelm hers and rush in her direction. Wall of crystals. She swiftly uses hand signals and raises a huge crystal wall to deflect his attack, but the force of the impact hits her wall and she is blown back because her wall was unable to stop the entire strike. As Naruto makes the sign with one hand, his jutsu comes to life. Wind-style wind torpedo. He points it at Gurren, who is struck in the stomach by the full force of the jutsu, which then sends her flying through trees. I have not yet finished with you. The recuperating Gurren, unprepared for his next move, is struck by Naruto's water-style explosive water shockwave assault as he goes through additional hand signals. He sees Gurren on the ground after the attack, coughing up water and bruised. He rushes her to engage in hand-to-hand combat, hitting her in the face, but instead of flinching, his fist is covered in crystals. His feet follow, and he is then hit in the back with crystal shuriken. He turns his head and sees Gurren emerge grinning, but he is still soaked and bleeding. She thrusts a crystal sword into his heart and says, "For what it is worth, I am sorry I didn't want to do this or work for him, but with this stupid curse seal I have no choice." Gurren smiles cheerfully at the blonde, who is in agony from the weapons in his back. "You were a strong opponent and the toughest I have fought, but this is goodbye for you." She becomes a little flushed, but Naruto smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, hottie, just survive this next attack and I will help you out." "What attack is killing you?" The trapped Naruto puffed into smoke as Gurren spoke, gaining control. She stared in silence until she heard his voice once more. "Storm let Zeus's fury out." The storm clouds part and a man made of lighting can be seen peeking through. He drops his hand and faster than Gurren can react, she is struck by a barrage of high-powered blasts of lightning. "Damn, I think that was too much." After saying, "I didn't want to kill her," Naruto proceeded to the burning crater created by his strike. His final attack causes the forest to catch fire, which he quickly extinguishes with water jutsu. "Hey, are you still here? Okay, she is barely alive. She must have been experimented on by Snakepedo and caused her body to be more enhanced," Naruto said, picking her up and calling forth a Thunderbird, this one forest green with a white head and yellow beak, after he asked the smoking body and felt a weak heartbeat with his fingers on her neck. The six-winged bird said, "Hello Naruto-sama, my name is Lina." Putting Gurren on the bird's back, Naruto said, "Hello there, Lina. I need you to bring me and my passenger to Uzu please." He then got on and held her. "All right, should I move at a reasonable pace or as quickly as possible? I'm getting in the air," she added. "I'm going to take a nap, so please keep the pace moderate. Good night, Lina." He stroked her head, put his own head down, and fell asleep without noticing the joyous grin on Lina's face after a head rub. After a while, Gurren begins to wake up from Naruto's beating. She looks around and realizes she is in the air, flying hundreds of feet in the sky, and she nearly faints from what she sees. As she falls back onto her back, she sees Naruto sleeping as if nothing were wrong. She prods him to see if he reacts, saying, "How can he sleep in a situation like this? This is my chance to kill him. However, he allowed me to survive and is even taking me with him wherever he goes." Gurren looks at his sleeping face and notices the marks left by his whiskers. She feels compelled to touch them, and Naruto purrs softly. "Kawaii," she had to fight the need to pet his face and glomp him again. Gurren looks at him with a slight flush when Naruto opens one eye, and he smirks and moves her head, saying, "If you take a picture it will last longer." "Why did you allow me to survive?" quietly, Gurren asked. Naruto sat up and replied, "Well, you said you were being forced so I won't hold this against you. However, I attempted to murder you," she says, glaring at him angrily. With a wave of his hand as if it didn't matter, he said, "So you are not the first and won't be the last. Plus, if you want, I can take off that curse mark for you." With a knowing expression, Naruto inquired. With wide eyes and an incredulous expression on her face, she turned to face him and said, "Why, you are not joking, are you?" With relief from the foolish curse, Gurren asked. "I'm sure I can." He looked at Lina and saw what appeared to be Iwa Ninja, and he pushed his chest out in pride at his family name and height. Why are Iwa Ninja in the realm of fire? The words, "Oh no," are a sign of fear for anybody who hears them. Gurren also glances down and sees what appears to be a little outpost, with several tents containing Iwa and Sound Ninjas. What is it? Those are Sound Ninja of Orochimaru's village, and it seems as if he was able to convince Onoki to attack the leaf with him. Gurren opened his eyes wide. Naruto said, "I will go down and see what they have in store." He then leapt off his summon, leaving Gurren behind. Floating to the ground, he lands outside the post, lowers his chakra, and conceals his presence to avoid detection. As he enters the area, Emerging from the shadows and making silent leaps, he can make out what appears to be the leader's tent. There don't appear to be many people in this place. Looking around at all the tents and people wandering around, Naruto said, they must have just set this thing up. Iwa had 10 ninja, while Naruto had at least 20. Okay, let's see what we can find. He heads toward the largest tent, where he can hear quiet conversation. Using his chakra in his ears to improve his hearing, he thinks from the outside, okay, so we have 5 ninja in here and it sounds like they are talking about plans to knock down our village. The ninja all leave the village and go their separate ways. Alright, we'll be here to support the attack in the championship game. It appears like the Iwa ninja chief shakes hands with a sound ninja. If only we had our damn Jinchuriki, we could easily crush that pathetic village. He smirks at his line of reasoning, saying, wow, so they don't have their Jinchuriki. This is good. If I can find them, then I will be able to recruit them to my plans. He enters the tent through a cut on the back and proceeds to the table, where he sees the plans laid out and how they exactly match what Kin told him about the plan. Well, it seems that Iwa was going to sneak in through the hidden passages. Orochimaru undoubtedly informed them of that. He goes back outside and gathers chakra, alerting everyone to his presence. I will take these and send them to the old man, but first let's destroy this bitch. Let's light things up a bit. He puts his hand in the air, and thunder ensues, followed by the roar of a beast. Kirin, a dragon made of red lightning, forms because he used some of Kasumi chakra for this attack. Wind tornado. A huge tornado forms from the sky and moves toward the ground, moving too fast for Naruto and too slow for the Iwa and sound ninjas. Go now. The explosion that follows can be felt for miles, and Gurren and Lina watch in disbelief as he waves his palm down and a crimson flash occurs, striking everyone with a flying tornado and a red dragon. She can't believe he was preventing them from fighting with this type of strength. What the hell, he just destroyed a whole outpost like it was nothing. Lina says proudly, that's our summoner for you. Naruto then flies up to them and lands on Lina. Did you find the show enjoyable? Smirking at her gob-eyed face. Gurren's only response to what she had just witnessed was, wow. I need you to take this to the Hokage, Naruto says, going over hand signals for summoning as a little thunderbird emerges from the smoke. Just let me send these documents to the old man and we can get moving to our destination. The bird offers Naruto a salute and takes off after saying, it is very important. Tower of Hokage. That looks like the bird from Naruto-kun contract. He opens the window and lets the bird in, and it flies to his desk. The bird is seen outside the Hokage's window, tapping on the glass. How may I help you? The bird then lowers the scroll off its back and hands it to the Hokage, who reads it and his eyes enlarge at what he sees. I have a message from Naruto-sama and he said it is of great importance. Anbu. He leaves to get ready, saying, I will send a copy of this to Jiraiya as well. Go get all the members of the Shinobi Council and tell them it is an emergency meeting. Naruto Gurren could not help but stare at Naruto's blonde hair blowing in the wind with his sparkling blue eyes that could show a gentle breeze and then a storm like no other, and her cheeks turning red after staring too long. Naruto and Gurren were now flying over the seas with Lina as their means of transportation, and the sight was like a painting coming to life with the way it seemed they were flying over the rising sun. Lina draws Naruto's attention by saying, Naruto-sama, we are coming up on the island now. They close in and see that the place is in ruins, with buildings destroyed, ninja weapons and headbands everywhere, and skeletons of dead people, including children, lying at his feet. Naruto can only imagine Rukia and Inari lying at his feet during the impending invasion. Never, he says under his breath, drawing Gurren's attention. Kasumi inside the seal can feel his anger and is worried because his anger is turning into hate for those who destroyed his home. Okay, thank you Lina, you can dispel when we land. Naruto says, rubbing her head once more, making her smile. You need to relax, Naruto-kun. Inside the seal, Kasumi shouts at him. Never. I will never allow this to occur. The entire island starts to tremble from all the power Naruto is releasing as he explodes with power, and a tremendous amount of killing intent floods the island, causing Kasumi to shiver and Gurren to fall to her knees. He floats into the air while surrounded by lightning, and the ocean waves turn violent and start to move towards the shore. From inside his head, Dark Naruto says, yes, that's the way to do it. From inside the seal he was drawn inside, Naruto thinks to himself, all I feel is pain, all I feel is rage. Avoid fighting it, but also avoid letting it control you. You must endure this suffering in order to develop. When speaking of her, Dark Naruto uses an unexpectedly affectionate tone. To not let anyone else feel such pain, especially our little girl. Naruto smiles at his significant other and says, so in all that hate you can feel love as well. Keep it a secret. Come on, let's be one. Dark Naruto pulls Naruto into an embrace, which he reciprocates. He hugged his darker half again and said, your secret is safe with me. Gurren is seen on the ground outside the seal, gazing up at Naruto, who is still in the sky, letting off a tremendous amount of strength. As she tries to stand up but cannot, she asks herself, what is going on with him? After witnessing Dark Naruto emerge, Kasumi is eager to see what will happen. Although no one could see it, another redhead was also concerned. She says, oh son, I hope you overcome this, and then she's gone. After then, Naruto releases the embrace and loses sight of his dark side. Kasumi merely smiles and rushes to embrace him, saying, so I guess it worked out in the end. Oh, I knew you could do it, Naruto-kun. Naruto catches her in the embrace and asks, was there ever anything to worry about? Now you can train in using all of my chakra. Okay, but first I need to stop doing what I am doing outside or I will drown the island and kill Gurren. Yay, she passed out. Right now and the waves are getting really close. Following Kasumi, Naruto adds, well come on, we have training to do. He then vanishes from the seal. Naruto and Kasumi float back down to the ground outside the seal. Naruto looks at everything and says, wow, it looks like I was really mad. I'll take care of this before I go. Naruto tells himself. Kasumi points to the fallen woman and says, I found the crystal girl. Naruto picks her up and leaves, saying, okay, let's get her and find a place to rest for the month and get to training. After a while, they locate a spot to relax inside the Azukage Tower. Seated with his legs crossed, Naruto is seen concentrating on managing his chakra. She smirked as she stated, okay, Naruto-kun, you are doing great, but now comes the hard part. We need to fight for my power. The only reason Naruto smiled was because he sensed this kind of event would occur. Naruto grinned at the red-haired fox and said, have I not already tamed you, Kasumi-chan? In order to conceal the enormous flush on her face, Kasumi covered it with her tails. Going into the seal to prepare for the impending battle, Kasumi spoke the words, shut up, idiot, just focus on taking my chakra. The seal also included Naruto. They were already prepared for battle in a clearing. Towering over the smiling blonde, Kasumi transformed into her nine-tails form. Naruto grinned as he said, I really need something for fighting bigger opponents. He had just had a brilliant idea. Three-headed storm released beneath the smiling blonde, a gigantic three-headed dragon appeared. It had a water-based body covered in a thick covering of wind and light. Wind, water, and lighting were the elements associated with each head. The big dragon roared, lifting the trees and blowing enormous winds. Well, what do you think of this? I shall name you Arashi. The dragon was the same size as Kasumi, and she thought, wow, he just pulled that out of his ass. Well, come on, let's dance, Naruto exclaimed, smirking maniacally above Arashi. They leap at one another. The three heads are forming an attack, while Kasumi is holding a miniature beast bomb in her mouth. They launch the assault in each other's direction, creating a shockwave that drives them apart, destroying anything within the attack's path. After launching some of her tails around the beast's body to secure it, Kasumi swings her claws to remove its head. When Naruto saw this, he blasted her eye with water. It won't be that easy. Water-style severing wave. She yells in agony as a powerful jet of condensed water emerges from his mouth and chops off her tail. Naruto hears Kasumi shout, you are lucky those grow back. I am sorry I can't hear you over this ass whooping you are getting right now. She receives a checkmark. She then creates a tailed beast bomb and says, so you want to play like that? Barrage of tailed beast bombs. She launches a barrage of blasts at Naruto. Shit, we got to move. Arashi lifts its enormous wings into the air, giving her a blast of its own. Naruto then creates 100 shadow clones and instructs them to use hand signals. Okay, let's send some heavy fire. With their hands raised to the heavens, they all yell, Kirin. And 100 flaming dragons emerge from the sky. To protect herself from the overwhelming assault, Kasumi encircles herself with her tails. The sound of the jutsu she was praying he wouldn't use interrupts her thoughts once more. Holy shit, he is going all out, I just hope he doesn't. With his palms stretched to the heavens, Naruto says calmly, gather Junduan. In the air, a huge storm cloud emerges and starts to revolve. Flashing lights in the cloud emit sounds that reverberate throughout the mindscape. Gurren, who was outside, questions Naruto's actions after sensing the strength emanating from his body. Fall. Naruto says, and then Kasumi is struck by a blinding flash that descends from the clouds. Fall. Fall. He sees Kasumi lying out in her fox form with smoke emanating from her body as the final chant is performed, and the entire place is once more destroyed, leaving them to float in a white emptiness. I win. He puts his hand on her tail and starts to remove the hate emanating from her chakra. Naruto turns around and hears the angelic voice behind him say, "Well, it seems you didn't need my help after all." His eyes widen at what he sees. A woman with royal purple eyes that radiate the warmth that only a mother could provide, and the brightest red hair he has ever seen. Naruto asked, forgetting the chakra he was consuming, Mom?" She opened her arms for him and said, "Yes honey, it's me. Now give your mother a hug." His devoted mother, who is crying a little because she can finally hug her kid, immediately throws herself into his arms. Naruto put his head on her shoulder and remarked, "Mom, I've wanted to meet you for so long now." They move aside to give each other a better look and say, "Me too, son." Naruto hugged his mother once again and kissed her face, making her blush and laugh. "Mom, you are so beautiful." Kushina said to her son, who was only giving her a kind smile, Thank you son." Naruto pictured a bench for them to sit on and remarked, "How are you here anyways, Mom? Wait, did Dad seal some of your chakra inside the seal to speak to me?" Kushina took satisfaction in her son's strength and remarked, "Right on the money. During our final moment he did just that. I was supposed to help you control Kasumi's chakra, but it seems you already had that under control." That was all he could chuckle about. He gave her a knowing glance and continued, "Yay, but if you were in here, did you see everything I have done?" For a moment, Kushina stared back at him, perplexed, before realizing what he meant. Her hair went crimson, and so did her face. Kushina turned away from her kid and remarked, Sochi, I did see everything but I tried not to watch." Naruto began to chuckle, "Mom, you are a pervert," before his mother struck him over the head. "Don't laugh at your mother, young man," yelled Kushina, his cheeks flushed. All Naruto did was grasp her cheeks and tug. "When your face turns red, Mom, you look like a tomato. Avoid cocking me that." Even though he was running for his life, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle as she chased after him with a frying pan and her hair split into 9 tails. Kushina was also grinning at her son. With anime tears streaming down his face, Naruto thinks to himself, "Dad, you lucky bastard, Mom is so hot." He knows that this will calm her down, so he says, "You know Mom, you are pretty hot when you look like that." She blushed and halted in her tracks. She turned around to cover her blush and whispered, Naruto-kun, don't say such things." Naruto came up behind her and pulled her to his chest, saying, "But I can't help it, just look at you." The mother blushed as she felt her son's well-muscled body pressing against her back and something big protruding from her back door. In an attempt to combat the thoughts that were suddenly entering her mind, Kushina stated, "Son, I am married and I love your father. I also adore my dad." Naruto put his hands on his mother's butt, pinching it, and said, "Come on, just one round." He blew in her ear. "Just think of this as a birthday gift, plus he doesn't have to know about this. Just this time, fine." She turns to face her red-cheeked kid and whispers, "Don't tell anyone either." Naruto only needed to hear that before he visualized a bed and relished his new gift. After an hour now, the mother and son are lying on the bed, holding each other, savoring the glow from their recent activity. With his mother on his chest, Naruto laughed and said, "Well, I guess dreams do come true after all. Before I forget, let me teach you how to free the chakra chains of the Uzumaki. Make sure you keep this dream to yourself, mister." Kushina tried to give him a serious gaze, but her blush prevented it from working. She then creates a scroll and hands it to Naruto, saying, "Keep it safe for me, will you? It is primarily observed in the clan's female members, but I think you can succeed, Naruto-kun." Naruto hugged his mother and whispered, "I will." Kushina began to fade away, and both of them understood what it meant. His mother's sad expression let him know what was about to happen. "Don't worry, son. Your father and I will be watching over you." Kushina gave him a motherly kiss on the forehead and added, "Just remember that I love you and give me more grandchildren along with the cutie Rukia-chan." He lay in bed for a time, thinking, "I love you too, Mom," until someone else climbed into his bed. Pulling Naruto into her chest, Kasumi said, "Come on Naruto-kun, we have training to do." "Alright, Kasumi-chan. I apologize for kicking your ass." He grinned as he spoke, which caused Kasumi to bite him in the ear. "Don't go getting a big head. At this moment, I can't help it." Naruto grinned and stated, "I just defeated the Biju Queen and fulfilled a dream of mine." You are so weird. But that's why you love me. He kisses his vixen before saying this. The blushing fox said, let's just go, idiot, and left the mindscape. He concludes by transforming into a golden blur and says, now let's test out this new chakra mode, shall we? After a month, the stadium was a hive of laughter and cheers as the women of the red light district wore shirts featuring Naruto's smirking face, and bets were being placed at the entrance. It was the day of the Chunin exams finals, and this excitement was palpable. Tsunami and Haku are seen preparing the three children for departure at the Uzumaki compound. Renmara was dressed in a Hyuga-style kimono. Rukia was wearing a black and white shiakusho, which is similar to the one her father wears around the house but is black instead of red. She had her zanpakuto on her waist, ready to be drawn at any time, and Inari was wearing a white shirt with the Uzumaki swirl on the back and blue jeans. Haku was wearing her Mist Hunter nin gear, but the mask now had an Uzumaki swirl on it instead of the mini waves. Tsunami was also wearing a simple navy blue t-shirt that accentuated the beauty of her hair, a black long skirt that ended above her ankles, and black slip-ons. Karen said as she left her room, okay, everyone ready to see our clan head kick ass. However, the local mother Tsunami whacked her over the head. Tsunami gave the redhead with the glasses a motherly stare that said, don't disobey. Language, young lady. Karen lowered her head and said, yes ma'am. The children and even Haku laughed as she said this. All right, let's begin. Tsunami chirped as she walked to the entrance, followed by everyone else. The mothers from the red light said they saved us a section. Trying to develop a monotone voice for combat, Rukia said, I will protect us with all my strength. You don't have to act like a warrior around your family, Rukia-chan. Tsunami pulled Rukia into an embrace, making the girl grin, saying, there's no need to always keep that straight face. I understand, but in order to be totally unreadable in combat, I need to practice. Rukia grabbed Haku's hand and walked outdoors, saying, that's what big sis Haku said I must do. For the day, we'll serve as your bodyguards. Everyone laughs when Rukia makes a faux bow and says, Lady Uzumaki. Then, without spotting the ninjas on high alert, prepared for the impending conflict, the family heads to the stadium, passing all of the crowded streets crowded with people who came to attend the new talent show. Stadium arena, the faces of all the young genin lined up, ready to fight, were confident. Others were nervous, and one looked as though he would rather be somewhere else. As she stood behind her companion, Tenten remarked, Ino-chan, have you seen Naruto ni-san? At her friend's question, Ino puts on a smile and responds, no, I haven't seen Master since he left after giving me a scroll for training. I am sure he will show up, she says. They both giggle as they realize he will probably make a spectacular entrance that will astound the entire audience. Genma, the new proctor, chewed a senbon in his mouth and said, okay, everyone except Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, please go wait in the stands. The Hokage booth Raikage entered with his two bodyguards, Yugito and Darui, and said, hello Hokage Dono. When Hiruzen stood up and shook his hand, he remarked, hello Raikage Dono, I hope your trip was easy enough for you. Easy enough, this place has a really nice breeze. Hiruzen laughed with the man and remarked, yes, we get that from a lot of travelers. As the Kazekage approached with his two bodyguards, he said, hello Raikage Dono and Hokage Dono. Jiraiya gave the leader of Sand and the Anbu bear one more look. The Raikage said excitedly, I am ready for the matches to come to Hokage Dono. Yes, so am I, and it seems like they will start soon. The floor of an arena, Neji replied arrogantly, he didn't show because he already knew his fate. Genma gave him a disinterested look. Please, Naruto Uzumaki, move to the floor. Everyone stops what they're doing when they see the clouds start to gather and the sound of thunder can be heard along with the familiar flashes of lighting, and they all start cheering because they all know who is going to make his entrance. They all cheer when they hear his name called. The boss summon of the Thunderbird contract is seen descending through the clouds with one Naruto Uzumaki on its back, and everyone can see the shadow of something flying in the sky. Heiro nods at him and winks. Thank you Heiro, make sure to have everyone ready for what is soon to come. She then puffs away, leaving Naruto hovering in midair with the smirk that gave all his allies confidence while making the hidden opponents a little uneasy. It was as if he was smiling right at them, as if he knew what was going to happen. Knock em dead and we will be ready. Sama Naruto, you are loved. The shout came from the women of the red light district, who had all benefited from Naruto's assistance when he was younger by improving the buildings in which they worked and taking them shopping. Naruto puts his palm over his ear and smirks at them all. I can't hear you. You are loved by us. With smiles on their cheeks, they yell once more. The audience chants his name, making Naruto smile at receiving the adoration he has always desired. Can you see this, Mom and Dad? I have gained their respect and now they're chanting my name. Naruto looks up at the sky and swears he sees his parents grinning down at him. I love you as well, he says, giving them all a charming smile that makes them all have hearts in their eyes. Naruto gestures to the throng that is unable to stop him as he flies down to Neji, who is frowning, and says, "You hear him?" Taking his clan's stand, Neji said, "It doesn't matter, you are destined to lose." When Naruto's body moves to the Hokage booth, he says, "Give me a second before we start. Hey old man, I want to tell you something." Naruto then whispers into the elderly man's ear, causing his eyes to widen. "How did you do, Naruto? Are you certain you want that?" Hiruzen remarks, looking astonished. When Naruto drops a three-pronged kunai in a way that is visible to everyone in the booth, he merely smirks and does something that nearly gave him a heart attack. "Oops, silly me, I dropped my kunai," Naruto says, scooping up the weapon, leaving everyone in the booth stunned and unable to speak. Naruto returned to the arena and stood straight up, staring at Neji, saying, "Okay, I am ready to kick your ass." "Are you going to adopt a position?" Neji inquired. "Just start working on it now. I'm going to brag a little, you know, my family is watching." "Start. Begin." Neji only had to hear this to launch an offensive and attack. Neji launches a flurry of light fists, but none of them land on his opponent. If I can keep him on the defensive, he won't be able to use that amazing strength. Even if he does, the gods are shining on me today. Naruto is smirking while dodging all of Neji's blows, which infuriates many of his adversaries who think he is simply brushing them off. In order to kick Neji in the back, Naruto swiftly moves behind him and sidesteps a palm to the gut. Because of his vision, Neji is able to see this and quickly turns to block Naruto's assault. After catching the kick, he attacks Naruto's face. In response, Naruto pulls his leg in his direction, dragging Neji, who was unprepared for this, straight to his face, where the force of the impact causes his lip to burst. First blood. Naruto continues to sneer at Neji, who returns the scowl. "That was just a lucky hit, don't get cocky." Neji runs back towards him, his eyes activating once more. Naruto charges as well, and the two engage in a prolonged close-quarters battle. This included Naruto deflecting all of Neji's blows and using his own damaging techniques to strike the attractive boy. Naruto lowers himself to the ground, then launches himself into the air with an uppercut and bodyhook. Naruto then does one of his preferred maneuvers. Dynamic entry. Neji gets kicked, and the force of the flying kick causes some bones to break. Stands Rock Lee exclaims, "That's the way, Naruto-kun," from the stands beside Sensei and his partner. "That's right, show him your flames," the powerful man and his impersonator yelled. Tenten trembled as she recalled her sparring bouts with Naruto, all of which ended with Haku treating her. "Man, he is really beating him at his own game. I shouldn't be surprised those fists of his hurt like hell." Karen pushed up her spectacles and remarked, "Wow, bro is really good. He isn't even using chakra in his attacks, he is just naturally that fast and strong." "That's my dad for you," Inari exclaimed as she got to her feet, encouraging Naruto. "Yes, as to be expected of Master Kin, dressed similarly to Rukia, said from their side. Gurren said, "You have no idea. She was wearing a maid suit and had crimson cheeks from all the attention she was getting." Rukia said as she prepared her blade, "Who are you?" "I am Naruto's NU's slave." She sat down, blushing. Tsunami said, raising a delicate eyebrow, "Since when? He didn't tell us we would get another helper." "During the 1 month I was sent to kill him, but he beat me and freed me from my previous master who was no good," Gurren stated. Rolling her eyes, Karen added, "Let me guess, Snake Pedo." "Yes." Tsunami smiled and said, "Well, we are glad you have a better life now." The floor of an arena. Neji gets back up on his feet by lifting himself off the ground while supporting his ribs. Naruto comes in on him, and Neji hesitates for a while, a little afraid that he won't be able to defeat his opponent. Damn, that hurt just as much as Lee, but he used no chakra. That brief moment of doubt was sufficient for Naruto to kick him aside and body flicker behind him in his blind spot. Neji is stopped when he comes into contact with a Naruto clone's fist. The real Naruto gives him a body shot when the clone hits him back. The next thing everyone witnesses is a group of clones throwing a barrage of punches at the Hyuga's genius, beating his ass. He is knocked into one of the trees by one of their final punches. Naruto crossed his arms and stared blankly at Neji, asking, "Is that all?" The struggling Hyuga, who is stumbling to his feet with a broken lip, blood streaming from his face, and damaged ribs, is not responding. Using hand signals, Naruto says, "You are all bloody. Let me wipe it off for you." Water-style drilling water spears. Neji's eyes widen as spears of water suddenly materialize out of thin air and rush him before he assumes a posture. Rotation. Neji then smirks at Naruto as she spins around, avoiding all of the water assaults. With a smug grin, Neji says, "Now you have seen it, the ultimate defense of the Hyuga." Such unearned arrogance. I have already spotted a weakness. The Hyuga section was indignant at the commoner's boldness in claiming to have identified a weakness. Naruto makes a single-hand gesture and says, "Allow me to show you and your clan the error of their ways." A monstrous bird appears behind Naruto and screams as it charges Neji, delivering a water-style water thunderbird blast. Neji then began to spin once more, saying, "Have you not learned?" Rotation. He successfully blocked the strike, but it took a lot of chakra and effort to do so. He was struck by Naruto's fist as soon as he stopped spinning. Then Naruto wipes the non-existent dust from his blue Tobirama-style armor and says, "Weakness spotted, you are wide open when you stop spinning." Naruto approaches Neji, who has managed to stand again. Neji then assumes the 64 palm posture and uses chakra in his feet to charge at Naruto with a startling amount of speed for someone so injured. "Why you are in my R range?" Then, using the last palm, he strikes every chakra point in Naruto, sending him flying. Neji turned his back and started to leave, saying, 64 palms is the ultimate move of the Hyuga. Proctor, you can call the match, he won't be getting up. When they sense the surge of energy emanating from Naruto, everyone stops. Most seasoned ninja are aware of the crimson coating that surrounds him, but they are taken aback because they are unable to experience the usual feelings of rage and hatred that are triggered by it. Naruto walked out of the dust cloud, the red chakra returning to his body, and remarked, "Nice attack, but it won't work against someone like me." As he concluded, he said, "Now allow me to showcase on you real quick." From behind Neji, golden chakra chains sprung from the earth, snagging his limbs and immobilizing him. All of the Leaf Ninja's eyes widened when Naruto's hand made a whirling sound. Naruto then rushes towards Neji and jams the Rasengan into his stomach, ripping his garments and seriously harming his already injured body. "I don't show mercy." Naruto whispered to Genma, who had long since dropped his senbon, "What do you think? Did I show off enough to make them think twice?" "No, I think if you had released some more of the Nine Tails chakra maybe they would have second thoughts. Unless you have something else, I think you need more to show them we mean business." Genma replied in a whisper. To make an announcement, the Hokage got up and moved to the edge of the Hokage booth. Everyone turned to face the Hokage when he said, "Everyone, I have a secret to reveal to you. One that will bring us all joy and hope for the future." Everyone was taken aback when he said, "Our late fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze had a child before he died." A few ninja who were staring at the smirking blonde started to comprehend what he was about to tell. Everybody fell motionless for a while before the stadium burst into applause and chanting in his honor. Naruto Uzumaki. His real name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. We heard. Naruto displays his might by throwing a three-pronged kunai and making a hand signal. Multi-kunai jutsu. To everyone's surprise, the single kunai transforms into dozens before beginning to vanish in a blue flash throughout the stadium. Naruto smirked and said, "That should do it." He approached Baki, who was trembling and perspiring since he realized the plan had failed after what he had just witnessed. In addition, the now-named Namikaze was approaching him while leaking ki. The surrounding hidden sand ninja become nervous as Naruto grabs him by the collar. Naruto looked at him with those icy blue eyes and said, "Call of all your ninja, that is not your leader you are following, it is Orochimaru." Baki tried to conceal his nervousness and defend his boss by saying, "Where is the proof?" When Naruto catches him by the throat and his eyes light up with rage and hate, everything stops. Baki is aware that everyone is dead if they move. Naruto stated calmly, his eyes unforgiving, "It doesn't matter if I have any or not. You will stand down and there are no questions asked. Do you understand?" Baki delivered the order for all of the sand ninja to stand down after saying, "Why yes sir." All of the ninja in the vicinity exhaled in relief as Naruto continued, "You will help defend the leaf like true allies," and then flashed away. The cage booth, the cage said calmly outside, "Well, it seems you were holding out on all of us." The fact that Gurren had not killed him and was simply sitting in the stands as if he didn't exist made him furious within. I got up from his chair and exclaimed, "That damn yellow flash and Kushina had a son," I said, glancing at the blonde bully and sand ninjas, "and he contains the 9 tails. This brat is trouble all in one. Maybe we should make an alliance after this." "Yes, he has become an excellent ninja," Hiruzen said, seeing Naruto as his clan embraced him. The floor of an arena. "Can Sasuke, Uchiha and Gaara come down to the floor please?" Gaara simply waited for Sasuke to show up after appearing in a sand body flicker. As time passed, he never appeared, causing the crowd to jeer. The Hokage nods his head as Genma turns to face him. Genma received further jeers for not witnessing a fight after declaring, due to the Uchiha not showing up on time for his match he is disqualified. "Hokage Dono, you can't really do that to the last Uchiha. Most people came here to see him fight," the snake that was hidden said. Orochimaru became enraged when the elderly Hokage smirked and asked, "Why are you so worried about him? He isn't one of your ninja." He is interrupted as the Hokage speaks again, but the royals have come for him and, he says, they don't care anymore. They want to see the legacy of the Yellow Flash. I spoke forward and said, he is right. Orochimaru is so angry that he is prepared to begin the plan at this very moment, sending the covert agent the signal. Most people are knocked unconscious as feathers start to fall, but the ninjas get out because they know what's coming. Naruto pulled out his sword and blocked attacks on his family, saying, "Looks like the snake has uncoiled." Naruto took command and cut down any sound ninja that approached too closely, saying, "Haku-chan, Kin-chan, I want you to escort and protect our family and bring them to the compound where they will be safe." Rukia whispered anxiously, "Papa, what about you? What will you do?" Naruto grinned and offered her a comforting grin. Then he kisses her on the head and says, "Don't worry my little snow princess, I will be fine. Just make sure to protect your family and stay safe." He creates 200 shadow clones, and they all disperse around the hamlet with the knowledge of their tasks. "Now get going." Flashing away, he uses hand signals to attract people to the village gates. A group of thunderbirds and a plume of smoke are seen flying, prepared for combat. They all agree and take off to combat the snakes that are emerging outdoors. You know the plan, attack the snakes along with Sound, and Iwa Ninja. After that, he leaps off the roof and begins fighting the Sound Ninja in the village's streets. The Sound Ninjas are being attacked by the Sand Ninjas back in the arena. In battle with Baki, a Sound Ninja said, "What are you doing? This is not the plan." Baki creates a wind sword and cuts him in half, saying, "Plans change." Knowing the truth, Genma smirked and said, "Glad to see you came around." Baki yelled, "Shut up," and joined Genma in combat. Orochimaru attacks the Hokage in the cage booth and leaps to the roof, leaving the elderly man and himself alone. Looks like the snake sheds his skin finally. With rage, Orochimaru questioned, "You knew the whole time?" Hiruzen said, removing his robes to reveal his staff and war gear, "Yes we did, and your plan is going to get you killed." He charged his old sensei and replied, "So it seems you want to die like a cage. Well, I will grant you that wish. In your dreams, boy." They strike each other in the midst. The streets the family is being led by Haku and Kin to the secure compound. Gurren defeats everybody who approaches, and Karen uses her senses to avoid being caught. Haku threw ice senbon at the enemy ninja and said, "Okay, we are almost there." They reach the gate, enter, and close the area off. "Okay, I will go back outside and help heal anyone who was injured." Gurren, "Kin, you two stay and keep the place safe, not like anyone can get in anyways." Haku replied as he returned outside. Tsunami sat down and said, "All right, let's just relax and try to ignore this." When they feel the ground tremble and hear a roar, they're all startled. A shackled Roshi who is fighting but has seals on his body is being pulled by Iwa ninjas outside the village's gates. Roshi cried out from within the cage, "No, I don't want to." After saying, "Shut up and do your job," an Iwa nin brought forth the 4 tails by activating a seal. Roshi lets out a final yell that transforms into a beast's, and everyone is taken aback when he unleashes a great deal of power. The 4-tailed ape is then located directly outside the village. Unable to speak, Naruto asked, "What? How did they?" Naruto murmured, "I have to stop him." He was about to move, but he stopped when a teenager with pale eyes and white hair blocked his path. The pale teenager remarked, "You will not advance." Naruto shifted into his swirling posture and stated, "Who are you? I don't have time to fight right now." The youngster made a bone blade emerge from his arm and declared, "I am Kimimaro and I will kill you." He is knocked to the ground when Naruto swiftly emerges behind him and rams a Rasengan into his back. Naruto prepares to flee once more, but is halted when he must avoid a bone projectile. You are still up after that. Kimimaro charged Naruto once more, saying, "It will take more than one attack to put me down." Naruto is shocked that the bone sword can withstand several hits from his sword as they battle with their two blades. After quickly slashing down Kimimaro's torso, Naruto then slices down his lower legs, causing him to fall to the ground and severing his back. Naruto is about to depart once more when a bone pops out of the ground, saying, "Just lay down and die." Kimimaro starts using the first level of the curse mark, and his power increases. "I said you won't advance. Larch dance." Bones then emerge from his body, and he spins around to assault Naruto with all of his bones. "So you wish to dance, do you?" Naruto asked with a sly smile as he prepared his next move. First dance rebirth. Naruto slashes his palm, causing blood to trickle down the blade. He then uses 9 quick attacks with 9 duplicates of himself, all of which vanish as he is done. Kimimaro takes a lot of damage and bleeds a lot after avoiding some but not all of it. There, Naruto leaps onto the roof. Water-style explosive water shockwave. Then, water floods the entire street, engulfing Kimimaro in the deluge. The lighting beast then transforms into a wolf and charges the flood, startling Kimimaro as it does so. Lighting-style lighting beast running jutsu. Naruto immediately leaps onto Kimimaro and says, "He is a tough guy, let me just make sure he is out." Massive Rasengan. Naruto strikes him squarely in the face before sprinting at the raging Biju and causes extensive damage as he makes his way to the leaf, leaving Kimimaro trembling and covered in blood. When Naruto notices the barrier surrounding the Hokage booth, he stops his journey to the gate. He flashes to his position and says, "Gramps," showing up beside the Anbu. He exclaims, "What are you doing just sitting around?" to the onlookers. The Anbu captain bowed to Naruto and said, "We can't get in, so we are going to wait for it to drop." He becomes even angrier as a result. "How do you know you can't go in?" With a scorching look that made all the Anbu nervous tingle, Naruto asked. Pointing to the dead, the Anbu captain wearing a lizard mask said, "Well, when our teammate touched it he burned. Then create a whole new entrance. Take this bitch down." Naruto was going to demolish the roof when he noticed something or someone, so he approached the red head with the barrier and gave her a quick glance. "Shithead, what do you want? Are you Yuya?" Naruto asked, examining the girl intently. "And who the hell is asking?" She scowled as she spoke. Naruto used his chakra to create seals in midair and said, "You know me. Your friend Kin asked me to save you, so that's what I will do." After he finished, the barrier surrounding her vanished. "How on earth did you pull that fuck face?" Yuya drew her weapon and asked. With a serious tone that made his eyes red with slits, Naruto replied, "Do not mock me." He grabbed her and added, "I will send you to my house, don't cause any problems or I will have to kill you." When Naruto sees his favorite Hokage ready to have a kunai thrust into his head, he puts a hand on her head and flashes her away, saying, "Oh okay shithead. No, this is my chance, but I have to deal with that damn Biju." He creates a clone, gives it a lot of chakra, and flashes to the location of the 4 tails because he has a lot to do in a short amount of time. As he flashes in front of the elderly man, he rushes to Orochimaru and removes the kunai from his grasp, preventing him from controlling the second. "Why are you here, damn you boy?" Orochimaru uttered those words, his eyes blazing with rage. Naruto turns to face the second Hokage, who is examining him closely, and says, "I came to meet my idol, duh." Well, at least some of the younger generation is aware of whom to support. Tobirama smirked and crossed his arms as he remarked, "Nice armor, by the way, but you are missing the fur coat on the collar." Naruto smirked back at the second, saying, "I usually have a fox wrapped around my neck, so that's why I don't have the fur on my collar." "I can feel your power, you are an Uzumaki, aren't you?" Naruto bowed and stated, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze at your service." "Is it the fox you say is around your neck? You also hold the 9 tails?" Tobirama asked, his face knowing. With tiny stars in his eyes, Naruto exclaimed, "Damn, you are so cool. But seriously, I assume you want to be Hokage since you are following in my footsteps, do you not?" "No, I am not Hokage material." "What's the reason behind that?" Tobirama inquired with interest. "I can't prioritize my family over the village. All I have are them." Tobirama smiled as she said, "I couldn't imagine doing something that would put them in danger if it meant the village would survive." Sounded like a real Uzumaki. Through hand signals, Tobirama said, "Never use a jutsu that I created on me or my village. It's okay, Not everyone can bear that kind of burden. Tobirama smiled at the blonde, but his smile vanished when he turned to face Orochimaru and saw the condition of the village. Reanimation jutsu release. In this way, he was released from the snake's grasp. You finish with this garbage and you Naruto, Saru. I'll fight you, my brother. He smirked at the final line, which made Naruto smirk as well. Go kick some ass. Sir, yes sir. He vanished in a flash of blue. Tobirama expressed genuine admiration, saying, wow, he even knows how to do my jutsu but better. Beside his sensei, Sarutobi said, thank you sensei, now I can focus all of my attention on my foolish student. As he saw the kid's interaction with the previous Hokage, Raikage stood aside, amazed that the child had just ordered the Anbu around and conversed with the Hokage as if it were a normal day. How do we proceed, Lord Raikage? Should we simply flee or assist them? In contrast to his usual drowsy tone of voice, Darui questioned in a serious tone. As he defeated the Iwa ninjas, he gave Yugito and her group the command to assist in escorting the villagers to safety, saying, we shall help, I can smell an alliance coming. There was chaos on the village walls, with birds attacking the snake summons and striking the ninjas with their broad range of strikes. In addition, there was a golden blur that was destroying sounds and Iwa ninjas everywhere. Wind cutting, he cut a group of Iwa ninja in two with a single, swift swipe of his sword. Ibiki shouted from a rooftop, Naruto, I think we cleared everyone on this side of the wall. The golden kid nodded, and he was a clone of Naruto utilizing the KCM mode that he had gotten from Kasumi. This was Ibiki's first time using it in combat, and he had admit that he liked what he was seeing. The clone dissolved the memories and handed them to Naruto, who was spotted approaching the four tails. Okay, I'll let the boss know. All right, the north, west, and east gates are open. He creates a clone, and it enters KCM and runs away. Now to deal with this guy. Naruto stops on a tree and witnesses the four tails roar, causing the entire village to pause and gaze at the enormous monkey. Some of the leaf ninja start to lose hope, thinking that no one in the leaf was strong enough to defeat a Biju, much less the four tails. That is, until everyone feels the sudden spike of chakra and a golden beam shoots into the sky. Tobirama grinned and remarked, damn Saru, that Uzumaki sure is impressive. What is he doing? It seems as if he mastered the nine tails chakra and is about to fight the four tails by himself. He's simply a brat, therefore that's not conceivable. Orochimaru promised to kill the young brat and use his body for research because he was so angry that he had damaged everything. You stupid kid, you have no idea what real power is. Let us watch, Tobirama said, hurling some ki at the Sannin, causing him to tumble to the ground. It doesn't matter how old you are. Instead of being orange as they recalled, the fox was now golden and had what appeared to be black lines running down its body. In the vicinity of the four tails, everyone can see the nine tails emerge in all their splendor. In order to allow the transformation to be completed, Naruto paused his speech and said, the nine Biju, like everything else, mean nothing, before the power of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's calm confidence scared the enemy, and they all unconsciously retreated until the first Iwa ninja fled, followed by the others. Go back, monster, demon. When they were fleeing, they said these things. Inside Kasumi's brain, Naruto said, idle threats as you run away make you seem petty. He grinned as Kasumi's comments replayed in his mind, you know Naruto-kun, I forgot how fun it was being so arrogant. Naruto said gravely, yes, this is a lot of fun, but we have to beat your brother. What can you tell me about him? He utilizes lava and leaps around a lot, so try to stay away from that, but because you're in here, it won't really hurt you. Shooting a tailed beast bomb in his face while holding him down should do the trick. He was merely a stupid monkey all the time. All right, that last bit sounded pretty racist, but for the time being, we'll overlook it. Let's get him out of the area because this battle will seriously harm it. Naruto ordered the Nine Tails avatar to approach the ape and seize him, saying, perhaps I could hit some of the ones running away. The Nine Tails avatar then began to sprint towards the place where he threw the beast. He grabbed the four tails with some of Kasumi's tails, spun around, and swung him to the fleeing foes, causing a huge earthquake to rock the ground and demolish some of the forest. As it formed lava balls in its mouth to shoot towards Naruto, the furious monkey stood up and pounded its chest. It was wise to avoid the lava balls because they melted the ground completely and caused a fire to spread. That was a close one. The four tails then leapt towards Naruto, who clashed with the giant ape and sent a shockwave. Naruto created clones and they leapt outside his blue armor, which was now golden, with his black undershirt, which now had golden lines running down to his feet, and 9 Magatama designs on the collar of his chest. It struggles to break free as they make the Uzumaki chakra chains and around its limbs. All right, boss, we got him. Use your magic. Naruto then begins to form a tailed beast bomb in his hands, which forms on the outside ready to hit the 4 tails. Tailed beast bomb. When Kasumi and Naruto yelled, the blast struck the 4 tails, causing them to launch off into the distance before exploding and being visible all the way back in the leaf. After removing the seal off the unconscious man, the avatar of the 9 tails starts to dash towards the fallen Roshi and says, "Okay, let's go check on him." Before he can return, 50 Iwa ninjas surround him. "Return the weapon." With a tentative stride forward, the captain appears to have remarked. Naruto, who was on the ground rather than in the 9 tails avatar because that had taken a lot of energy out of him, said succinctly, "Make me. Get rid of the Namikaze garbage." After going via hand signals, they all start launching their jutsu at Naruto, who was just standing motionless and giving them all a disinterested expression. The attacks clash with his position, creating a cloud of dust that blocks everyone's view. The mountain gods wind a bright golden head that resembles the head of the 9 tails, knocks them all down and blows the trees away, striking some of the ninja in the process. "Are you done yet?" Even though he doesn't appear to be hurt, the simple question sent shivers down everyone's spines because Naruto was trying to hide how exhausted he was. He knew that before he could rest, he had to defeat these guys. "Come on, Kasumi, I need you to help me with this one," Naruto said, holding out his hands. He let the assault fly in a wide spread, hitting everyone in his area and killing the remaining 27 Iwa ninja. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I got your back," she said, giving him more chakra and stabilizing the tailed beast bomb. "Thanks again. This time, I'm just going to flash away." He vanished in a blue flash, oblivious to an Iwa ninja who was staring at him from a distance, his eyes wide with fear. The Iwa ninja ran back to his house to explain what had transpired, saying, "OOM my G God." He is surrounded by leaf ninjas with their swords drawn when he comes at the front of the gate, and they all pause when they recognize him. "Uzumaki-sama, we are glad you are safe." One of the ninjas arrived to assist him. "Thank you, yes. Don't worry about him getting up, he is the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails." Naruto hands the heavy man over to a leaf Anbu and adds, "I have a seal on him to keep him unconscious." The Anbu team vanishes in a body flicker, leaving Naruto and the haphazard leaf ninja to stand around. "Okay, we will take him to T&I. Get your ass moving. Why are you standing around for people?" Naruto uses his large head jutsu to yell. "Yeah, sir." They all flee while stumbling over one another's feet. This makes Naruto and Kasumi giggle. "All right, where's the snake? Let's go help him out." Naruto calls one of the Thunderbirds down, and they pick him up and carry him to the battle. He looks around and sees him fighting a gigantic toad with a pervertee sage on top of the toad using jutsu at the snake. Roof of a cage booth. "Come on, Bunta, give me some oil." Jiraiya is riding Gamabunta and launching jutsu in the direction of the snake summoner's purple manda monster. "You succeeded." He shoots a jet of oil in the direction of the snake, while Jiraiya shoots a stream of fire. Bombs made of toad oil. The cage booth collapses in on itself due to a tremendous explosion caused by the strike. Jiraiya inquired, searching for him, "Did we get him?" The two were about to stab the toad when an attack came from behind them. Naruto, who is dropping from his bird and pointing his sword directly at the enormous snake, hacked off the toad's tail. "Brat, I'll kill you for that." Mandu opened his mouth to devour the smirking lad who was falling. "Sage, pervy. Fire at me." The area around Naruto turns into a tornado until Jiraiya shoots a stream of fire at him, turning it into a blazing tornado. Naruto then performs 3 hand signs and spins, including the wind-style twister. Manda screams in agony as the attack burns his mouth and slightly scorches Orochimaru. "Damn, I had to get out." Orochimaru then performs hand signals for reverse summoning. "Everyone retreat." To his ninja, the snake Sanin says, "You won't get away unscathed." Naruto enters KCM once more and applies a seal known as the Uzumaki Chakra Destruction Seal. The seal eliminates all of the chakra points on Orochimaru's arms, preventing him from using his jutsu. Just as he is ready to complete the battle, he must avoid chakra scalpels from the gray-haired spy. Kabuto then buries himself in the earth, narrowly avoiding the kunai that was headed for his head, saying, "You won't kill our lord." Then, facing the entire town, Naruto drives his sword into the earth and exclaims, "Victory!" The next thing everyone knows, The entire village is filled with the praises of its residents and ninjas as he screams, his chakra-enhanced voice resonating across the community. When Hiruzen sees this, he simply smiles at the thought of his community surviving the huge war. Jiraiya collapses to the ground, gasping for air but still grinning, and Tobirama and his liberated brother are grinning proudly at the young blonde and his valor. Despite his claims to the contrary, he is already a Hokage. He's a born leader, Hashirama said, and then he began to fade away. Yes, the will of fire burns bright in him, Tobirama said, glancing at the perspiring blonde who was beginning to stutter. You did good, Naruto. He said it loudly enough for Naruto to hear, and then he and his brother turned to ashes. The previous Hokage's spirit then rose into the sky, grinning, and vanished. You performed incredibly well, Naruto-kun. You can now relax, Kasumi said from within the seal. His final words before passing out were, I better get promoted after this old man. He stood confidently, a sign of optimism for everyone who could see him.
I will continue this story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.